This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Book 3, Maiden's Choosing. Chapter 19. I pity the man who can travel from Dan to Beersheba and say, "'Tis all barren," and so it is, and so is all the world to him who will not cultivate the fruits it offers. Sterne, Sentimental Journey. To say that Deronda was romantic would be to misrepresent him, but under his calm and somewhat self-repressed exterior there was a fervor which made him easily find poetry and romance among the events of everyday life. And perhaps poetry and romance are as plentiful as ever in the world, except for those phlegmatic natures who I suspect in any age would have regarded them as a dull form of erroneous thinking. They exist very easily in the same room with the microscope, and even in railway carriages. What banishes them in the vacuum in gentlemen and lady passengers? How should all the apparatus of heaven and earth, from the farthest firmament to the tender bosom of the mother who nourished us, make poetry for a mind that had no movements of awe and tenderness, no sense of fellowship which thrills from the near to the distant, and back again from the distant to the near? To Deronda this event of finding Mirah was as heart-stirring as anything that befell Orestes or Rinaldo. He sat up half the night, living again through the moments since he had first discerned Mirah on the river-bank, with the fresh vividness which belongs to emotive memory. When he took up a book to try and dull this urgency of inward vision, the printed words were no more than a network through which he saw and heard everything as clearly as before, saw not only the actual events of 2 hours, but possibilities of what had been and what might be, which those events were enough to feed with the warm blood of passionate hope and fear. Something in his own experience caused Mirah's search after her mother to lay hold with peculiar force on his imagination. The first prompting of sympathy was to aid her in her search. If given persons were extant in London, there were ways of finding them, as subtle as scientific experiment, the right machinery being set at work. But here the mixed feelings which belonged to Deronda's kindred experience naturally transfused themselves into his anxiety on behalf of Mirah. The desire to know his own mother, or to know about her, was constantly haunted with dread, and in imagining what might befall Mirah it quickly occurred to him that finding the mother and brother from whom she had been parted when she was a little one might turn out to be a calamity. When she was in the boat she said that her mother and brother were good. But the goodness might have been chiefly in her own ignorant innocence and yearning memory, and the 10 or 12 years since the parting had been time enough for much worsening. Spite of his strong tendency to side with the objects of prejudice, and in general with those who got the worst of it, his interest had never been practically drawn toward existing Jews, and the facts he knew about them, whether they walked conspicuous in fine apparel or lurked in by-streets, were chiefly of a sort most repugnant to him. Of learned and accomplished Jews he took it for granted that they had dropped their religion and wished to be merged in the people of their native lands. Scorn flung at a Jew as such would have roused all his sympathy in griefs of inheritance, but the indiscriminate scorn of a race will often strike a specimen who has well earned it on his own account, and might fairly be gibbeted as a rascally son of Adam. It appears that the Caribs, who know little of theology, regard thieving as a practice peculiarly connected with Christian tenets, and probably they could allege experimental grounds for this opinion. Deronda could not escape. Who can, knowing ugly stories of Jewish characteristics and occupations? And though one of his favorite protests was against the severance of past and present history, he was like others who shared his protest in never having cared to reach any more special conclusions about actual Jews than that they retained the virtues and vices of a long oppressed race. But now that Mirah's longing roused his mind to a closer survey of details, very disagreeable images urged themselves of what it might be to find out this middle-aged Jewess and her son. To be sure, there was the exquisite refinement and charm of the creature herself to make a presumption in favor of her immediate kindred, but he must wait to know more. Perhaps through Mrs. Meyrick he might gather some guiding hints from Mirah's own lips. Her voice, her accent, her looks, all the sweet purity that clothed her as with a consecrating garment made him shrink the more from giving her, either ideally or practically, an association with what was hateful or contaminating. But these fine words with which we fumigate and becloud unpleasant facts are not the language in which we think. Deronda's thinking went on in rapid images of what might be. He saw himself guided by some official scout into a dingy street. He entered through a dim doorway and saw a hawk-eyed woman, rough-headed and unwashed, cheapening a hungry girl's last bit of finery. Or in some quarter only the more hideous for being smarter, he found himself under the breath of a young Jew, talkative and familiar, willing to show his acquaintance with gentlemen's tastes, and not fastidious in any transactions with which they would favor him, and so on through the brief chapter of his experience in this kind. Excuse him. His mind was not apt to run spontaneously into insulting ideas, or to practice a form of wit which identifies Moses with the advertisement sheet. But he was just now governed by dread, and if Mirah's parents had been Christian, the chief difference would have been that his forebodings would have been fed with wider knowledge. It was the habit of his mind to connect dread with unknown parentage, and in this case as well as his own there was enough to make the connection reasonable. But what was to be done with Mirah? She needed shelter and protection in the fullest sense, and all his chivalrous sentiment roused itself to insist that the sooner and the more fully he could engage for her the interests of others besides himself, the better he should fulfill her claims on him. He had no right to provide for her entirely, though he might be able to do so. The very depth of the impression she had produced made him desire that she should understand herself to be entirely independent of him, and vague visions of the future which he tried to dispel as fantastic left their influence in an anxiety stronger than any motive he could give for it, that those who saw his actions closely should be acquainted from the first with the history of his relation to Mirah. He had learned to hate secrecy about the grand ties and obligations of his life, to hate it the more because a strong spell of interwoven sensibilities hindered him from breaking such secrecy. Deronda had made a vow to himself that, since the truths which disgrace mortals are not all of their own making, the truth should never be made a disgrace to another by his act. He was not without terror lest he should break this vow, and fall into the apologetic philosophy which explains the world into containing nothing better than one's own conduct. At one moment he resolved to tell the whole of his adventure to Sir Hugo and Lady Mallinger the next morning at breakfast, but the possibility that something quite new might reveal itself on his next visit to Mrs. Meyrick's checked this impulse, and he finally went to sleep on the conclusion that he would wait until that visit had been made. End of chapter 19. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 20. It will hardly be denied that even in this frail and corrupted world we sometimes meet persons who, in their very mien and aspect, as well as in the whole habit of life, manifest such a signature and stamp of virtue as to make our judgment of them a matter of intuition rather than the result of continued examination. Alexander Knox, quoted in Southey's Life of Wesley. Mirah said that she had slept well that night, and when she came down in Mab's black dress, her dark hair curling in fresh fibrils as it gradually dried from its plenteous bath, she looked like one who was beginning to take comfort after the long sorrow and watching which had paled her cheek and made blue semicircles under her eyes. It was Mab who carried her breakfast and ushered her down, with some pride in the effect produced by a pair of tiny felt slippers, which she had rushed out to buy because there were no shoes in the house small enough for Mirah, whose borrowed dress ceased about her ankles and displayed the cheap clothing that, molding itself on her feet, seemed an adornment as choice as the sheaths of buds. The farthing buckles were bijoux. "Oh, if you please, mamma!" cried Mab, clasping her hands and stooping toward Mirah's feet as she entered the parlor. "Look at the slippers! How beautiful they fit! I declare she is like the Queen Boudoir. 2 delicate feet, the work of the protecting and all-recompensing Creator. Support her, and I wonder how they can sustain what is above them." Mirah looked down at her own feet in a childlike way, and then smiled at Mrs. Meyrick, who was saying inwardly, "One could hardly imagine this creature having an evil thought, but wise people would tell me to be cautious." She returned Mirah's smile and said, "I fear the feet have had to sustain their burden a little too often lately, but to-day she will rest and be my companion." "And so she will tell you so many things, and I shall not hear them," grumbled Mab, who felt herself in the first volume of a delightful romance and obliged to miss some chapters because she had to go to pupils. Kate was already gone to make sketches along the river, and Amy was away on business errands. It was what the mother wished, to be alone with this stranger, whose story must be a sorrowful one, yet was needful to be told. The small front parlor was as good as a temple that morning. The sunlight was on the river, and soft air came in through the open window. The walls showed a glorious silent cloud of witnesses: the Virgin soaring amid her cherubic escort, grand Melancholia with her solemn universe, the prophets and sibyls, the school of Athens, the Last Supper, mystic groups where far-off ages made one moment, grave Holbein and Rembrandt heads, the tragic muse, last-century children at their musings or their play, Italian poets—all were there through the medium of a little black and white. The neat mother who had weathered her troubles and come out of them with a face still cheerful, was sorting colored wools for her embroidery. Hafiz purred on the window ledge, the clock on the mantelpiece ticked without hurry, and the occasional sound of wheels seemed to lie outside the more massive central quiet. Mrs. Meyrick thought that this quiet might be the best invitation to speech on the part of her companion, and chose not to disturb it by remark. Mirah sat opposite in her former attitude, her hands clasped on her lap, her ankles crossed, her eyes at first traveling slowly over the objects around her, but finally resting with a sort of placid reverence on Mrs. Meyrick. At length she began to speak softly. "I remember my mother's face better than anything, yet I was not 7 when I was taken away, and I am 19 now." "I can understand that," said Mrs. Meyrick. "There are some earliest things that last the longest." "Oh, yes, it was the earliest. I think my life began with waking up and loving my mother's face. It was so near to me, and her arms were round me, and she sang to me. One hymn she sang so often, and then she taught me to sing it with her. It was the first I ever sang. They were always Hebrew hymns she sang, and because I never knew the meaning of the words, they seemed full of nothing but our love and happiness. When I lay in my little bed and it was all white above me, she used to bend over me, between me and the white, and sing in a sweet, low voice. I can dream myself back into that time when I am awake, and it often comes back to me in my sleep. My hand is very little. I put it up to her face, and she kisses it. Sometimes in my dreams I begin to tremble and think that we are both dead, but then I wake up and my hand lies like this, and for a moment I hardly know myself. But if I could see my mother again, I should know her." "You must expect some change after 12 years," said Mrs. Meyrick gently. "See my gray hair. 10 years ago it was bright brown. The days and months pace over us like restless little birds and leave the marks of their feet backward and forward, especially when they are like birds with heavy hearts, when they tread heavily." "Oh, I am sure her heart has been heavy for want of me. But to feel her joy if we could meet again, and I could make her know I love her and give her deep comfort after all her mourning—if that could be, I should mind nothing. I should be glad that I have lived through my trouble. I did despair. The world seemed miserable and wicked, and none helped me so that I could bear their looks and words. I felt that my mother was dead,
and death was the only way to her. But then, in the last moment, yesterday, when I longed for the water to close over me, and I thought that death was the best image of mercy, then goodness came to me living, and I felt trust in the living. And it is strange, but I began to hope that she was living too. And now I with you, here this morning, peace and hope have come into me like a flood. I want nothing. I can wait, because I hope and believe and am grateful, oh, so grateful. You have not thought evil of me. You have not despised me. Myra spoke with low-toned fervor, and sat as still as a picture all the while. "Many others would have felt as we do, my dear," said Mrs. Meyrick, feeling a mist come over her eyes as she looked at her work. "But I did not meet them. They did not come to me. How was it that you were taken from your mother?" "Ah, I am a long while coming to that. It is dreadful to speak of, yet I must tell you. I must tell you everything. My father, it was he that took me away. I thought we were only going on a little journey, and I was pleased. There was a box with all my things in, but we went on board a ship, and got farther and farther away from the land. Then I was ill, and I thought it would never end. It was the first misery, and it seemed endless. But at last we landed. I knew nothing then, and believed what my father said. He comforted me and told me I should go back to my mother. But it was America we had reached, and it was long years before we came back to Europe. At first I often asked my father when we were going back, and I tried to learn writing fast because I wanted to write to my mother. But one day when he found me trying to write a letter, he took me on his knee and told me that my mother and brother were dead, and that was why we did not go back. I remember my brother a little. He carried me once, but he was not always at home. I believed my father when he said that they were dead. I saw them under the earth when he said they were there, with their eyes forever closed. I never thought of its not being true, and I used to cry every night in my bed for a long while. Then when she came so often to me in my sleep, I thought she must be living about me, though I could not always see her, and that comforted me. I was never afraid in the dark because of that. And very often in the day I used to shut my eyes and bury my face and try to see her and hear her singing. I came to do that at last without shutting my eyes." Myra paused with a sweet content in her face, as if she were having her happy vision, while she looked out toward the river. "Still your father was not unkind to you, I hope," said Mrs. Meyrick, after a minute, anxious to recall her. "No, he petted me, and took pains to teach me. He was an actor, and I found out after that the Coburg I used to hear of his going to at home was a theater. But he had more to do with the theater than acting. He had not always been an actor. He had been a teacher, and knew many languages. His acting was not very good, I think, but he managed the stage, and wrote and translated plays. An Italian lady, a singer, lived with us a long time. They both taught me, and I had a master besides who made me learn by heart and recite. I worked quite hard, though I was so little, and I was not 9 when I first went on the stage. I could easily learn things, and I was not afraid. But then and ever since I hated our way of life. My father had money, and we had finery about us in a disorderly way. Always there were men and women coming and going. There was loud laughing and disputing, strutting, snapping of fingers, jeering, faces I did not like to look at, though many petted and caressed me. But then I remembered my mother. Even at first, when I understood nothing, I shrank away from all those things outside me into companionship with thoughts that were not like them. And I gathered thoughts very fast because I read many things, plays and poetry, Shakespeare and Schiller, and learned evil and good. My father began to believe that I might be a great singer. My voice was considered wonderful for a child, and he had the best teaching for me. But it was painful that he boasted of me and set me to sing for show at any minute as if I had been a musical box. Once when I was 9 years old I played the part of a little girl who had been forsaken and did not know it, and sat singing to herself while she played with flowers. I did it without any trouble, but the clapping and all the sounds of the theater were hateful to me, and I never liked the praise I had, because it all seemed very hard and unloving. I missed the love and trust I had been born into. I made a life in my own thoughts quite different from everything about me. I chose what seemed to me beautiful out of the plays and everything, and made my world out of it. And it was like a sharp knife always grazing me that we had two sorts of life, which jarred so with each other. Women looking good and gentle on the stage and saying good things as if they felt them, and directly after I saw them with coarse, ugly manners. My father sometimes noticed my shrinking ways, and Signora said one day when I had been rehearsing, "She will never be an artist. She has no notion of being anybody but herself. That does very well now, but by and by you will see she will have no more face and action than a singing bird." My father was angry, and they quarreled. I sat alone and cried, because what she had said was like a long unhappy future unrolled before me. I did not want to be an artist, but this was what my father expected of me. After a while Signora left us, and a governess used to come and give me lessons in different things, because my father began to be afraid of my singing too much. But I still acted from time to time. Rebellious feelings grew stronger in me, and I wished to get away from this life, but I could not tell where to go, and I dreaded the world. Besides, I felt it would be wrong to leave my father. I dreaded doing wrong, for I thought I might get wicked and hateful to myself, in the same way that many others seemed hateful to me. For so long, I had never felt my outside world happy, and if I got wicked, I should lose my world of happy thoughts, where my mother lived with me. That was my childish notion all through those years. Oh, how long they were! Mirah fell to musing again. "Had you no teaching about what was your duty?" said Mrs. Meyrick. She did not like to say religion, finding herself on inspection rather dim as to what the Hebrew religion might have turned into at this date. "No, only that I ought to do what my father wished. He did not follow our religion at New York, and I think he wanted me not to know much about it. But because my mother used to take me to the synagogue, and I remembered sitting on her knee and looking through the railing and hearing the chanting and singing, I longed to go. One day when I was quite small I slipped out and tried to find the synagogue, but I lost myself a long while till a peddler questioned me and took me home. My father, missing me, had been in much fear and was very angry. I too had been so frightened at losing myself that it was long before I thought of venturing out again. But after Signora left us we went to rooms where our landlady was a Jewess and observed her religion. I asked her to take me with her to the synagogue, and I read in her prayer books and Bible, and when I had money enough I asked her to buy me books of my own, for these books seemed a closer companionship with my mother. I knew that she must have looked at the very words and said them. In that way I have come to know a little of our religion and the history of our people, besides piecing together what I read in plays and other books about Jews and Jewesses, because I was sure my mother obeyed her religion. I had left off asking my father about her. It is very dreadful to say it, but I began to disbelieve him. I had found that he did not always tell the truth, and made promises without meaning to keep them. And that raised my suspicion that my mother and brother were still alive, though he had told me they were dead. For in going over the past again, as I got older and knew more, I felt sure that my mother had been deceived, and had expected to see us back again after a very little while. And my father taking me on his knee and telling me that my mother and brother were both dead seemed to me now but a bit of acting, to set my mind at rest. The cruelty of that falsehood sank into me, and I hated all untruth because of it. I wrote to my mother secretly. I knew the street, Coleman Street, where we lived, and that it was not Blackfriars Bridge and the Coburg, and that our name was Cohen then, though my father called us Lapidoth because he said it was a name of his forefathers in Poland. I sent my letter secretly, but no answer came, and I thought there was no hope for me. Our life in America did not last much longer. My father suddenly told me we were to pack up and go to Hamburg, and I was rather glad. I hoped we might get among a different sort of people, and I knew German quite well, some German plays almost all by heart. My father spoke it better than he spoke English. I was 13 then, and I seemed to myself quite old. I knew so much, and yet so little. I think other children cannot feel as I did. I had often wished that I had been drowned when I was going away from my mother. But I set myself to obey and suffer. What else could I do? One day when we were on our voyage, a new thought came into my mind. I was not very ill that time, and I kept on deck a good deal. My father acted and sang and joked to amuse people on board, and I used often to hear remarks about him. One day when I was looking at the sea and nobody took notice of me, I overheard a gentleman say, "Oh, he is one of those clever Jews. A rascal, I shouldn't wonder. There's no race like them for cunning in the men and beauty in the women. I wonder what market he means that daughter for." When I heard this, it darted into my mind that the unhappiness in my life came from my being a Jewess, and that always to the end the world should think slightly of me, and that I must bear it, for I should be judged by that name. And it comforted me to believe that my suffering was part of the affliction of my people, my part of the long song of mourning that has been going on through ages and ages. For if many of our race were wicked and made merry in their wickedness, what was that but part of the affliction borne by the just among them, who were despised for the sins of their brethren? But you have not rejected me." Mirah had changed her tone in this last sentence, having suddenly reflected that at this moment she had reason not for complaint, but for gratitude. "And we will try to save you from being judged unjustly by others, my poor child," said Mrs. Meyrick, who had now given up all attempt at going on with her work, and sat listening with folded hands and a face hardly less eager than Mab's would have been.
Go on, go on, tell me all.
After that we lived in different towns, Hamburg and Vienna the longest. I began to study singing again, and my father always got money about the theaters. I think he brought a good deal of money from America. I never knew why we left. For some time he was in great spirits about my singing, and he made me rehearse parts and act continually. He looked forward to my coming out in the opera. But by and by it seemed that my voice would never be strong enough. It did not fulfill its promise. My master at Vienna said, "Don't strain it further. It will never do for the public. It is gold, but a thread of gold dust." My father was bitterly disappointed. We were not so well off at that time. I think I have not quite told you what I felt about my father. I knew he was fond of me and meant to indulge me, and that made me afraid of hurting him, but he always mistook what would please me and give me happiness. It was his nature to take everything lightly, and I soon left off asking him any questions about things that I cared for much, because he always turned them off with a joke. He would even ridicule our own people. And once when he had been imitating their movements and their tones in praying only to make others laugh, I could not restrain myself, for I always had an anger in my heart about my mother, and when we were alone I said, "Father, you ought not to mimic our own people before Christians who mock them. Would it not be bad if I mimicked you, that they might mock you?" But he only shrugged his shoulders and laughed and pinched my chin and said, "You couldn't do it, my dear." It was this way of turning off everything that made a great wall between me and my father, and whatever I felt most I took the most care to hide from him. For there were some things, when they were laughed at I could not bear it. The world seemed like a hell to me. Is this world and all the life upon it only like a farce or a vaudeville, where you find no great meanings? Why then are there tragedies and grand operas, where men do difficult things and choose to suffer? I think it is silly to speak of all things as a joke, and I saw that his wishing me to sing the greatest music and parts in grand operas was only wishing for what would fetch the greatest price. That hemmed in my gratitude for his affectionateness, and the tenderest feeling I had toward him was pity. Yes, I did sometimes pity him. He had aged and changed. Now he was no longer so lively. I thought he seemed worse, less good to others than to me. Every now and then, in the latter years, his gaiety went away suddenly, and he would sit at home silent and gloomy, or he would come in and fling himself down and sob, just as I have done myself when I have been in trouble. If I put my hand on his knee and say, "What is the matter, father?" he would make no answer, but would draw my arm around his neck and put his arm round me and go on crying. There never came any confidence between us. But oh, I was sorry for him. At those moments I knew he must feel his life bitter, and I pressed my cheek against his head and prayed. Those moments were what most bound me to him. And I used to think how much my mother once loved him, else she would not have married him. But soon there came the dreadful time. We had been at Pesth, and we came back to Vienna. In spite of what my master Leo had said, my father got me an engagement, not at the opera, but to take singing parts at a suburb theatre in Vienna. He had nothing to do with the theatre then. I did not understand what he did, but I think he was continually at a gambling house, though he was careful always about taking me to the theatre. I was very miserable. The plays I acted in were detestable to me. Men came about us and wanted to talk to me. Women and men seemed to look at me with a sneering smile. It was no better than a fiery furnace. Perhaps I make it worse than it was. You don't know that life. But the glare and the faces, and my having to go on and act and sing what I hated, and then see people who came to stare at me behind the scenes, it was all so much worse than when I was a little girl. I went through with it. I did it. I had set my mind to obey my father and work, for I saw nothing better that I could do. But I felt that my voice was getting weaker, and I knew that my acting was not good except when it was not really acting, but the part was one that I could be myself in, and some feeling within me carried me along. That was seldom. Then in the midst of all this the news came to me one morning that my father had been taken to prison, and he had sent for me. He did not tell me the reason why he was there, but he ordered me to go to an address he gave me to see a count who would be able to get him released. The address was to some public rooms where I was to ask for the count and beg him to come to my father. I found him, and recognized him as a gentleman whom I had seen the other night for the first time behind the scenes. That agitated me, for I remembered his way of looking at me and kissing my hand. I thought it was in mockery. But I delivered my errand, and he promised to go immediately to my father, who came home again that very evening, bringing the count with him. I now began to feel a horrible dread of this man, for he worried me with his attentions, and his eyes were always on me. I felt sure that whatever else there might be in his mind toward me, below it all there was scorn for the Jewess and the actress. And when he came to me the next day in the theatre and would put my shawl round me, a terror took hold of me. I saw that my father wanted me to look pleased. The count was neither very young nor very old. His hair and eyes were pale. He was tall and walked heavily, and his face was heavy and grave except when he looked at me. He smiled at me, and his smile went through me with horror. I could not tell why he was much worse to me than other men. Some feelings are like our hearing. They come as sounds do before we know their reason. My father talked to me about him when we were alone, and praised him, said what a good friend he had been. I said nothing, because I supposed he had got my father out of prison. When the count came again, my father left the room. He asked me if I liked being on the stage. I said no, I only acted in obedience to my father. He always spoke French, and called me petite ange, and such things, which I felt insulting. I knew he meant to make love to me, and I had it firmly in my mind that a nobleman and one who was not a Jew could have no love for me that was not half contempt. But then he told me that I need not act any longer. He wished me to visit him at his beautiful place, where I might be queen of everything. It was difficult to me to speak, I felt so shaken with anger. I could only say, I would rather stay on the stage forever, and I left him there. Hurrying out of the room, I saw my father sauntering in the passage. My heart was crushed. I went past him and locked myself up. It had sunk into me that my father was in a conspiracy with that man against me. But the next day he persuaded me to come out. He said that I had mistaken everything, and he would explain. If I did not come out and act and fulfill my engagement, we should be ruined, and he must starve. So I went on acting, and for a week or more the count never came near me. My father changed our lodgings, and kept at home except when he went to the theatre with me. He began one day to speak discouragingly of my acting, and say I could never go on singing in public. I should lose my voice. I ought to think of my future, and not put my nonsensical feelings between me and my fortune. He said, 'What will you do? You will be brought down to sing and beg at people's doors. You have had a splendid offer and ought to accept it.' I could not speak. A horror took possession of me when I thought of my mother and of him. I felt for the first time that I should not do wrong to leave him. But the next day he told me that he had put an end to my engagement at the theatre, and that we were going to go to Prague. I was getting suspicious of everything, and my will was hardening to act against him. It took us 2 days to pack and get ready, and I had it in my mind that I might be obliged to run away from my father, and then I would come to London and try it, if it were possible to find my mother. I had a little money, and I sold some things to get more. I packed a few clothes in a little bag that I should carry with me, and I kept my mind on the watch. My father's silence, his letting drop that subject of the Count's offer, made me feel sure that there was a plan against me. I felt as if it had been a plan to take me to a madhouse. I once saw a picture of a madhouse that I could never forget. It seemed to me very much like some of the life I had seen, the people strutting, quarreling, leering, the faces with cunning and malice in them. It was my will to keep myself from wickedness, and I prayed for help. I had seen what despised women were, and my heart turned against my father, for I saw always behind him that man who made me shudder. You will think I had not enough reason for my suspicions, and perhaps I had not, outside my own feeling, but it seemed to me that my mind had been lit up, and all that might be stood out clear and sharp. If I slept, it was only to see the same sort of things, and I could hardly sleep at all. Through our journey I was everywhere on the watch. I don't know why, but it came to me like a real event that my father would suddenly leave me and I should find myself with the Count where I could not get away from him. I thought God was warning me. My mother's voice was in my soul. It was dark when we reached Prague, and though the strange bunches of lamps were lit, it was difficult to distinguish faces as we drove along the street. My father chose to sit outside. He was always smoking now, and I watched everything in spite of the darkness. I do believe I could see better then than I ever did before. The strange clearness within seemed to have got outside me. It was not my habit to notice faces and figures much in the street, but this night I saw every one, and when we passed before a great hotel I caught sight only of a back that was passing in. The light of the great bunch of lamps a good way off fell on it. I knew it. Before the face was turned, as it fell into shadow, I knew who it was. Help came to me. I feel sure help came. I did not sleep that night. I put on my plainest things, the cloak and hat I have worn ever since, and I sat watching for the light and the sound of the doors being unbarred. Some one rose early, at 4 o'clock, to go to the railway. That gave me courage. I slipped out, with my little bag under my cloak, and none noticed me. I had been a long while attending to the railway guide that I might learn the way to England, and before the sun had risen I was in the train for Dresden. Then I cried for joy. I did not know whether my money would last out, but I trusted. I could sell the things in my bag and the little rings in my ears, and I could live on bread only. My only terror was lest my father should follow me. But I never paused. I came on and on and on, only eating bread now and then. When I got to Brussels I saw that I should not have enough money, and I sold all that I could sell. But here a strange thing happened. Putting my hand into the pocket of my cloak, I found a half-Napoleon. Wondering and wondering how it came there, I remembered that on the way from Cologne there was a young workman sitting against me. I was frightened at every one, and did not like to be spoken to. At first he tried to talk, but when he saw that I did not like it, he left off. It was a long journey. I ate nothing but a bit of bread, and he once offered me some of the food he brought in, but I refused it. I do believe it was he who put that bit of gold in my pocket. Without it I could hardly have got to Dover, and I did walk a good deal of the way from Dover to London. I knew I should look like a miserable beggar girl. I wanted not to look very miserable, because if I found my mother it would grieve her to see me so. But oh, how vain my hope was that she should be there to see me come. As soon as I set foot in London I began to ask for Lambeth and Blackfriars Bridge, and they were a long way off, and I went wrong. At last I got to Blackfriars Bridge and asked for Coleman Street. People shook their heads. None knew it. I saw it in my mind, our doorsteps, and the white tiles hung in the windows, and the large brick building opposite with wide doors. There was nothing like it. At last, when I asked a tradesman where the Coburg Theatre and Coleman Street were, he said, "Oh, my little woman, that's all done away with. The old streets have been pulled down. Everything is new." I turned away and felt as if death had laid a hand on me. He said, "Stop, stop, young woman, what is it you're wanting with Coleman Street, eh?" Meaning well, perhaps, but his tone was what I could not bear, and how could I tell him what I wanted? I felt blinded and bewildered with a sudden shock. I suddenly felt I was very weak and weary, and yet where could I go? For I looked so poor and dusty and had nothing with me. I looked like a street beggar. I was afraid of all places where I could enter. I lost my trust. I thought I was forsaken. It seemed that I had been in a fervor of hope, delirious all the way from Prague. I thought that I was helped, and I did nothing but strain my mind forward and think of finding my mother. And now, there I stood in a strange world. All who saw me would think ill of me, and I must herd with beggars. I stood on the bridge and looked along the river. People were going on to the steamboat. Many of them seemed poor, and I felt as if it would be a refuge to get away from the streets. Perhaps the boat would take me where I could soon get into a solitude. I had still some pence left, and I bought a loaf when I went on the boat. I wanted to have a little time and strength to think of life and death. How could I live? And now again it seemed that if ever I were to find my mother again, death was on the way to her. I ate that I might have strength to think. The boat set me down at a place along the river, I don't know where, and it was late in the evening. I found some large trees apart from the road, and I sat down under them that I might rest through the night. Sleep must have soon come to me, and when I awoke it was morning. The birds were singing, and the dew was white about me. I felt chill, and oh, so lonely. I got up and walked and followed the river a long way, and then turned back again. There was no reason why I should go anywhere. The world about me seemed like a vision that was hurrying by while I stood still with my pain. My thoughts were stronger than I was. They rushed in and forced me to see all my life from the beginning, ever since I was carried away from my mother and had felt myself a lost child taken up and used by strangers who did not care what my life was to me, but only what I could do for them. It seemed all a weary wandering and heart-loneliness, as if I had been forced to go to merry-makings without the expectation of joy. And now it was worse. I was lost again, and I dreaded lest any stranger should notice me and speak to me. I had a terror of the world. None knew me. All would mistake me. I had seen so many in my life who had made themselves glad with scorning and laughed at another's shame. What could I do? This life seemed to be closing in upon me with a wall of fire. Everything there was scorching that made me shrink. The high sunlight made me shrink, and I began to think that my despair was the voice of God telling me to die. But it would take me long to die of hunger. Then I thought of my people, how they had been driven from land to land and been afflicted, and multitudes had died of misery in their wandering. Was I the first? And in the wars and troubles when Christians were cruelest, our fathers had sometimes slain their children and afterward themselves. It was to save them from being false apostates. That seemed to make it right for me to put an end to my life, for calamity had closed me in too, and I saw no pathway but to evil. But my mind got into war with itself, for there were contrary things in it. I knew that some had held it wrong to hasten their own death, though they were in the midst of flames, and while I had some strength left, it was a longing to bear if I ought to bear. Else where was the good of all my life? It had not been happy since the first years. When the light came every morning, I used to think, I will bear it. But always before I had some hope. Now it was gone. With these thoughts I wandered and wandered, inwardly crying to the Most High, from whom I should not flee in death more than in life, though I had no strong faith that he cared for me. The strength seemed departing from my soul. Deep below all my cries was the feeling that I was alone and forsaken. The more I thought the wearier I got, till it seemed I was not thinking at all, but only the sky and the river and the eternal God were in my soul. And what was it whether I died or lived? If I lay down to die in the river, was it more than lying down to sleep? For there too I committed my soul. I gave myself up. I could not bear memories any longer. I could only feel what was present in me. It was all one longing to cease from my weary life, which seemed only a pain outside the great peace that I might enter into. That was how it was. When the evening came and the sun was gone, it seemed as if that was all I had to wait for, and a new strength came into me to will what I would do. You know what I did. I was going to die. You know what happened. Did he not tell you? Faith came to me again. I was not forsaken. He told you how he found me? Mrs. Merrick gave no audible answer, but pressed her lips against Mirah's forehead. "She's just a pearl, the mud has only washed her," was the fervid little woman's closing commentary, when, tête-à-tête with Deronda in the back parlor that evening, she had conveyed Mirah's story to him with much vividness. "What is your feeling about a search for this mother?" said Deronda. "Have you no fears?" "I have, I confess." "Oh, I believe the mother's good," said Mrs. Merrick, with rapid decisiveness, "or was good. She may be dead. That's my fear. A good woman, you may depend. You may know it by the scoundrel the father is. Where did the child get her goodness from? Wheat and flour has to be accounted for." Deronda was rather disappointed at this answer. He had wanted a confirmation of his own judgment, and he began to put in demurrers. The argument about the mother would not apply to the brother, and Mrs. Merrick admitted that the brother might be an ugly likeness of the father. Then, as to advertising, if the name was Cohen, you might as well advertise for 2 undescribed terriers. And here Mrs. Merrick helped him, for the idea of an advertisement, already mentioned to Mirah, had roused the poor child's terror. She was convinced that her father would see it. He saw everything in the papers. Certainly there were safer means than advertising. Men might be set to work whose business it was to find missing persons. But Deronda wished Mrs. Merrick to feel with him that it would be wiser to wait before seeking a dubious, perhaps a deplorable result, especially as he was engaged to go abroad the next week for a couple of months. If a search were made he would like to be at hand, so that Mrs. Merrick might not be unaided in meeting any consequences, supposing that she would generously continue to watch over Mirah. "We should be very jealous of any one who took the task from us," said Mrs. Merrick. "She will stay under my roof. There is Hans's old room for her." "Will she be content to wait?" said Deronda, anxiously. "No trouble there. It is not her nature to run into planning and devising, only to submit. See how she submitted to that father! It was a wonder to herself how she found the will and contrivance to run away from him. About finding her mother, her only notion now is to trust. Since you were sent to save her, and we are good to her, she trusts that her mother will be found in the same unsought way. And when she is talking, I catch her feeling like a child." Mrs. Merrick hoped that the sum Deronda put into her hands as a provision for Mirah's wants was more than would be needed. After a little while Mirah would perhaps like to occupy herself as the other girls did, and make herself independent. Deronda pleaded that she must need a long rest. "Oh, yes, we will hurry nothing," said Mrs. Merrick. "Rely upon it, she shall be taken tender care of. If you like to give me your address abroad, I will write to let you know how we get on. It is not fair that we should have all the pleasure of her salvation to ourselves. And besides, I want to make believe that I am doing something for you as well as for Mirah." "That is no make-believe. What should I have done without you last night? Everything would have gone wrong. I shall tell Hans that the best of having him for a friend is, knowing his mother."
After that they joined the girls in the other room, where Mirah was seated placidly, while the others were telling her what they knew about Mr. Deronda, his goodness to Hans, and all the virtues that Hans had reported of him. "Kate burns a pastille before his portrait every day," said Mab, "and I carry his signature in a little black silk bag round my neck to keep off the cramp. And Amy says the multiplication table in his name. We must all do something extra in honor of him, now he has brought you to us." "I suppose he is too great a person to want anything," said Mirah, smiling at Mab, appealing to the graver Amy. "He is perhaps very high in the world." "He is very much above us in rank," said Amy. "He is related to grand people. I dare say he leans on some of the satin cushions we prick our fingers over." "I am glad he is of high rank," said Mirah, with her usual quietness. "Now why are you glad of that?" said Amy, rather suspicious of this sentiment, and on the watch for Jewish peculiarities which had not appeared. "Because I have always disliked men of high rank before." "Oh, Mr. Deronda is not so very high," said Kate. "He need not hinder us from thinking ill of the whole peerage and baronetage if we like." When he entered, Mirah rose with the same look of grateful reverence that she had lifted to him the evening before. Impossible to see a creature freer at once from embarrassment and boldness. Her theatrical training had left no recognizable trace. Probably her manners had not much changed since she played the forsaken child at 9 years of age, and she had grown up in her simplicity and truthfulness like a little flower seed that absorbs the chance confusion of its surrounding into its own definite mold of beauty. Deronda felt that he was making acquaintance with something quite new to him in the form of womanhood, for Mirah was not childlike from ignorance. Her experience of evil and trouble was deeper and stranger than his own. He felt inclined to watch her and listen to her as if she had come from a far-off shore inhabited by a race different from our own. But for that very reason he made his visit brief, with his usual activity of imagination as to how his conduct might affect others. He shrank from what might seem like curiosity or the assumption of a right to know as much as he pleased of one to whom he had done a service. For example, he would have liked to hear her sing, but he would have felt the expression of such a wish to be rudeness in him, since she could not refuse, and he would all the while have a sense that she was being treated like one whose accomplishments were to be ready on demand. And whatever reverence could be shown to woman he was bent on showing to this girl. Why? He gave himself several good reasons. But whatever one does with a strong, unhesitating outflow of will has a store of motive that it would be hard to put into words. Some deeds seem little more than interjections which give vent to the long passion of a life. So Deronda soon took his farewell for the 2 months during which he expected to be absent from London, and in a few days he was on his way with Sir Hugo and Lady Mallinger to Leubronn. He had fulfilled his intention of telling them about Mirah. The baronet was decidedly of opinion that the search for the mother and brother had better be let alone. Lady Mallinger was much interested in the poor girl, observing that there was a society for the conversion of the Jews, and that it was to be hoped Mirah would embrace Christianity. But perceiving that Sir Hugo looked at her with amusement, she concluded that she had said something foolish. Lady Mallinger felt apologetically about herself as a woman who had produced nothing but daughters in a case where sons were required, and hence regarded the apparent contradictions of the world as probably due to the weakness of her own understanding. But when she was much puzzled, it was her habit to say to herself, "I will ask Daniel." Deronda was altogether a convenience in the family, and Sir Hugo too, after intending to do the best for him, had begun to feel that the pleasantest result would be to have this substitute for a son always ready at his elbow. This was the history of Deronda, so far as he knew it, up to the time of that visit to Leubronn in which he saw Gwendolen Harleth at the gaming table. End of chapter 20. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 21. It is a common sentence that knowledge is power. But who hath duly considered or set forth the power of ignorance? Knowledge slowly builds up what ignorance in an hour pulls down. Knowledge through patient and frugal centuries enlarges discovery and makes record of it. Ignorance, wanting its day's dinner, lights a fire with the record, and gives a flavor to its one roast with the burned souls of many generations. Knowledge, instructing the sense, refining and multiplying needs, transforms itself into skill and makes life various with a new 6 days' work. Comes ignorance drunk on the seventh, with a firkin of oil and a match and an easy "let there not be," and the many-colored creation is shriveled up in blackness. Of a truth, knowledge is power, but it is a power reigned by scruple, having a conscience of what must be and what may be, whereas ignorance is a blind giant who, let him but wax unbound, would make it a sport to seize the pillars that hold up the long-wrought fabric of human good, and turn all the places of joy dark as a buried Babylon. And looking at life parcel-wise, in the growth of a single lot, who having a practiced vision may not see that ignorance of the true bond between events, and false conceit of means whereby sequences may be compelled, like that falsity of eyesight which overlooks the gradations of distance, seeing that which is afar off as if it were within a step or a grasp, precipitates the mistaken soul on destruction? It was 10:30 in the morning when Gwendolen Harleth, after her gloomy journey from Leubronn, arrived at the station from which she must drive to Offendene. No carriage or friend was awaiting her, for in the telegram she had sent from Dover she had mentioned a later train, and in her impatience of lingering at a London station she had set off without picturing what it would be to arrive unannounced at half an hour's drive from home, at one of those stations which have been fixed on not as near anywhere, but as equidistant from everywhere. Deposited as a femme sole with her large trunks, and having to wait while a vehicle was being got from the large-sized lantern called the Railway Inn, Gwendolen felt that the dirty paint in the waiting-room, the dusty decanter of flat water, and the texts in large letters calling on her to repent and to be converted, were part of the dreary prospect opened by her family troubles, and she hurried away to the outer door looking toward the lane and fields. But here the very gleams of sunshine seemed melancholy, for the autumnal leaves and grass were shivering, and the wind was turning up the feathers of a cock and 2 croaking hens which had doubtless parted with their grown-up offspring and did not know what to do with themselves. The railway official also seemed without resources, and his innocent demeanor in observing Gwendolen and her trunks was rendered intolerable by the cast in his eye, especially since, being a new man, he did not know her, and must conclude that she was not very high in the world. The vehicle, a dirty old barouche, was within sight, and was being slowly prepared by an elderly laborer. Contemptible details these, to make part of a history, yet the turn of most lives is hardly to be accounted for without them. They are continually entering with cumulative force into a mood until it gets the mass and momentum of a theory or a motive. Even philosophy is not quite free from such determining influences, and to be dropped solitary at an ugly, irrelevant-looking spot, with a sense of no income on the mind, might well prompt a man to discouraging speculation on the origin of things and the reason of a world where a subtler thinker found himself so badly off. How much more might such trifles tell on a young lady equipped for society, with a fastidious taste, an Indian shawl over her arm, some 20 cubic feet of trunks by her side, and a mortal dislike to the new consciousness of poverty which was stimulating her imagination of disagreeables? At any rate, they told heavily on poor Gwendolen, and helped to quell her resistant spirit. What was the good of living in the midst of hardships, ugliness, and humiliation? This was the beginning of being at home again, and it was a sample of what she had to expect. Here was the theme on which her discontent rung its sad changes during her slow drive in the uneasy barouche, with one great trunk squeezing the meek driver, and the other fastened with a rope on the seat in front of her. Her ruling vision all the way from Leubronn had been that the family would go abroad again, For of course there must be some little income left. Her mamma did not mean that they would have literally nothing. To go to a dull place abroad and live poorly was the dismal future that threatened her. She had seen plenty of poor English people abroad, and imagined herself plunged in the despised dullness of their ill-plenished lives, with Alice, Bertha, Fanny, and Isabel all growing up in tediousness around her, while she advanced toward 30, and her mamma got more and more melancholy. But she did not mean to submit and let misfortune do what it would with her. She had not yet quite believed in the misfortune, but weariness and disgust with this wretched arrival had begun to affect her like an uncomfortable waking, worse than the uneasy dreams which had gone before. The self-delight with which she had kissed her image in the glass had faded before the sense of futility in being anything whatever. Charming, clever, resolute, what was the good of it all? Events might turn out anyhow, and men were hateful. Yes, men were hateful. But in these last hours a certain change had come over their meaning. It is one thing to hate stolen goods, and another thing to hate them the more because their being stolen hinders us from making use of them. Gwendolen had begun to be angry with Grandcourt for being what had hindered her from marrying him, angry with him as the cause of her present dreary lot. But the slow drive was nearly at an end, and the lumbering vehicle coming up the avenue was within sight of the windows. A figure appearing under the portico brought a rush of new and less selfish feeling in Gwendolen, and when springing from the carriage she saw the dear beautiful face with fresh lines of sadness in it, she threw her arms round her mother's neck, and for the moment felt all sorrows only in relation to her mother's feeling about them. Behind, of course, were the sad faces of the four superfluous girls, each, poor thing, like those other many thousand sisters of us all, having her peculiar world which was of no importance to any one else, but all of them feeling Gwendolen's presence to be somehow a relenting of misfortune. Where Gwendolen was, something interesting would happen. Even her hurried submission to their kisses, and "Now go away, girls," carried the sort of comfort which all weakness finds in decision and authoritativeness. Good Miss Mary, whose air of meek depression, hitherto held unaccountable in a governess affectionately attached to the family, was now at the general level of circumstances, did not expect any greeting, but busied herself with the trunks and the coachman's pay, while Mrs. Davilow and Gwendolen hastened upstairs and shut themselves in the black and yellow bedroom. "Never mind, mamma dear," said Gwendolen, tenderly pressing her handkerchief against the tears that were rolling down Mrs. Davilow's cheeks. "Never mind. I don't mind. I will do something. I will be something. Things will come right. It seemed worse because I was away. Come now, you must be glad because I am here." Gwendolen felt every word of that speech. A rush of compassionate tenderness stirred all her capability of generous resolution, and the self-confident projects which had vaguely glanced before her during her journey sprang instantaneously into new definiteness. Suddenly she seemed to perceive how she could be something. It was one of her best moments, and the fond mother, forgetting everything below that tide-mark, looked at her with a sort of adoration. She said, "Bless you, my good, good darling. I can be happy if you can." But later in the day there was an ebb. The old slippery rocks, the old weedy places reappeared. Naturally there was a shrinking of courage as misfortune ceased to be a mere announcement and began to disclose itself as a grievous, tyrannical inmate. At first, that ugly drive at an end, it was still Offendene that Gwendolen had come home to, and all surroundings of immediate consequence to her were still there to secure her personal ease. The roomy stillness of the large solid house while she rested, all the luxuries of her toilette cared for without trouble to her, and a little tray with her favorite fruit brought to her in private, for she had said, "Keep them all away from us to-day, mamma. Let you and me be alone together." When Gwendolen came down into the drawing-room, fresh as a newly dipped swan, and sat leaning against the cushions of the settee beside her mamma, their misfortune had not yet turned its face and breath upon her. She felt prepared to hear everything, and began in a tone of deliberate intention, "What have you thought of doing exactly, mamma?" "Oh, my dear, the next thing to be done is to move away from this house. Mr. Haynes most fortunately is as glad to have it now as he would have been when we took it. Lord Brackenshaw's agent is to arrange everything with him to the best advantage for us. Bazley, you know, not at all an ill-natured man." "I cannot help thinking that Lord Brackenshaw would let you stay here rent-free, mamma," said Gwendolen, whose talents had not been applied to business so much as to discernment of the admiration excited by her charms. "My dear child, Lord Brackenshaw is in Scotland and knows nothing about us. Neither your uncle nor I would choose to apply to him. Besides, what could we do in this house without servants, and without money to warm it? The sooner we are out the better. We have nothing to carry but our clothes, you know." "I suppose you mean to go abroad, then," said Gwendolen. After all, this is what she had familiarized her mind with. "Oh, no, dear no. How could we travel? You never did learn anything about income and expenses," said Mrs. Davilow, trying to smile, and putting her hand on Gwendolen's as she added mournfully, "That makes it so much harder for you, my pet." "But where are we to go?" said Gwendolen, with a trace of sharpness in her tone. She felt a new current of fear passing through her. "It is all decided. A little furniture is to be got in from the rectory, all that can be spared." Mrs. Davilow hesitated. She dreaded the reality for herself less than the shock she must give to Gwendolen, who looked at her with tense expectancy, but was silent. "It is Sawyer's Cottage we are to go to." At first Gwendolen remained silent, paling with anger, justifiable anger in her opinion. Then she said with haughtiness, "That is impossible. Something else than that ought to have been thought of. My uncle ought not to allow that. I will not submit to it." "My sweet child, what else could have been thought of? Your uncle, I am sure, is as kind as he can be, but he is suffering himself. He has his family to bring up. And do you quite understand? You must remember we have nothing. We shall have absolutely nothing except what he and my sister give us. They have been as wise and active as possible, and we must try to earn something. I and the girls are going to work a tablecloth border for the Ladies' Charity at Winchester, and a communion cloth that the parishioners are to present to Pennicote Church." Mrs. Davilow went into these details timidly, but how else was she to bring the fact of their position home to this poor child, who alas must submit at present, whatever might be in the background for her? And she herself had a superstition that there must be something better in the background. "But surely somewhere else than Sawyer's Cottage might have been found," Gwendolen persisted, taken hold of, as if in a nightmare, by the image of this house where an exciseman had lived. "No, indeed, dear. You know houses are scarce, and we may be thankful to get anything so private. It is not so very bad. There are 2 little parlors and 4 bedrooms. You shall sit alone whenever you like." The ebb of sympathetic care for her mamma had gone so low just now that Gwendolen took no notice of these deprecatory words. "I cannot conceive that all your property is gone at once, mamma. How can you be sure in so short a time? It is not a week since you wrote to me." "The first news came much earlier, dear, but I would not spoil your pleasure till it was quite necessary." "Oh, how vexatious!" said Gwendolen, coloring with fresh anger. "If I had known, I could have brought home the money I had won. And for want of knowing, I stayed and lost it. I had nearly £200, and it would have done for us to live on a little while, till I could carry out some plan." She paused an instant, and then added more impetuously, "Everything has gone against me. People have come near me only to blight me." Among the people she was including Deronda. If he had not interfered in her life, she would have gone to the gaming table again with a few napoleons, and might have won back her losses. "We must resign ourselves to the will of Providence, my child," said poor Mrs. Davilow, startled by this revelation of the gambling, but not daring to say more. She felt sure that people meant Grandcourt, about whom her lips were sealed. And Gwendolen answered immediately, "But I don't resign myself. I shall do what I can against it. What is the good of calling all the people's wickedness Providence? You said in your letter it was Mr. Lossman's fault we had lost our money. Has he run away with it all?" "No, dear, you don't understand. There were great speculations. He meant to gain. It was all about mines and things of that sort. He risked too much." "I don't call that Providence. It was his improvidence with our money, and he ought to be punished. Can't we go to law and recover our fortune? My uncle ought to take measures and not sit down by such wrongs. We ought to go to law." "My dear child, law can never bring back money lost in that way. Your uncle says it is milk spilled upon the ground. Besides, one must have a fortune to get any law. There is no law for people who are ruined. And our money has only gone along with other people's. We are not the only sufferers. Others have had to resign themselves besides us." "But I don't resign myself to live at Sawyer's Cottage and see you working for sixpences and shillings because of that. I shall not do it. I shall do what is more befitting our rank and education." "I am sure your uncle and all of us will approve of that, dear, and admire you the more for it," said Mrs. Davilow, glad of an unexpected opening for speaking on a difficult subject. "I didn't mean that you should resign yourself to worse when anything better offered itself. Both your uncle and aunt have felt that your abilities and education were a fortune for you, and they have already heard of something within your reach." "What is that, mamma?" Some of Gwendolen's anger gave way to interest, and she was not without romantic conjectures. "There are two situations that offer themselves. One is in a bishop's family where there are 3 daughters, and the other is in quite a high class of school. And in both your French and music and dancing, and then your manners and habits as a lady are exactly what is wanted. Each is 100 a year, and just for the present," Mrs. Davilow had become frightened and hesitating, "to save you from the petty, common way of living that we must go to, you would perhaps accept one of the two." "What! Be like Miss Graves at Madame Meunier's? No!" "I think myself that Dr. Monpert's would be more suitable. There could be no hardship in a bishop's family." "Excuse me, mamma. There are hardships everywhere for a governess, and I don't see that it would be pleasanter to be looked down on in a bishop's family than in any other. Besides, you know very well I hate teaching. Fancy me shut up with 3 awkward girls, something like Alice. I would rather emigrate than be a governess." What it precisely was to emigrate, Gwendolen was not called on to explain. Mrs. Davilow was mute, seeing no outlet, and thinking with dread of the collision that might happen when Gwendolen had to meet her aunt and uncle. There was an air of reticence in Gwendolen's haughty, resistant speeches which implied that she had a definite plan in reserve, and her practical ignorance continually exhibited could not nullify the mother's belief in the effectiveness of that forcible will and daring which had held mastery over herself. "I have some ornaments, mamma, and I could sell them," said Gwendolen. "They would make a sum. I want a little sum, just to go on with. I dare say Marshall at Wanchester would take them. I know he showed me some bracelets once that he said he had bought from a lady. Jocosa might go and ask him. Jocosa is going to leave us, of course, but she might do that first." "She would do anything she could, poor dear soul. I have not told you yet. She wanted me to take all her savings, her £300. I tell her to set up a little school. It will be hard for her to go into a new family now she has been so long with us." "Oh, recommend her for the bishop's daughters," said Gwendolen, with a sudden gleam of laughter in her face. "I am sure she will do better than I should." "Do take care not to say such things to your uncle," said Mrs. Davilow. "He will be hurt at your despising what he has exerted himself about. But I dare say you have something else in your mind that he might not disapprove if you consulted him." "There is some one else I want to consult first. Are the Arrowpoints at Quetcham still, and is Herr Klesmer there? But I dare say you know nothing about it, poor dear mamma. Can Jeffries go on horseback with a note?" "Oh, my dear, Jeffries is not here, and the dealer has taken the horses. But some one could go for us from Leek's farm. The Arrowpoints are at Quetcham, I know. Miss Arrowpoint left her card the other day. I could not see her. But I don't know about Herr Klesmer. Do you want to send before to-morrow?" "Yes, as soon as possible. I will write a note," said Gwendolen, rising. "What can you be thinking of, Gwen?" said Mrs. Davilow, relieved in the midst of her wonderment by signs of alacrity and better humor. "Don't mind what? There's a dear good mamma," said Gwendolen, reseating herself a moment to give atoning caresses. "I mean to do something. Never mind what until it is all settled, and then you shall be comforted. The dear face! It is 10 years older in these 3 weeks.
"Now, now, now, don't cry." Gwendolen, holding her mamma's head with both hands, kissed the trembling eyelids. "But mind you don't contradict me or put hindrances in my way. I must decide for myself. I cannot be dictated to by my uncle or any one else. My life is my own affair. And I think"—here her tone took an edge of scorn—"I think I can do better for you than let you live in Sawyer's Cottage." In uttering this last sentence, Gwendolen again rose and went to a desk where she wrote the following note to Klesmer: Miss Harleth presents her compliments to Herr Klesmer, and ventures to request of him the very great favor that he will call upon her, if possible, to-morrow. Her reason for presuming so far on his kindness is of a very serious nature. Unfortunate family circumstances have obliged her to take a course in which she can only turn for advice to the great knowledge and judgment of Herr Klesmer. "Pray get this sent to Quetcham at once, mamma," said Gwendolen, as she addressed the letter. "The man must be told to wait for an answer. Let no time be lost." For the moment the absorbing purpose was to get the letter dispatched, but when she had been assured on this point, another anxiety arose and kept her in a state of uneasy excitement. If Klesmer happened not to be at Quetcham, what could she do next? Gwendolen's belief in her star, so to speak, had had some bruises. Things had gone against her. A splendid marriage which presented itself within reach had shown a hideous flaw. The chances of roulette had not adjusted themselves to her claims, and a man of whom she knew nothing had thrust himself between her and her intentions. The conduct of those uninteresting people who manage the business of the world had been culpable just in the points most injurious to her in particular. Gwendolen Harleth, with all her beauty and conscious force, felt the close threats of humiliation. For the first time the conditions of this world seemed to her like a hurrying, roaring crowd in which she had got astray, no more cared for and protected than a myriad of other girls, in spite of its being a peculiar hardship to her. If Klesmer were not at Quetcham, that would be all of a piece with the rest. The unwelcome negative urged itself as a probability, and set her brain working at desperate alternatives which might deliver her from Sawyer's Cottage, or the ultimate necessity of taking a situation, a phrase that summed up for her the disagreeables most wounding to her pride, most irksome to her tastes, at least so far as her experience enabled her to imagine disagreeables. Still Klesmer might be there, and Gwendolen thought of the result in that case with a hopefulness which even cast a satisfactory light over her peculiar troubles, as what might well enter into the biography of celebrities and remarkable persons. And if she had heard her immediate acquaintances cross-examined as to whether they thought her remarkable, the first who said no would have surprised her. End of chapter 21. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 22. We please our fancy with ideal webs of innovation, but our life meanwhile is in the loom, where busy passion plies the shuttle to and fro, and gives our deeds the accustomed pattern. Gwendolen's note, coming pat betwixt too early and too late, was put into Klesmer's hands just when he was leaving Quetcham, and in order to meet her appeal to his kindness, he, with some inconvenience to himself, spent the night at Wanchester. There were reasons why he would not remain at Quetcham. That magnificent mansion, fitted with regard to the greatest expense, had in fact become too hot for him, its owners having, like some great politicians, been astonished at an insurrection against the established order of things, which we plain people after the event can perceive to have been prepared under their very noses. There were as usual many guests in the house, and among them one in whom Miss Arrowpoint foresaw a new pretender to her hand, a political man of good family who confidently expected a peerage,
and fell on public grounds that he required a larger fortune to support the title properly. Heiresses vary, and persons interested in one of them beforehand are prepared to find that she is too yellow or too red, tall and toppling or short and square, violent and capricious or moony and insipid. But in every case it is taken for granted that she will consider herself an appendage to her fortune, and marry where others think her fortunes ought to go. Nature, however, not only accommodates herself ill to our favorite practices by making only children daughters, but also now and then endows the misplaced daughter with a clear head and a strong will. The Arrowpoints had already felt some anxiety owing to these endowments of their Catherine. She would not accept the view of her social duty which required her to marry a needy nobleman or a commoner on the ladder toward nobility, and they were not without uneasiness concerning her persistence in declining suitable offers. As to the possibility of her being in love with Klesmer, they were not at all uneasy, a very common sort of blindness, for in general mortals have a great power of being astonished at the presence of an effect toward which they have done everything, and at the absence of an effect toward which they had done nothing but desire it. Parents are astonished at the ignorance of their sons, though they have used the most time-honored and expensive means of securing it. Husbands and wives are mutually astonished at the loss of affection which they have taken no pains to keep. And all of us in our turn are apt to be astonished that our neighbors do not admire us. In this way it happens that the truth seems highly improbable. The truth is something different from the habitual lazy combinations begotten by our wishes. The Arrowpoints' hour of astonishment was come. When there is a passion between an heiress and a proud, independent-spirited man, it is difficult for them to come to an understanding, but the difficulties are likely to be overcome unless the proud man secures himself by a constant alibi. Brief meetings after studied absence are potent in disclosure, but more potent still is frequent companionship, with full sympathy in taste and admirable qualities on both sides, especially where the one is in the position of teacher, and the other is delightedly conscious of receptive ability which also gives the teacher delight. The situation is famous in history, and has no less charm now than it had in the days of Abelard. But this kind of comparison had not occurred to the Arrowpoints when they first engaged Klesmer to come down to Quetcham. To have a first-rate musician in your house is a privilege of wealth. Catherine's musical talent demanded every advantage, and she particularly desired to use her quieter time in the country for more thorough study. Klesmer was not yet a Liszt, understood to be adored by ladies of all European countries with the exception of Lapland. And even with that understanding it did not follow that he would make proposals to an heiress. No musician of honor would do so. Still less was it conceivable that Catherine would give him the slightest pretext for such daring. The large check that Mr. Arrowpoint was to draw in Klesmer's name seemed to make him as safe an inmate as a footman. Where marriage is inconceivable, a girl's sentiments are safe. Klesmer was eminently a man of honor, but marriages rarely begin with formal proposals, and moreover Catherine's limit of the conceivable did not exactly correspond with her mother's. Outsiders might have been more apt to think that Klesmer's position was dangerous for himself if Miss Arrowpoint had been an acknowledged beauty, not taking into account that the most powerful of all beauty is that which reveals itself after sympathy and not before it. There is a charm of eye and lip which comes with every little phrase that certifies delicate perception or fine judgment, with every unostentatious word or smile that shows a heart awake to others. And no sweep of garment or turn of figure is more satisfying than that which enters as a restoration of confidence that one person is present on whom no intention will be lost. What dignity of meaning goes on gathering in frowns and laughs which are never observed in the wrong place! What suffused adorableness in a human frame where there is a mind that can flash out comprehension and hands that can execute finely! The more obvious beauty, also adorable sometimes, one may say it without blasphemy, begins by being an apology for folly, and ends, like other apologies, in becoming tiresome by iteration; and that Klesmer, though very susceptible to it, should have a passionate attachment to Miss Arrowpoint, was no more a paradox than any other triumph of a manifold sympathy over a monotonous attraction. We object less to be taxed with the enslaving excess of our passions than with our deficiency in wider passion. But if the truth were known, our reputed intensity is often the dullness of not knowing what else to do with ourselves. Tannhäuser, one suspects, was a knight of ill-furnished imagination, hardly of larger discourse than a heavy guardsman. Merlin had certainly seen his best days, and was merely repeating himself, when he fell into that hopeless captivity; and we know that Ulysses felt so manifest an ennui under similar circumstances that Calypso herself furthered his departure. There is indeed a report that he afterward left Penelope, but since she was habitually absorbed in worsted work, and it was probably from her that Telemachus got his mean pettifogging disposition, always anxious about the property and the daily consumption of meat, no inference can be drawn from this already dubious scandal as to the relation between companionship and constancy. Klesmer was as versatile and fascinating as a young Ulysses on a sufficient acquaintance, one whom nature seemed to have first made generously, and then to have added music as a dominant power, using all the abundant rest, and, as in Mendelssohn, finding expression for itself not only in the highest finish of execution, but in that fervor of creative work and theoretic belief which pierces devoted purpose. His foibles of arrogance and vanity did not exceed such as may be found in the best English families, and Catherine Arrowpoint had no corresponding restlessness to clash with his. Notwithstanding her native kindliness, she was perhaps too coolly firm and self-sustained, but she was one of those satisfactory creatures whose intercourse has the charm of discovery, whose integrity of faculty and expression begets a wish to know what they will say on all subjects, or how they will perform whatever they undertake, so that they end by raising not only a continual expectation, but a continual sense of fulfillment, the systole and diastole of blissful companionship. In such cases the outward presentment easily becomes what the image is to the worshipper. It was not long before the two became aware that each was interesting to the other. But the how far remained a matter of doubt. Klesmer did not conceive that Miss Arrowpoint was likely to think of him as a possible lover, and she was not accustomed to think of herself as likely to stir more than a friendly regard, or to fear the expression of more from any man who was not enamored of her fortune. Each was content to suffer some unshared sense of denial for the sake of loving the other's society a little too well; and under these conditions no need had been felt to restrict Klesmer's visits for the last year, either in country or in town. He knew very well that if Miss Arrowpoint had been poor, he would have made ardent love to her instead of sending a storm through the piano, or folding his arms and pouring out a hyperbolic tirade about something as impersonal as the North Pole. And she was not less aware that if it had been possible for Klesmer to wish for her hand, she would have found overmastering reasons for giving it to him. Here was the safety of full cups, which are as secure from overflow as the half empty, always supposing no disturbance. Naturally, silent feeling had not remained at the same point any more than the stealthy dial hand, and in the present visit to Quetcham, Klesmer had begun to think that he would not come again, while Catherine was more sensitive to his frequent brusquerie, which she rather resented as a needless effort to assert his footing of superior in every sense except the conventional. Meanwhile enters the expectant peer, Mr. Bult, an esteemed party man who, rather neutral in private life, had strong opinions concerning the districts of the Niger, was much at home also in Brazils, spoke with decision of affairs in the South Sea, was studious of his parliamentary and itinerant speeches, and had the general solidity and suffusive pinkness of a healthy Briton on the central table-land of life. Catherine, aware of a tacit understanding that he was an undeniable husband for an heiress, had nothing to say against him but that he was thoroughly tiresome to her. Mr. Bult was amiably confident, and had no idea that his insensibility to counterpoint could even be reckoned against him. Klesmer he hardly regarded in the light of a serious human being who ought to have a vote, and he did not mind Miss Arrowpoint's addiction to music any more than her probable expenses in antique lace. He was consequently a little amazed at an after-dinner outburst of Klesmer's on the lack of idealism in English politics, which left all mutuality between distant races to be determined simply by the need of a market. The Crusades, to his mind, had at least this excuse, that they had a banner of sentiment round which generous feelings could rally. Of course the scoundrels rallied too, but what then? They rally in equal force round your advertisement van of buy cheap, sell dear. On this theme Klesmer's eloquence, gesticulatory and other, went on for a little while like stray fireworks accidentally ignited, and then sank into immovable silence. Mr. Bult was not surprised that Klesmer's opinions should be flighty, but was astonished at his command of English idiom and his ability to put a point in a way that would have told at a constituents' dinner, to be accounted for probably by his being a Pole, or a Czech, or something of that fermenting sort, in a state of political refugeeism which had obliged him to make a profession of his music. And that evening in the drawing-room he for the first time went up to Klesmer at the piano, Miss Arrowpoint being near, and said, "I had no idea before that you were a political man." Klesmer's only answer was to fold his arms, put out his nether lip, and stare at Mr. Bult. "You must have been used to public speaking. You speak uncommonly well, though I don't agree with you. From what you said about sentiment, I fancy you are a Panslavist." "No, my name is Elijah. I am the Wandering Jew," said Klesmer, flashing a smile at Miss Arrowpoint, and suddenly making a mysterious wind-like rush backward and forward on the piano. Mr. Bult felt this buffoonery rather offensive and Polish, but Miss Arrowpoint, being there, did not like to move away. "Herr Klesmer has cosmopolitan ideas," said Miss Arrowpoint, trying to make the best of the situation. "He looks forward to a fusion of races." "With all my heart," said Mr. Bult, willing to be gracious. "I was sure he had too much talent to be a mere musician." "Ah, sir, you are under some mistake there," said Klesmer, firing up. "No man has too much talent to be a musician. Most men have too little. A creative artist is no more a mere musician than a great statesman is a mere politician. We are not ingenious puppets, sir, who live in a box and look out on the world only when it is gaping for amusement. We help to rule the nations and make the age as much as any other public men. We count ourselves on level benches with legislators, and a man who speaks effectively through music is compelled to something more difficult than parliamentary eloquence." With the last word Klesmer wheeled from the piano and walked away. Miss Arrowpoint colored, and Mr. Bult observed, with his usual phlegmatic stolidity, "Your pianist does not think small beer of himself." "Herr Klesmer is something more than a pianist," said Miss Arrowpoint, apologetically. "He is a great musician in the fullest sense of the word. He will rank with Schubert and Mendelssohn." "Ah, you ladies understand these things," said Mr. Bult, none the less convinced that these things were frivolous because Klesmer had shown himself a coxcomb. Catherine, always sorry when Klesmer gave himself airs, found an opportunity the next day in the music-room to say, "Why were you so heated last night with Mr. Bult? He meant no harm." "You wish me to be complaisant to him," said Klesmer, rather fiercely. "I think it is hardly worth your while to be other than civil." "You find no difficulty in tolerating him, then? You have a respect for a political platitudinarian as insensible as an ox to everything he can't turn into political capital. You think his monumental obtuseness suited to the dignity of the English gentleman." "I did not say that." "You mean that I acted without dignity, and you are offended with me." "Now you are slightly nearer the truth," said Catherine, smiling. "Then I had better put my burial clothes in my portmanteau and set off at once."
"I don't see that. If I had to bear your criticism of my operetta, you should not mind my criticism of your impatience." "But I do mind it. You would have wished me to take his ignorant impertinence about a mere musician without letting him know his place. I am to hear my gods blasphemed as well as myself insulted. But I beg pardon. It is impossible you should see the matter as I do. Even you can't understand the wrath of the artist. He is of another caste for you." "That is true," said Catherine, with some betrayal of feeling. "He is of a caste to which I look up, a caste above mine." Klesmer, who had been seated at a table looking over scores, started up and walked to a little distance, from which he said, "That is finely felt. I am grateful. But I had better go, all the same. I have made up my mind to go, for good and all. You can get on exceedingly well without me. Your operetta is on wheels. It will go of itself. And Mr. Bult's company fits me wie die Faust ins Auge. I am neglecting my engagements. I must go off to St. Petersburg." There was no answer. "You agree with me that I had better go," said Klesmer, with some irritation. "Certainly, if that is what your business and feeling prompt. I have only to wonder that you have consented to give us so much of your time in the last year. There must be treble the interest to you anywhere else. I have never thought of you consenting to come here as anything else than a sacrifice." "Why should I make the sacrifice?" said Klesmer, going to seat himself at the piano, and touching the keys so as to give, with the delicacy of an echo in the far distance, a melody which he had set to Heine's Ich hab dich geliebet und liebe dich noch. "That is the mystery," said Catherine, not wanting to affect anything, but from mere agitation. From the same cause, she was tearing a piece of paper into minute morsels, as if at a task of utmost multiplication imposed by a cruel fairy. "You can conceive no motive?" said Klesmer, folding his arms. "None that seems in the least probable." "Then I shall tell you. It is because you are to me the chief woman in the world, the throned lady whose colors I carry between my heart and my armor." Catherine's hands trembled so much that she could no longer tear the paper. Still less could her lips utter a word. Klesmer went on. "This would be the last impertinence in me if I meant to found anything upon it. That is out of the question. I meant no such thing. But you once said it was your doom to suspect every man who courted you of being an adventurer, and what made you angriest was men's imputing to you the folly of believing that they courted you for your own sake. Did you not say so?" "Very likely," was the answer, in a low murmur. "It was a bitter word. Well, at least one man who has seen women as plenty as flowers in May has lingered about you for your own sake. And since he is one whom you can never marry, you will believe him. There is an argument in favor of some other man. But don't give yourself for a meal to a minotaur like Bult. I shall go now, and pack. I shall make my excuses to Mrs. Arrowpoint." Klesmer rose as he ended, and walked quickly toward the door. "You must take this heap of manuscript," then said Catherine, suddenly making a desperate effort. She had risen to fetch the heap from another table. Klesmer came back, and they had the length of the folio sheets between them. "Why should I not marry the man who loves me if I love him?" said Catherine. To her the effort was something like the leap of a woman from the deck into the lifeboat. "It would be too hard, impossible. You could not carry it through. I am not worth what you would have to encounter. I will not accept the sacrifice. It would be thought a mésalliance for you, and I should be liable to the worst accusations." "Is it the accusations you are afraid of? I am afraid of nothing but that we should miss the passing of our lives together." The decisive word had been spoken. There was no doubt concerning the end willed by each. There only remained the way of arriving at it, and Catherine determined to take the straightest possible. She went to her father and mother in the library, and told them that she had promised to marry Klesmer. Mrs. Arrowpoint's state of mind was pitiable, Imagine Jean-Jacques, after his essay on the corrupting influence of the arts, waking up among children of nature who had no idea of grilling the raw bone they offered him for breakfast with the primitive flint knife. Or Saint Just, after fervidly denouncing all recognition of preeminence, receiving a vote of thanks for the unbroken mediocrity of his speech, which warranted the dullest patriots in delivering themselves at equal length. Something of the same sort befell the authoress of Tasso, when what she had safely demanded of the dead Leonora was enacted by her own Catherine. It is hard for us to live up to our own eloquence, and keep pace with our winged words, while we are treading the solid earth and are liable to heavy dining. Besides, it has long been understood that the proprieties of literature are not those of practical life. Mrs. Arrowpoint naturally wished for the best of everything. She not only liked to feel herself at a higher level of literary sentiment than the ladies with whom she associated, she wished not to be behind them in any point of social consideration. While Klesmer was seen in the light of a patronized musician, his peculiarities were picturesque and acceptable. But to see him by a sudden flash in the light of her son-in-law gave her a burning sense of what the world would say. And the poor lady had been used to represent her Catherine as a model of excellence. Under the first shock she forgot everything but her anger, and snatched at any phrase that would serve as a weapon. "If Klesmer was presumed to offer himself to you, your father shall horsewhip him off the premises. Pray speak, Mr. Arrowpoint." The father took his cigar from his mouth, and rose to the occasion by saying, "This will never do, Cath." "Do!" cried Mrs. Arrowpoint. "Who in their senses ever thought it would do? You might as well say poisoning and strangling will not do. It is a comedy you have got up, Catherine, else you are mad." "I am quite sane and serious, mamma, and Herr Klesmer is not to blame. He never thought of my marrying him. I found out that he loved me, and loving him, I told him I would marry him." "Leave that unsaid, Catherine," said Mrs. Arrowpoint bitterly. "Every one else will say that for you. You will be a public fable. Every one will say that you must have made an offer to a man who has been paid to come to the house, who is nobody knows what, a gypsy, a Jew, a mere bubble of the earth." "Never mind, mamma," said Catherine, indignant in her turn. "We all know he is a genius, as Tasso was." "Those times were not these, nor is Klesmer Tasso," said Mrs. Arrowpoint, getting more heated. "There is no sting in that sarcasm except the sting of undutifulness." "I am sorry to hurt you, mamma, but I will not give up the happiness of my life to ideas that I don't believe in, and customs I have no respect for." "You have lost all sense of duty, then. You have forgotten that you are our only child, that it lies with you to place a great property in the right hands." "What are the right hands? My grandfather gained the property in trade." "Mr. Arrowpoint, will you sit by and hear this without speaking?" "I am a gentleman, Cath. We expect you to marry a gentleman," said the father, exerting himself. "And a man connected with the institutions of this country," said the mother. "A woman in your position has serious duties. Where duty and inclination clash, she must follow duty." "I don't deny that," said Catherine, getting colder in proportion to her mother's heat. "But one may say very true things and apply them falsely. People can easily take the sacred word duty as a name for what they desire any one else to do." "Your parents' desire makes no duty for you, then?" "Yes, within reason, but before I give up the happiness of my life." "Catherine, Catherine, it will not be your happiness," said Mrs. Arrowpoint in her most raven-like tones. "Well, what seems to me my happiness, before I give it up, I must see some better reason than the wish that I should marry a nobleman, or a man who votes with a party that he may be turned into a nobleman. I feel at liberty to marry the man I love and think worthy, unless some higher duty forbids." "And so it does, Catherine, though you are blinded and cannot see it. It is a woman's duty not to lower herself. You are lowering yourself. Mr. Arrowpoint, will you tell your daughter what is her duty?" "You must see, Catherine, that Klesmer is not the man for you," said Mr. Arrowpoint. He won't do at the head of estates. He has a deuced foreign look, is an unpractical man." "I really can't see what that has to do with it, papa. The land of England has often passed into the hands of foreigners—Dutch soldiers, sons of foreign women of bad character. If our land were sold to-morrow, it would very likely pass into the hands of some foreign merchant on 'change. It is in everybody's mouth that successful swindlers may buy up half the land in the country. How can I stem that tide?" "It will never do to argue about marriage, Cath," said Mr. Arrowpoint. "It's no use getting up the subject like a parliamentary question. We must do as other people do. We must think of the nation and the public good." "I can't see any public good concerned here, papa," said Catherine. "Why is it to be expected of any heiress that she should carry the property gained in trade into the hands of a certain class? That seems to be a ridiculous mishmash of superannuated customs and false ambition. I should call it a public evil. People had better make a new sort of public good by changing their ambitions." "That is mere sophistry, Catherine," said Mrs. Arrowpoint. "Because you don't wish to marry a nobleman, you are not obliged to marry a mountebank or a charlatan." "I cannot understand the application of such words, mamma." "No, I dare say not," rejoined Mrs. Arrowpoint, with significant scorn. "You have got to a pitch at which we are not likely to understand each other." "It can't be done, Cath," said Mr. Arrowpoint, wishing to substitute a better-humored reasoning for his wife's impetuosity. "A man like Klesmer can't marry such a property as yours. It can't be done." "It certainly will not be done," said Mrs. Arrowpoint, imperiously. "Where is the man? Let him be fetched." "I cannot fetch him to be insulted," said Catherine. "Nothing will be achieved by that." "I suppose you would wish him to know that in marrying you he will not marry your fortune," said Mrs. Arrowpoint. "Certainly, if it were so, I should wish him to know it." "Then you had better fetch him." Catherine only went into the music-room and said, "Come." She felt no need to prepare Klesmer. "Herr Klesmer," said Mrs. Arrowpoint, with a rather contemptuous stateliness, "it is unnecessary to repeat what has passed between us and our daughter. Mr. Arrowpoint will tell you our resolution." "Your marrying is out of the question," said Mr. Arrowpoint, rather too heavily weighted with his task, and standing in an embarrassment unrelieved by a cigar. "It is a wild scheme altogether. A man has been called out for less." "You have taken a base advantage of our confidence," burst in Mrs. Arrowpoint, unable to carry out her purpose and leave the burden of speech to her husband. Klesmer made a low bow in silent irony. "The pretension is ridiculous. You had better give it up, and leave the house at once," continued Mr. Arrowpoint. He wished to do without mentioning the money. "I can give up nothing without reference to your daughter's wish," said Klesmer. "My engagement is to her." "It is useless to discuss the question," said Mrs. Arrowpoint. "We shall never consent to the marriage. If Catherine disobeys us, we shall disinherit her. You will not marry her fortune. It is right you should know that." "Madam, her fortune has been the only thing I have had to regret about her. But I must ask her if she will not think the sacrifice greater than I am worthy of." "It is no sacrifice to me," said Catherine, "except that I am sorry to hurt my father and mother. I have always felt my fortune to be a wretched fatality of my life." "You mean to defy us, then," said Mrs. Arrowpoint. "I mean to marry Herr Klesmer," said Catherine firmly. "He had better not count on our relenting," said Mrs. Arrowpoint, whose manners suffered from that impunity in insult which has been reckoned among the privileges of women. "Madam," said Klesmer, "certain reasons forbid me to retort, but understand that I consider it out of the power either of you or of your fortune to confer on me anything that I value. My rank as an artist is of my own winning, and I would not exchange it for any other. I am able to maintain your daughter, and I ask for no change in my life but her companionship. You will leave the house, however." said Mrs. Arrowpoint. "I go at once," said Klesmer, bowing and quitting the room. "Let there be no misunderstanding, mamma," said Catherine. "I consider myself engaged to Herr Klesmer, and I intend to marry him." The mother turned her head away and waved her hand in sign of dismissal. "It's all very fine," said Mr. Arrowpoint, when Catherine was gone, "but what the deuce are we to do with the property?" "There is Harry Brendel. He can take the name." "Harry Brendel will get through it all in no time," said Mr. Arrowpoint, relighting his cigar. And thus, with nothing settled but the determination of the lovers, Klesmer had left Quetcham. End of Chapter 22. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 23. Among the heirs of art, as is the division of the promised land, each has to win his portion by hard fighting. The bestowal is after the manner of prophecy, and is a title without possession. To carry the map of an ungotten estate in your pocket is a poor sort of copyhold. And in fancy to cast his shoe over Eden is little warrant that a man shall ever set the sole of his foot on an acre of his own there. The most obstinate beliefs that mortals entertain about themselves are such as they have no evidence for beyond a constant spontaneous pulsing of their self-satisfaction, as it were a hidden seed of madness, a confidence that they can move the world without precise notion of standing place or lever. "Pray go to church, mamma," said Gwendolen the next morning. "I prefer seeing Herr Klesmer alone." He had written in reply to her note that he would be with her at 11. "That is hardly correct, I think," said Mrs. Davilow, anxiously. "Our affairs are too serious for us to think of such nonsensical rules," said Gwendolen, contemptuously. "They are insulting as well as ridiculous." "You would not mind Isabel sitting with you? She would be reading in a corner." "No, she could not. She would bite her nails and stare. It would be too irritating. Trust my judgment, mamma, I must be alone. Take them all to church." Gwendolen had her way, of course, only that Miss Mary and two of the girls stayed at home to give the house a look of habitation by sitting at the dining-room windows. It was a delicious Sunday morning. The melancholy waning sunshine of autumn rested on the half-strown grass and came mildly through the windows in slanting bands of brightness over the old furniture, and the glass panel that reflected the furniture, over the tapestried chairs with their faded flower wreaths, the dark enigmatic pictures, the superannuated organ at which Gwendolen had pleased herself with acting St. Cecilia on her first joyous arrival, the crowd of pallid dusty knickknacks seen through the open doors of the antechamber where she had achieved the wearing of her Greek dress as Hermione. This last memory was just now very busy in her, for had not Klesmer then been struck with admiration of her pose and expression? Whatever he had said, whatever she imagined him to have thought, was at this moment pointed with keenest interest for her. Perhaps she had never before in her life felt so inwardly dependent, so consciously in need of another person's opinion. There was a new fluttering of spirit within her, a new element of deliberation in her self-estimate which had hitherto been a blissful gift of intuition. Still it was the recurrent burden of her inward soliloquy that Klesmer had seen but little of her, and any unfavorable conclusion of his must have too narrow a foundation. She really felt clever enough for anything. To fill up the time she collected her volumes and pieces of music, and laying them on top of the piano set herself to classify them. Then, catching the reflection of her movements in the glass panel, she was diverted to the contemplation of the image there, and walked toward it. Dressed in black, without a single ornament, and with the warm whiteness of her skin set off between her light brown coronet of hair and her square-cut bodice, She might have tempted an artist to try again the Roman trick of a statue in black, white, and tawny marble. Seeing her image slowly advancing, she thought, "I am beautiful." Not exultingly, but with grave decision. Being beautiful was after all the condition on which she most needed external testimony. If any one objected to the turn of her nose or the form of her neck and chin, she had not the sense that she could presently show her power of attainment in these branches of feminine perfection. There was not much time to fill up in this way before the sound of wheels, the loud ring, and the opening doors assured her that she was not by any accident to be disappointed. This slightly increased her inward flutter. In spite of her self-confidence, she dreaded Klesmer as part of that unmanageable world which was independent of her wishes, something vitriolic that would not cease to burn because you smiled or frowned at it. Poor thing! She was at a higher crisis of her woman's fate than in her last experience with Grandcourt. The questioning then was whether she should take a particular man as a husband. The inmost fold of her questioning now was whether she need take a husband at all, whether she could not achieve substantially for herself and know gratified ambition without bondage. Klesmer made his most deferential bow in the wide doorway of the antechamber, showing also the deference of the finest gray kerseymere trousers and perfect gloves. The masters of those who know are happily altogether human. Gwendolen met him with unusual gravity, and holding out her hand said, "It is most kind of you to come, Herr Klesmer. I hope you have not thought me presumptuous." "I took your wish as a command that did me honor," said Klesmer, with answering gravity. He was really putting by his own affairs in order to give his utmost attention to what Gwendolen might have to say, but his temperament was still in a state of excitement from the events of yesterday, likely enough to give his expressions a more than usually biting edge. Gwendolen for once was under too great a strain of feeling to remember formalities. She continued standing near the piano, and Klesmer took his stand near the other end of it with his back to the light and his terribly omniscient eyes upon her. No affectation was of use, and she began without delay. "I wish to consult you, Herr Klesmer. We have lost all our fortune. We have nothing. I must get my own bread, and I desire to provide for my mamma so as to save her from any hardship. The only way I can think of, and I should like it better than anything, is to be an actress, to go on the stage. But of course I should like to take a high position, and I thought, if you thought I could," here Gwendolen became a little more nervous, "it would be better for me to be a singer, to study singing also." Klesmer put down his hat upon the piano and folded his arms as if to concentrate himself. "I know," Gwendolen resumed, turning from pale to pink and back again, "I know that my method of singing is very defective, but I have been ill taught. I could be better taught. I could study. And you will understand my wish. To sing and act too, like Grisi, is a much higher position. Naturally, I should wish to take as high rank as I can, and I can rely on your judgment. I am sure you will tell me the truth." Gwendolen somehow had the conviction that now she made this serious appeal the truth would be favorable. Still Klesmer did not speak. He drew off his gloves quickly, tossed them into his hat, rested his hands on his hips, and walked to the other end of the room. He was filled with compassion for this girl. He wanted to put a guard on his speech. When he turned again, he looked at her with a mild frown of inquiry, and said with gentle though quick utterance, "You have never seen anything, I think, of artists and their lives? I mean of musicians, actors, and artists of that kind?" "Oh, no," said Gwendolen, not perturbed by a reference to this obvious fact in the history of a young lady hitherto well provided for. "You are, pardon me," said Klesmer, again pausing near the piano. "In coming to a conclusion on such a matter as this, everything must be taken into consideration. You are perhaps 20?" "I am 21," said Gwendolen, a slight fear rising in her. "Do you think I am too old?" Klesmer pouted his underlip and shook his long fingers upward in a manner totally enigmatic. "Many persons begin later than others," said Gwendolen, betrayed by her habitual consciousness of having valuable information to bestow. Klesmer took no notice, but said with more studied gentleness than ever, "You have probably not thought of an artistic career until now. You did not entertain the notion, the longing—what shall I say? You did not wish yourself an actress, or anything of that sort, till the present trouble?" "Not exactly, but I was fond of acting. I have acted. You saw me, if you remember, you saw me here in charades, and as Hermione," said Gwendolen, really fearing that Klesmer had forgotten. "Yes, yes," he answered quickly. I remember perfectly," and again walked to the other end of the room. It was difficult for him to refrain from this kind of movement when he was in any argument, either audible or silent. Gwendolen felt that she was being weighed. The delay was unpleasant, but she did not yet conceive that the scale could dip on the wrong side, and it seemed to her only graceful to say, "I shall be very much obliged to you for taking the trouble to give me your advice, whatever it may be." "Miss Harleth," said Klesmer, turning toward her and speaking with a slight increase of accent, "I will veil nothing from you in this matter. I should reckon myself guilty if I put a false visage on things, made them too black or too white. The gods have a curse for him who willingly tells another the wrong road. And if I misled one who is so young, so beautiful, who, I trust, will find her happiness along the right road, I should regard myself as a Bösewicht." In the last word Klesmer's voice had dropped to a loud whisper. Gwendolen felt a sinking of heart under this unexpected solemnity, and kept a sort of fascinated gaze on Klesmer's face as he went on. "You are a beautiful young lady. You have been brought up in ease. You have done what you would. You have not said to yourself, 'I must know this exactly. I must understand this exactly. I must do this exactly.'" In uttering these three terrible musts, Klesmer lifted up three long fingers in succession. "In sum, you have not been called upon to be anything but a charming young lady, whom it is an impoliteness to find fault with." He paused an instant, then resting his fingers on his hips again, and thrusting out his powerful chin, he said, "Well then, with that preparation you wish to try the life of an artist. You wish to try a life of arduous, unceasing work and uncertain praise. Your praise would have to be earned, like your bread, and both would come slowly, scantily. What do I say? They may hardly come at all." This tone of discouragement, which Klesmer had hoped might suffice without anything more unpleasant, roused some resistance in Gwendolen. With a slight turn of her head away from him and an air of pique, she said, "I thought that you, being an artist, would consider the life one of the most honorable and delightful. What if I can do nothing better? I suppose I can put up with the same risks as other people do." "Do nothing better!" said Klesmer, a little fired. "No, my dear Miss Harleth, you could do nothing better. Neither man nor woman could do anything better, if you could do what was best or good of its kind. I am not decrying the life of the true artist. I am exalting it. I say it is out of the reach of any but choice organizations, natures framed to love perfection and to labor for it, ready, like all true lovers, to endure, to wait, to say, 'I am not yet worthy.' But she, Art, my mistress, is worthy, and I will live to merit her. An honorable life? Yes. But the honor comes from the inward vocation and the hard-won achievement. There is no honor in donning the life as a livery." Some excitement of yesterday had revived in Klesmer and hurried him into speech a little aloof from his immediate friendly purpose. He had wished as delicately as possible to rouse in Gwendolen a sense of her unfitness for a perilous, difficult course. But it was his wont to be angry with the pretensions of incompetence, and he was in danger of getting chafed. Conscious of this, he paused suddenly, but Gwendolen's chief impression was that he had not yet denied her the power of doing what would be good of its kind. Klesmer's fervor seemed to be a sort of glamour such as he was prone to throw over things in general, and what she desired to assure him of was that she was not afraid of some preliminary hardships. The belief that to present herself in public on the stage must produce an effect such as she had been used to feel certain of in private life, was like a bit of her flesh. It was not to be peeled off readily. but must come with blood and pain. She said in a tone of some insistence, "I am quite prepared to bear hardships at first. Of course no one can become celebrated all at once. It is not necessary that every one should be first-rate, either actresses or singers. If you would be so kind as to tell me what steps I should take, I shall have the courage to take them. I don't mind going uphill. It will be easier than the dead level of being a governess. I will take any steps you recommend." Klesmer was convinced now that he must speak plainly. "I will tell you the steps, not that I recommend, but that will be forced upon you. It is all one, so far, what your goal will be. Excellence, celebrity, second, third rateness, it is all one. You must go to town under the protection of your mother. You must put yourself under training, musical, dramatic, theatrical. Whatever you desire to do, you have to learn." Here Gwendolen looked as if she were going to speak, but Klesmer lifted up his hand and said decisively, "I know. You have exercised your talents. You recite, you sing, from the drawing-room, Standpunkt. My dear Fräulein, you must unlearn all that. You have not yet conceived what excellence is. You must unlearn your mistaken admirations. You must know what you have to strive for, and then you must subdue your mind and body to unbroken discipline. Your mind, I say, for you must not be thinking of celebrity. Put that candle out of your eyes, and look only at excellence. You would of course earn nothing. You could get no engagement for a long while. You would need money for yourself and your family. But that"—here Klesmer frowned and shook his fingers as if to dismiss a triviality—"that could perhaps be found." Gwendolen turned pink and pale during this speech. Her pride had felt a terrible knife edge, and the last sentence only made the smart keener. She was conscious of appearing moved, and tried to escape from her weakness by suddenly walking to a seat and pointing out a chair to Klesmer. He did not take it, but turned a little in order to face her, and leaned against the piano. At that moment she wished that she had not sent for him. This first experience of being taken on some other ground than of her social rank and her beauty was becoming bitter to her. Klesmer, preoccupied with a serious purpose, went on without change of tone. "Now, what sort of issue might be fairly expected from all this self-denial? You would ask that. It is right that your eyes should be open to it. I will tell you truthfully. This issue would be uncertain, and, most probably, would not be worth much." At these relentless words Klesmer put out his lip and looked through his spectacles with the air of a monster impenetrable by beauty. Gwendolen's eyes began to burn, but the dread of showing weakness urged her to added self-control. She compelled herself to say, in a hard tone, "You think I want talent, or am too old to begin?" Klesmer made a sort of hum, and then descended on an emphatic, "Yes. The desire and the training should have begun 7 years ago, or a good deal earlier. A mountebank's child who helps her father to earn shillings when she is 6 years old, a child that inherits a singing throat from a long line of choristers and learns to sing as it learns to talk, has a likelier beginning. Any great achievement in acting or in music grows with the growth. Whatever an artist has been able to say, 'I came, I saw, I conquered,' it has been at the end of patient practice. Genius at first is little more than a great capacity for receiving discipline. Singing and acting, like the fine dexterity of the juggler with his cups and balls, require a shaping of the organs toward a finer and finer certainty of effect. Your muscles, your whole frame must go like a watch, true, true to a hair. That is the work of springtime, before habits have been determined." "I did not pretend to genius," said Gwendolen, still feeling that she might somehow do what Klesmer wanted to represent as impossible. "I only supposed that I might have a little talent, enough to improve." "I don't deny that," said Klesmer. "If you had been put in the right track some years ago, and had worked well, you might now have made a public singer, though I don't think your voice would have counted for much in public. For the stage your personal charms and intelligence might have told without the present drawback of inexperience, lack of discipline, lack of instruction." Certainly Klesmer seemed cruel, but his feeling was the reverse of cruel. Our speech, even when we are most single-minded, can never take its line absolutely from one impulse. But Klesmer's was, as far as possible, directed by compassion for poor Gwendolen's ignorant eagerness to enter on a course of which he saw all the miserable details with a definiteness which he could not, if he would have, conveyed to her mind. Gwendolen, however, was not convinced. Her self-opinion rallied, and since the counselor whom she had called in gave a decision of such severe peremptoriness, she was tempted to think that his judgment was not only fallible but biased. It occurred to her that a simpler and wiser step for her to have taken would have been to send a letter through the post to the manager of a London theatre, asking him to make an appointment. She would make no further reference to her singing. Klesmer, she saw, had set himself against her singing. But she felt equal to arguing with him about her going on the stage, and she answered in a resistant tone, "I understand, of course, that no one can be a finished actress at once. It may be impossible to tell beforehand whether I should succeed, but that seems to me a reason why I should try. I should have thought that I might have taken an engagement at a theatre meanwhile, so as to earn money and study at the same time." "Can't be done, my dear Miss Harleth. I speak plainly. It can't be done. I must clear your mind of these notions which have no more resemblance to reality than a pantomime. Ladies and gentlemen think that when they have made their toilette and drawn on their gloves, they are as presentable on the stage as in a drawing-room. No manager thinks that. With all your grace and charm, if you were to present yourself as an aspirant to the stage, a manager would either require you to pay as an amateur for being allowed to perform, or he would tell you to go and be taught, trained to bear yourself on the stage, as a horse, however beautiful, must be trained for the circus. To say nothing of that study which would enable you to personate a character consistently, and animate it with the natural language of face, gesture, and tone. For you to get an engagement fit for you straight away is out of the question." "I really cannot understand that," said Gwendolen, rather haughtily. Then checking herself, she added in another tone, "I shall be obliged to you if you will explain how it is that such poor actresses get engaged. I have been to the theatre several times, and I am sure that there were actresses who seemed to me to act not at all well, and who were quite plain." "Ah, my dear Miss Harleth, that is the easy criticism of the buyer. We who buy slippers toss away this pair and the other as clumsy, but there went an apprenticeship to the making of them. Excuse me, you could not at present teach one of those actresses, but there is certainly much that she could teach you. For example, she can pitch her voice so as to be heard. 10 to 1 you could not do it till after many trials. Merely to stand and move on the stage is an art, requires practice. It is understood that we are not now talking of a comparse in a petty theatre who earns the wages of a needlewoman. That is out of the question for you." "Of course I must earn more than that," said Gwendolen, with a sense of wincing rather than of being refuted. "But I think I could soon learn to do tolerably well all those little things you have mentioned. I am not so very stupid. And even in Paris I am sure I saw 2 actresses playing important ladies' parts, who were not at all ladies and quite ugly. I suppose I have no particular talent, but I must think it is an advantage even on the stage to be a lady and not a perfect fright." "Ah, let us understand each other," said Klesmer, with a flash of new meaning. "I was speaking of what you would have to go through if you aimed at becoming a real artist, if you took music and the drama as a higher vocation in which you would strive after excellence. On that head, what I have stands fast. You would find, after your education in doing things slackly for 21 years, great difficulties in study. You would find mortifications in the treatment you would get when you presented yourself on the footing of skill. You would be subjected to tests. People would no longer feign not to see your blunders. You would at first only be accepted on trial. You would have to bear what I may call a glaring insignificance. Any success must be won by the utmost patience. You would have to keep your place in a crowd, and after all it is likely you would lose it and get out of sight. If you determine to face these hardships and still try, you will have the dignity of a high purpose, even though you may have chosen unfortunately. You will have some merit, though you may win no prize. You have asked my judgment on your chances of winning. I don't pretend to speak absolutely, but measuring probabilities, my judgment is, you will hardly achieve more than mediocrity." Klesmer had delivered himself with emphatic rapidity, and now paused a moment. Gwendolen was motionless, looking at her hands, which lay over each other on her lap, till the deep-toned, long-drawn "but" with which he resumed had a startling effect and made her look at him again. "But there are certainly other ideas, other dispositions with which a young lady may take up an art that will bring her before the public. She may rely on the unquestioned power of her beauty as a passport. She may desire to exhibit herself to an admiration which dispenses with skill. This goes a certain way on the stage. Not in music, but on the stage, beauty is taken when there is nothing more commanding to be had. Not without some drilling, however. As I have said before, technicalities have in any case to be mastered. But these accepted, we have here nothing to do with art. The woman who takes up this career is not an artist. She is usually one who thinks of entering on a luxurious life by a short and easy road, perhaps by marriage. That is her most brilliant chance, and the rarest. Still, her career will not be luxurious to begin with. She can hardly earn her own poor bread independently at once, and the indignities she will be liable to are such as I will not speak of. "I desire to be independent," said Gwendolen, deeply stung and confusedly apprehending some scorn for herself in Klesmer's words. "That was my reason for asking whether I should not get an immediate engagement. Of course I cannot know how things go on about theatres, but I thought that I could have made myself independent. I have no money, and I will not accept help from any one." Her wounded pride could not rest without making this disclaimer. It was intolerable to her that Klesmer should imagine her to have expected other help from him than advice. "That is a hard saying for your friends," said Klesmer, recovering the gentleness of tone with which he had begun the conversation. "I have given you pain. That was inevitable. I was bound to put the truth, the unvarnished truth, before you. I have not said, I will not say, you will do wrong to choose the hard climbing path of an endeavoring artist. You have to compare its difficulties to those of any less hazardous, any more private course which opens itself to you. If you take that more courageous resolve, I will ask leave to shake hands with you on the strength of our Freemasonry, where we are all vowed to the service of art, and to serve her by helping every fellow-servant." Gwendolen was silent, again looking at her hands. She felt herself very far away from taking the resolve that would enforce acceptance. And after waiting an instant or two, Klesmer went on with deepened seriousness. "Where there is the duty of service there must be the duty of accepting it. The question is not one of personal obligation. And in relation to practical matters immediately affecting your future, excuse my permitting myself to mention in confidence an affair of my own. I am expecting an event which would make it easy for me to exert myself on your behalf in furthering your opportunities of instruction and residence in London, under that care, that is, of your family, without need for anxiety on your part. If you resolve to take art as a bread study, you need only undertake the study at first. The bread will be found without trouble. The event I mean is my marriage. In fact, you will receive this as a matter of confidence. My marriage with Miss Arrowpoint, which will more than double such right as I have to be trusted by you as a friend. Your friendship will have greatly risen in value for her by your having adopted that generous labor." Gwendolen's face had begun to burn. That Klesmer was about to marry Miss Arrowpoint caused her no surprise, and at another moment she would have amused herself in quickly imagining the scenes that must have occurred at Quetcham. But what engrossed her feeling, what filled her imagination now, was the panorama of her own immediate future that Klesmer's words seemed to have unfolded. The suggestion of Miss Arrowpoint as a patroness was only another detail added to its repulsiveness. Klesmer's proposal to help her seemed an additional irritation after the humiliating judgment he had passed on her capabilities. His words had really bitten into her self-confidence and turned it into the pain of a bleeding wound, and the idea of presenting herself before other judges was now poisoned with the dread that they also might be harsh. They also would not recognize the talent she was conscious of. But she controlled herself and rose from her seat before she made any answer. It seemed natural that she should pause. She went to the piano and looked absently at leaves of music, pinching up the corners. At last she turned toward Klesmer and said, with almost her usual air of proud equality, which in this interview had not been hitherto perceptible, "I congratulate you sincerely, Herr Klesmer. I think I never saw any one so admirable as Miss Arrowpoint, and I have to thank you for every sort of kindness this morning. But I can't decide now. If I make the resolve you have spoken of, I will use your permission. I will let you know. But I fear the obstacles are too great. In any case, I am deeply obliged to you. It was very bold of me to ask you to take this trouble." Klesmer's inward remark was, "She will never let me know." But with the most thorough respect in this manner, he said, "Command me at any time. There is an address on this card which will always find me with little delay." When he had taken up his hat and was going to make his bow, Gwendolen's better self, conscious of an ingratitude which the clear-seeing Klesmer must have penetrated, made a desperate effort to find its way above the stifling layers of egoistic disappointment and irritation. Looking at him with the glance of the old gaiety, she put out her hand and said with a smile, "If I take the wrong road, it will not be because of your flattery." "God forbid that you should take any road but one where you will find and give happiness," said Klesmer fervently. Then, in foreign fashion, he touched her fingers lightly with his lips, and in another minute she heard the sound of his departing wheels getting more distant on the gravel. Gwendolen had never in her life felt so miserable. No sob came, no passion of tears to relieve her. Her eyes were burning, and the noonday only brought into more dreary clearness the absence of interest from her life. All memories, all objects, the pieces of music displayed, the open piano, the very reflection of herself in the glass, seemed no better than the packed-up shows of a departing fair. For the first time since her consciousness began, she was having a vision of herself on the common level, and had lost the innate sense that there were reasons why she should not be slighted, elbowed, jostled, treated like a passenger with a third-class ticket, in spite of private objections on her own part. She did not move about. The prospects begotten by disappointment were too oppressively preoccupying. She threw herself into the shadiest corner of a settee and pressed her fingers over her burning eyelids. Every word that Klesmer had said seemed to have been branded into her memory, as most words are which bring with them a new set of impressions and make an epoch for us. Only a few hours before, the dawning smile of self-contentment rested on her lips as she vaguely imagined a future suited to her wishes. It seemed but the affair of a year or so for her to become the most approved Juliet of the time, or, if Klesmer encouraged her idea of being a singer, to proceed by more gradual steps to her place in the opera, while she won money and applause by occasional performances. Why not? At home, at school, among acquaintances, she had been used to have her conscious superiority admitted, and she had moved in a society where everything, from low arithmetic to high art, is of the amateur kind, politely supposed to fall short of perfection only because gentlemen and ladies are not obliged to do more than they like. Otherwise they would probably give forth abler writings, and show themselves more commanding artists than any the world is at present obliged to put up with. The self-confident visions that had beguiled her were not of a highly exceptional kind. She had at least shown some rationality in consulting the person who knew the most and had flattered her the least. In asking Klesmer's advice, however, she had rather been borne up by a belief in his latent admiration than bent on knowing anything more unfavorable that might have lain behind his slight objections to her singing. And the truth she had asked for, with an expectation that it would be agreeable, had come like a lacerating thong. "Too old. Should have begun 7 years ago. You will not, at best, achieve more than mediocrity. Hard, incessant work, uncertain praise, bread coming slowly, scantily, perhaps not at all, mortifications, people no longer feigning not to see your blunders, glaring insignificance. All these phrases rankled in her, and even more galling was the hint that she could only be accepted on the stage as a beauty who hoped to get a husband. The indignities that she might be visited with had no very definite form for her, but the mere association of anything called indignity with herself roused a resentful alarm. And along with the vaguer images which were raised by those biting words, came the precise conception of disagreeables which her experience enabled her to imagine. How could she take her mamma and the four sisters to London, if it were not possible for her to earn money at once? And as for submitting to be a protégée and asking her mamma to submit with her to the humiliation of being supported by Miss Arrowpoint, that was as bad as being a governess. Nay, worse. For suppose the end of all her study was to be as worthless as Klesmer clearly expected it to be, the sense of favors received and never repaid would embitter the miseries of disappointment. Klesmer doubtless had magnificent ideas about helping artists, but how could he know the feelings of ladies in such matters? It was all over. She had entertained a mistaken hope, and there was the end of it. "An end of it!" said Gwendolen aloud, starting from her seat as she heard the steps and voices of her mamma and sisters coming in from church. She hurried to the piano and began gathering together her pieces of music with assumed diligence, while the expression on her pale face and in her burning eyes was what would have suited a woman enduring a wrong which she might not resent, but would probably revenge. "Well, my darling," said gentle Mrs. Davilow, entering, "I see by the wheel marks that Klesmer has been here. Have you been satisfied with the interview?" She had some guesses as to its object, but felt timid about implying them. "Satisfied, mamma? Oh, yes," said Gwendolen in a high, hard tone, for which she must be excused because she dreaded a scene of emotion. If she did not set herself resolutely to feign proud indifference, she felt that she must fall into a passionate outburst of despair, which would cut her mamma more deeply than all the rest of their calamities. "Your uncle and aunt were disappointed at not seeing you," said Mrs. Davilow, coming near the piano and watching Gwendolen's movements. "I only said that you wanted rest." "Quite right, mamma," said Gwendolen in the same tone, turning to put away some music. "Am I not to know anything now, Gwendolen? Am I always to be in the dark?" said Mrs. Davilow, too keenly sensitive to her daughter's manner and expression not to fear that something painful had occurred. "There is really nothing to tell now, mamma," said Gwendolen in a still higher voice. "I had a mistaken idea about something I could do. Herr Klesmer has undeceived me. That is all." "Don't look and speak in that way, my dear child. I cannot bear it," said Mrs. Davilow, breaking down. She felt an undefinable terror. Gwendolen looked at her a moment in silence, biting her inner lip. Then she went up to her, and putting her hands on her mamma's shoulders, said, with a drop in her voice to the lowest undertone, "Mamma, don't speak to me now. It is useless to cry and waste our strength over what can't be altered. You will live at Sawyer's Cottage, and I am going to the bishop's daughters. There is no more to be said. Things cannot be altered, and who cares? It makes no difference to any one else what we do. We must try not to care ourselves. We must not give way. I dread giving way. Help me to be quiet." Mrs. Davilow was like a frightened child under her daughter's face and voice. Her tears were arrested, and she went away in silence. End of chapter 23. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 24. I question things, but do not find one that will answer to my mind, and all the world appears unkind. Wordsworth.
Gwendolen was glad that she had got through her interview with Klesmer before meeting her uncle and aunt. She had made up her mind now that there were only disagreeables before her, and she felt able to maintain a dogged calm in the face of any humiliation that might be proposed. The meeting did not happen until the Monday, when Gwendolen went to the rectory with her mamma. They had called at Sawyer's Cottage by the way, and had seen every cranny of the narrow rooms in a midday light, unsoftened by blinds and curtains, for the furnishing to be done by gleanings from the rectory had not yet begun. "How shall you endure it, mamma?" said Gwendolen, as they walked away. She had not opened her lips while they were looking round at the bare walls and floors, and the little garden with the cabbage stalks, and the yew arbor all dust and cobwebs within. "You and the 4 girls, all in that closet of a room, with the green and yellow paper pressing on your eyes, and without me." "It will be some comfort that you have not to bear it too, dear. If it were not that I must get some money, I would rather be there than go to be a governess." "Don't set yourself against it beforehand, Gwendolen. If you go to the palace you will have every luxury about you, and you know how much you have always cared for that. You will not find it so hard as going up and down those steep narrow stairs, and hearing the crockery rattle through the house, and the dear girls talking." "It is like a bad dream," said Gwendolen impetuously. "I cannot believe that my uncle will let you go to such a place. He ought to have taken some other steps." "Don't be unreasonable, dear child. What could he have done?" "That was for him to find out. It seems to me a very extraordinary world if people in our position must sink in this way all at once," said Gwendolen, the other worlds with which she was conversant being constructed with a sense of fitness that arranged her own future agreeably. It was her temper that framed her sentences under this entirely new pressure of evils. She could have spoken more suitably on the vicissitudes of other people's lives, though it was never her aspiration to express herself virtuously so much as cleverly, a point to be remembered in extenuation of her words, which were usually worse than she was. And notwithstanding the keen sense of her own bruises, she was capable of some compunction when her uncle and aunt received her with a more affectionate kindness than they had ever shown before. She could not but be struck by the dignified cheerfulness with which they talked of the necessary economies in their way of living, and in the education of the boys. Mr. Gascoigne's worth of character, a little obscured by worldly opportunities, as the poetic beauty of women is obscured by the demands of fashionable dressing, showed itself to great advantage under this sudden reduction of fortune. Prompt and methodical, he had set himself not only to put down his carriage, but to reconsider his worn suits of clothes, to leave off meat for breakfast, to do without periodicals, to get Edwy from school and arrange hours of study for all the boys under himself, and to order the whole establishment on the sparest footing possible. For all healthy people economy has its pleasures, and the rector's spirit had spread throughout the household. Mrs. Gascoigne and Anna, who always made papa their model, really did not miss anything they cared about for themselves, and in all sincerity felt that the saddest part of the family losses was the change for Mrs. Davilow and her children. Anna for the first time could merge her resentment on behalf of Rex in her sympathy with Gwendolen, and Mrs. Gascoigne was disposed to hope that trouble would have a salutary effect on her niece, without thinking it her duty to add any bitters by way of increasing the salutariness. They had both been busy devising how to get blinds and curtains for the cottage out of their household stores, but with delicate feeling they left these matters in the background, and talked at first of Gwendolen's journey and the comfort it was to her mamma to have her at home again. In fact, there was nothing for Gwendolen to take as a justification for extending her discontent with the events to the persons immediately around her, and she felt shaken into a more alert attention, as if by a call to drill that everybody else was obeying, when her uncle began, in a voice of firm kindness, to talk to her of the efforts he had been making to get her a situation which would offer her as many advantages as possible. Mr. Gascoigne had not forgotten Grandcourt, but the possibility of further advances from that quarter was something too vague for a man of his good sense to be determined by it. Uncertainties of that kind must not now slacken his action in doing the best he could for his niece under actual conditions. I felt that there was no time to be lost, Gwendolen, for a position in a good family where you will have some consideration is not to be had at a moment's notice. And however long we waited, we could hardly find one where you would be better off than at Bishop Mompert's. I am known to both him and Mrs. Mompert, and that of course is an advantage to you. Our correspondence has gone on favorably, but I cannot be surprised that Mrs. Mompert wishes to see you before making an absolute engagement. She thinks of arranging for you to meet her at Wanchester when she is on her way to town. I dare say you will feel the interview rather trying for you, my dear, but you will have a little time to prepare your mind." "Do you know why she wants to see me, uncle?" said Gwendolen, whose mind had quickly gone over various reasons that an imaginary Mrs. Mompert with 3 daughters might be supposed to entertain, reasons all of a disagreeable kind to the person presenting herself for inspection. The rector smiled. "Don't be alarmed, my dear. She would like to have a more precise idea of you than my report can give, and a mother is naturally scrupulous about a companion for her daughters. I have told her you are very young, but she herself exercises a close supervision over her daughter's education, and that makes her less anxious as to age. She is a woman of taste and also of strict discipline, and objects to having a French person in the house. I feel sure that she will think your manners and accomplishments as good as she is likely to find. And over the religious and moral tone of the education she, and indeed the bishop himself, will preside." Gwendolen dared not answer, but the repression of her decided dislike to the whole prospect sent an unusually deep flush over her face and neck, subsiding as quickly as it came. Anna, full of tender fears, put her little hand into her cousin's, and Mr. Gascoigne was too kind a man not to conceive something of the trial which this sudden change must be for a girl like Gwendolen. Bent on giving a cheerful view of things, he went on, in an easy tone of remark, not as if answering supposed objections. "I think so highly of the position that I should have been tempted to try and get it for Anna, if she had been at all likely to meet Mrs. Mompert's wants. It is really a home, with a continuance of education in the highest sense. Governess is a misnomer. The bishop's views are of a more decidedly low church color than my own. He is a close friend of Lord Grampian's, but though privately strict, he is not by any means narrow in public matters. Indeed, he has created as little dislike in his diocese as any bishop on the bench. He has always remained friendly to me, though before his promotion, when he was an incumbent of his diocese, we had a little controversy about the Bible Society." The rector's words were too pregnant with satisfactory meaning to himself for him to imagine the effect they produced in the mind of his niece. Continuance of education, bishop's views, privately strict, Bible Society. It was as if he had introduced a few snakes at large for the instruction of ladies who regarded them as all alike furnished with poison bags, and biting or stinging according to convenience. To Gwendolen, already shrinking from the prospect open to her, such phrases came like the growing heat of a burning glass, not at all as the links of persuasive reflection which they formed for the good uncle. She began desperately to seek an alternative. "There was another situation, I think, mamma spoke of," she said, with determined self-mastery. "Yes," said the rector, in rather a deprecatory tone, "but that is in a school. I should not have the same satisfaction in your taking that. It would be much harder work, you are aware, and not so good in any other respect. Besides, you have not an equal chance of getting it." "Oh dear no," said Mrs. Gascoigne. "It would be much less appropriate. You might not have a bedroom to yourself." And Gwendolen's memories of school suggested other particulars which forced her to admit to herself that this alternative would be no relief. She turned to her uncle again and said, apparently in acceptance of his ideas, "When is Mrs. Mompert likely to send for me?" "That is rather uncertain, but she has promised not to entertain any other proposal till she has seen you. She has entered with much feeling into your position. It will be within the next fortnight, probably. I'm going to let part of my glebe uncommonly well." The rector ended very cheerfully, leaving the room with the satisfactory conviction that Gwendolen was going to adapt herself to circumstances like a girl of good sense. Having spoken appropriately, he naturally supposed that the effects would be appropriate. being accustomed as a household and parish authority to be asked to speak to refractory persons, with the understanding that the measure was morally coercive. "What a stay Henry is to us all!" said Mrs. Gascoigne, when her husband had left the room. "He is indeed," said Mrs. Davilow, cordially. "I think cheerfulness is a fortune in itself. I wish I had it." "And Rex is just like him," said Mrs. Gascoigne. "I must tell you the comfort we have had in a letter from him. I must read you a little bit," she added, taking the letter from her pocket, while Anna looked rather frightened, she did not know why, except that it had been a rule with her not to mention Rex before Gwendolen. The proud mother ran her eyes over the letter, seeking for sentences to read aloud. But apparently she had found it sown with what might seem to be closer allusions than she desired to the recent past, for she looked up, folding the letter, and saying, "However, he tells us that our trouble has made a man of him. He sees a reason for any amount of work. He means to get a fellowship, to take pupils, to set one of his brothers going, to be everything that is most remarkable. The letter is full of fun, just like him. He says, 'Tell mother she has put out an advertisement for a jolly good hard-working son in time to hinder me from taking ship, and I offer myself for the place.' The letter came on Friday. I never saw my husband so much moved by anything since Rex was born. It seemed a gain to balance our loss." This letter, in fact, was what had helped both Mrs. Gascoigne and Anna to show Gwendolen an unmixed kindliness, and she herself felt very amiably about it, smiling at Anna and pinching her chin as much as to say, "Nothing is wrong with you now, is it?" She had no gratuitously ill-natured feeling or egoistic pleasure in making men miserable. She only had an intense objection to their making her miserable. But when the talk turned on furniture for the cottage, Gwendolen was not roused to show even a languid interest. She thought she had done as much as could be expected of her this morning, and indeed felt at an heroic pitch in keeping to herself the struggle that was going on within her. The recoil of her mind from the only definite prospect allowed her was stronger than even she had imagined beforehand. The idea of presenting herself before Mrs. Mompert in the first instance, to be approved or disapproved, came as pressure on an already painful bruise. Even as a governess, it appeared she was to be tested and was liable to rejection. After she had done herself the violence to accept the bishop and his wife, they were still to consider whether they would accept her. It was at her peril that she was to look, speak, or be silent. And even when she had entered on her dismal task of self-constraint in the society of three girls whom she was bound incessantly to edify, the same process of inspection was to go on. There was always to be Mrs. Mompert's supervision. Always something or other would be expected of her to which she had not the slightest inclination, and perhaps the bishop would examine her on serious topics. Gwendolen, lately used to the social successes of a handsome girl, whose lively venturesomeness of talk was the effect of wit, and who 6 weeks before would have pitied the dullness of the bishop rather than have been embarrassed by him, saw the life before her as an entrance into a penitentiary. Wild thoughts of running away to be an actress in spite of Klesmer came to her with the lure of freedom, but his words still hung heavily on her soul. They had alarmed her pride and even her maidenly dignity. Dimly she conceived herself getting amongst vulgar people who would treat her with rude familiarity, odious men whose grins and smirks would not be seen through the strong grating of polite society. Gwendolen's daring was not in the least that of the adventuress. The demand to be held a lady was in her very marrow, and when she had dreamed that she might be the heroine of the gaming table, it was with the understanding that no one should treat her with the less consideration, or presume to look at her with irony as Deronda had done. To be protected and petted, and to have her susceptibilities consulted in every detail, had gone along with her food and clothing as matters of course in her life. Even without any such warning as Klesmer's, she could not have thought it an attractive freedom to be thrown in solitary dependence on the doubtful civility of strangers. The endurance of the Episcopal penitentiary was less repulsive than that, though here too she would certainly never be petted or have her susceptibilities consulted. Her rebellion against this hard necessity which had come just to her of all people in the world, to her whom all circumstances had concurred in preparing for something quite different, was exaggerated instead of diminished as one hour followed another, with the imagination of what she might have expected in her lot and what it was actually to be. The family troubles, she thought, were easier for every one than for her, even for poor dear mamma, because she had always used herself to not enjoying. As to hoping that if she went to the Momperts and was patient a little while, things might get better, it would be stupid to entertain hopes for herself after all that had happened. Her talents, it appeared, would never be recognized as anything remarkable, and there was not a single direction in which probability seemed to flatter her wishes. Some beautiful girls who, like her, had read romances where even plain governesses are centers of attraction and are sought in marriage, might have solaced themselves a little by transporting such pictures into their own future. But even if Gwendolen's experience had led her to dwell on love-making and marriage as her Elysium, her heart was too much oppressed by what was near to her in both the past and the future for her to project her anticipations very far off. She had a world nausea upon her, and saw no reason all through her life why she should wish to live. No religious view of trouble helped her. Her troubles had, in her opinion, all been caused by other people's disagreeable or wicked conduct, and there was really nothing pleasant to be counted on in the world. That was her feeling. Everything else she had heard said about trouble was mere phrase-making, not attractive enough for her to have caught it up and repeated it. As to the sweetness of labor and fulfilled claims, the interest of inward and outward activity, the impersonal delights of life as a perpetual discovery, the dues of courage, fortitude, industry, which it is mere baseness not to pay toward the common burden, the supreme worth of the teacher's vocation, these, even if they had been eloquently preached to her, could have been no more than faintly apprehended doctrines. The fact which wrought upon her was her invariable observation that for a lady to become a governess, to take a situation, was to descend in life and to be treated at best with a compassionate patronage. And poor Gwendolen had never disassociated happiness from personal preeminence and éclat. That where these threatened to forsake her she should take life to be hardly worth the having, cannot make her so unlike the rest of us, men or women, that we should cast her out of our compassion. Our moments of temptation to a mean opinion of things in general being usually dependent on some susceptibility about ourselves and some dullness to subjects which every one else would consider more important. Surely a young creature is pitiable who has the labyrinth of life before her and no clue, to whom distrust in herself and her good fortune has come as a sudden shock, like a rent across the path that she was treading carelessly. In spite of her healthy frame, her irreconcilable repugnance affected her even physically. She felt a sort of numbness and could set about nothing. The least urgency, even that she should take her meals, was an irritation to her. The speech of others on any subject seemed unreasonable, because it did not include her feeling and was an ignorant claim on her. It was not in her nature to busy herself with the fancies of suicide to which disappointed young people are prone. What occupied and exasperated her was the sense that there was nothing for her but to live in a way she hated. She avoided going to the rectory again. It was too intolerable to have to look and talk as if she were compliant, and she could not exert herself to show interest about the furniture of that horrible cottage. Miss Mary was staying on purpose to help, and such people as Jocosa liked that sort of thing. Her mother had to make excuses for her not appearing even when Anna came to see her, for that calm which Gwendolen had promised herself to maintain had changed into sick motivelessness. She thought, "I suppose I shall begin to pretend by and by, but why should I do it now?" Her mother watched her with silent distress, and lapsing into the habit of indulgent tenderness, she began to think what she imagined that Gwendolen was thinking, and to wish that everything should give way to the possibility of making her darling less miserable. One day when she was in the black and yellow bedroom, and her mother was lingering there under the pretext of considering and arranging Gwendolen's articles of dress, she suddenly roused herself to fetch the casket which contained the ornaments. "Mamma," she began, glancing over the upper layer, "I had forgotten these things. Why didn't you remind me of them? Do see about getting them sold. You will not mind about parting with them. You gave them all to me long ago." She lifted the upper tray and looked below. "If we can do without them, darling, I would rather keep them for you," said Mrs. Davilow, seating herself beside Gwendolen with a feeling of relief that she was beginning to talk about something. The usual relation between them had become reversed. It was now the mother who tried to cheer the daughter. "Why, how came you to put that pocket-handkerchief in here?" It was the handkerchief with the corner torn off, which Gwendolen had thrust in with the turquoise necklace. "It happened to be with the necklace. I was in a hurry," said Gwendolen, taking the handkerchief away and putting it in her pocket. "Don't sell the necklace, mamma," she added, a new feeling having come over her about that rescue of it which had formerly been so offensive. "No, dear, no. It was made out of your dear father's chain, and I should prefer not selling the other things. None of them are of any great value. All my best ornaments were taken from me long ago." Mrs. Davilow colored. She usually avoided any reference to such facts about Gwendolen's stepfather as that he had carried off his wife's jewelry and disposed of it. After a moment's pause she went on, "And these things have not been reckoned on for any expenses. Carry them with you." "That would be quite useless, mamma," said Gwendolen coldly. "Governesses don't wear ornaments. You had better get me a gray frieze livery and a straw poke, such as my aunt's charity children wear." "No, dear, no. Don't take that view of it. I feel sure the Momperts will like you the better for being graceful and elegant." "I am not at all sure what the Momperts will like me to be. It is enough that I am expected to be what they like," said Gwendolen bitterly. "If there is anything you would object to less, anything that could be done instead of your going to the bishop's, do say so, Gwendolen. Tell me what is in your heart. I will try for anything you wish," said the mother, beseechingly. "Don't keep things away from me. Let us bear them together." "Oh, mamma, there is nothing to tell. I can't do anything better. I must think myself fortunate if they will have me. I shall get some money for you. That is the only thing I have to think of. I shall not spend any money this year. You will have all the £80. I don't know how far that will go in housekeeping, but you need not stitch your poor fingers to the bone and stare away all the sight that the tears have left in your dear eyes." Gwendolen did not give any caresses with her words as she had been used to do. She did not even look at her mother, but was looking at the turquoise necklace as she turned it over her fingers. "Bless you for your tenderness, my good darling," said Mrs. Davilow, with tears in her eyes. "Don't despair because there are clouds now. You are so young. There may be great happiness in store for you yet." "I don't see any reason for expecting it, mamma," said Gwendolen, in a hard tone; and Mrs. Davilow was silent, thinking as she had often thought before, what did happen between her and Mr. Grandcourt? "I will keep this necklace, mamma," said Gwendolen, laying it apart, and then closing the casket. "But do get the other things sold, even if they will not bring much. Ask my uncle what to do with them. I shall certainly not use them again. I am going to take the veil. I wonder if all the poor wretches who have ever taken it felt as I do." "Don't exaggerate evils, dear." "How can any one know that I exaggerate when I am speaking of my own feeling? I did not say what any one else felt." She took out the torn handkerchief from her pocket again and wrapped it deliberately round the necklace. Mrs. Davilow observed the action with some surprise, but the tone of her last words discouraged her from asking any question. The feeling Gwendolen spoke of with an air of tragedy was not to be explained by the mere fact that she was going to be a governess. She was possessed by a spirit of general disappointment. It was not simply that she had a distaste for what she was called on to do. The distaste spread itself over the world outside her penitentiary, since she saw nothing very pleasant in it that seemed attainable by her even if she were free. Naturally her grievances did not seem to her smaller than some of her male contemporaries held theirs to be when they felt a profession too narrow for their powers, and had an a priori conviction that it was not worth while to put forth their latent abilities. Because her education had been less expensive than theirs, it did not follow that she should have wider emotions or a keener intellectual vision. Her griefs were feminine, but to her as a woman they were not the less hard to bear, and she felt an equal right to the Promethean tone. But the movement of mind which led her to keep the necklace, to fold it up in the handkerchief, and rise to put it in her nécessaire, where she had first placed it when it had been returned to her, was more peculiar, and what would be called less reasonable. It came from that streak of superstition in her which attached itself both to her confidence and her terror, a superstition which lingers in an intense personality even in spite of theory and science, any dread or hope for self being stronger than all reasons for or against it. Why she should suddenly determine not to part with the necklace was not much clearer to her than why she should sometimes have been frightened to find herself in the fields alone. She had a confused state of emotion about Deronda. Was it wounded pride and resentment, or a certain awe and exceptional trust? It was something vague and yet mastering which impelled her to this action about the necklace. There is a great deal of unmapped country within us which would have to be taken into account in an explanation of our gusts and storms. End of chapter 24. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 25. How trace the why and wherefore in a mind reduced to the barrenness of a fastidious egoism, in which all direct desires are dulled, and have dwindled from motives into a vacillating expectation of motives, a mind made up of moods, where a fitful impulse springs here and there conspicuously rank amid their general weediness. 'Tis a condition apt to befall a life too much at large, unmolded by the pressure of obligation. Nem deterioris omne sumus licentiae, or, as a more familiar tongue might deliver it, as you like, is a bad finger-post. Potentates make known their intentions and affect the funds at a small expense of words. So when Grandcourt, after learning that Gwendolen had left Leubronn, incidentally pronounced that resort of fashion a beastly hole worse than Baden, the remark was conclusive to Mr. Lush that his patron intended straightway to return to Diplow. The execution was sure to be slower than the intention, and in fact Grandcourt did loiter through the next day without giving any distinct orders about departure, perhaps because he discerned that Lush was expecting them. He lingered over his toilette, and certainly came down with a faded aspect of perfect distinction which made fresh complexions and hands with the blood in them seem signs of raw vulgarity. He lingered on the terrace, in the gambling rooms, in the reading room, occupying himself in being indifferent to everybody and everything around him. When he met Lady Mallinger, however, he took some trouble, raised his hat, paused, and proved that he listened to her recommendation of the waters by replying, "Yes, I heard somebody say how providential it was that there always happened to be springs at gambling places." "Oh, that was a joke," said innocent Lady Mallinger, misled by Grandcourt's languid seriousness. "An imitation of the old one about the towns and the rivers, you know." "Ah, perhaps," said Grandcourt, without change of expression. Lady Mallinger thought this worth telling to Sir Hugo, who said, "Oh, my dear, he is not a fool. You must not suppose that he can't see a joke. He can play his cards as well as most of us." "He has never seemed to me a very sensible man," said Lady Mallinger, in excuse of herself. She had a secret objection to meeting Grandcourt, who was little else to her than a large living sign of what she felt to be her failure as a wife, the not having presented Sir Hugo with a son. Her constant reflection was that her husband might fairly regret his choice, and if he had not been very good might have treated her with some roughness in consequence, gentlemen naturally disliking to be disappointed. Deronda, too, had a recognition from Grandcourt, for which he was not grateful, though he took care to return it with perfect civility. No reasoning as to the foundations of custom could do away with the early-rooted feeling that his birth had been attended with injury for which his father was to blame. and seeing that but for this injury Grandcourt's prospects might have been his, he was proudly resolute not to behave in any way that might be interpreted into irritation on that score. He saw a very easy descent into mean unreasoning rancor and triumph in others' frustration, and being determined not to go down that ugly pit, he turned his back on it, clinging to the kindlier affections within him as a possession. Pride certainly helped him well, the pride of not recognizing a disadvantage for one's self which vulgar minds are disposed to exaggerate, such as the shabby equipage of poverty. He would not have a man like Grandcourt suppose himself envied by him. But there is no guarding against interpretation. Grandcourt did believe that Deronda, poor devil, who he had no doubt was his cousin by the father's side, inwardly winced under their mutual position. Therefore the presence of that less lucky person was more agreeable to him than it would otherwise have been. An imaginary envy, the idea that others feel their comparative deficiency, is the ordinary cortege of egoism, and his pet dogs were not the only beings that Grandcourt liked to feel his power over in making them jealous. Hence he was civil enough to exchange several words with Deronda on the terrace about the hunting round Diplow, and even said, "You had better come over for a run or two when the season begins." Lush, not displeased with delay, amused himself very well, partly in gossiping with Sir Hugo and in answering his questions about Grandcourt's affairs so far as they might affect his willingness to part with his interest in Diplow. Also about Grandcourt's personal entanglements, the baronet knew enough already for Lush to feel released from silence on a sunny autumn day, when there was nothing more agreeable to do in lounging promenades than to speak freely of a tyrannous patron behind his back. Sir Hugo willingly inclined his ear to a little good-humored scandal, which he was fond of calling trait de mœurs, but he was strict in keeping such communications from hearers who might take them too seriously. Whatever knowledge he had of his nephew's secrets, he had never spoken of it to Deronda, who considered Grandcourt a pale-blooded mortal, but was far from wishing to hear how the red corpuscles had been washed out of him. It was Lush's policy and inclination to gratify everybody when he had no reason to the contrary, and the baronet always treated him well, as one of those easy-handled personages who, frequenting the society of gentlemen without being exactly gentlemen themselves, can be the more serviceable, like the second-best articles of our wardrobe, which we use with a comfortable freedom from anxiety. "Well, you will let me know the turn of events," said Sir Hugo, "if this marriage seems likely to come off after all, or if anything else happens to make the want of money pressing. My plan would be much better for him than burdening Ryelands." "That's true," said Lush, "only it must not be urged on him, just placed in his way that the scent may tickle him. Grandcourt is not a man to be always led by what makes for his own interest, especially if you let him see that it makes for your interest too. I'm attached to him, of course. I've given up everything else for the sake of keeping by him, and it has lasted a good 15 years now. He would not easily get any one else to fill my place. He's a peculiar character, is Henleigh Grandcourt, and it has been growing on him of late years. However, I'm of a constant disposition, and I've been a sort of guardian to him since he was 20. An uncommonly fascinating fellow he was then, to be sure, and could be now if he liked. I'm attached to him. It would be a good deal worse for him if he missed me at his elbow." Sir Hugo did not think it needful to express his sympathy or even assent, and perhaps Lush himself did not expect this sketch of his motives to be taken as exact. But how can a man avoid himself as a subject in conversation? And he must make some sort of decent toilette in words, as in cloth and linen. Lush's listener was not severe. A member of Parliament could allow for the necessities of verbal toilette, and the dialogue went on without any change of mutual estimate. However, Lush's easy prospect of indefinite procrastination was cut off the next morning by Grandcourt saluting him with the question, "Are you making all the arrangements for our starting by the Paris train?" "I didn't know you meant to start," said Lush, not exactly taken by surprise. "You might have known," said Grandcourt, looking at the burned length of his cigar, and speaking in that lowered tone which was usual with him when he meant to express disgust and be peremptory. "Just see to everything, will you? and mind no brute gets into the same carriage with us. And leave my P.P.C. at the Mallingers." In consequence, they were at Paris the next day, but here Lush was gratified by the proposal or command that he should go straight on to Diplow and see that everything was right, while Grandcourt and the valet remained behind; and it was not until several days later that Lush received the telegram ordering the carriage to the Wanchester station. He had used the interim actively, not only in carrying out Grandcourt's orders about the stud and household, but in learning all he could of Gwendolen and how things were going on at Offendene. What was the probable effect that the news of the family misfortunes would have on Grandcourt's fitful obstinacy he felt to be quite incalculable. So far as the girl's poverty might be an argument that she would accept an offer from him now in spite of any previous coyness, it might remove that bitter objection to risk a repulse which Lush divined to be one of Grandcourt's deterring motives. On the other hand, the certainty of acceptance was just the sort of thing to make him lapse hither and thither with no more apparent will than a moth. Lush had had his patron under close observation for many years, and knew him perhaps better than he knew any other subject. But to know Grandcourt was to doubt what he would do in any particular case. It might happen that he would behave with an apparent magnanimity, like the hero of a modern French drama, whose sudden start into moral splendor after much lying and meanness leaves you little confidence as to any part of his career that may follow the fall of the curtain. Indeed, what attitude would have been more honorable for a final scene than that of declining to seek an heiress for her money, and determining to marry the attractive girl who had none? But Lush had some general certainties about Grandcourt, and one was that of all inward movements those of generosity were least likely to occur in him. Of what use, however, is a general certainty that an insect will not walk with his head hindmost, when what you need to know is the play of inward stimulus that sends him hither and thither in a network of possible paths? Thus Lush was much at fault as to the probable issue between Grandcourt and Gwendolen, when what he desired was a perfect confidence that they would never be married. He would have consented willingly that Grandcourt should marry an heiress, or that he should marry Mrs. Glasher. In the one match there would have been the immediate abundance that prospective heirship could not supply, and in the other there would have been the security of the wife's gratitude, for Lush had always been Mrs. Glasher's friend, and that the future Mrs. Grandcourt should not be socially received could not affect his private comfort. He would not have minded either that there should be no marriage in question at all, but he felt himself justified in doing his utmost to hinder a marriage with a girl who was likely to bring nothing but trouble to her husband, not to speak of annoyance, if not ultimate injury to her husband's old companion, whose future Mr. Lush earnestly wished to make as easy as possible, considering that he had well deserved such compensation for leading a dog's life, though that of a dog who enjoyed many tastes undisturbed, and who profited by a large establishment. He wished for himself what he felt to be good, and was not conscious of wishing harm to any one else, unless perhaps it were just now a little harm to the inconvenient and impertinent Gwendolen. But the easiest humored of luxury and music, the toad-eater the least liable to nausea, must be expected to have his susceptibilities. And Mr. Lush was accustomed to be treated by the world in general as an apt, agreeable fellow. He had not made up his mind to be insulted by more than one person. With this imperfect preparation of a war policy, Lush was awaiting Grandcourt's arrival, doing little more than wondering how the campaign would begin. The first day Grandcourt was much occupied with the stables, and amongst other things he ordered a groom to put a side-saddle on Criterion and let him review the horse's paces. This marked indication of purpose set Lush on considering over again whether he should incur the ticklish consequences of speaking first, while he was still sure that no compromising step had been taken; and he rose the next morning almost resolved that if Grandcourt seemed in as good a humor as yesterday and entered at all into talk, he would let drop the interesting facts about Gwendolen and her family, just to see how they would work, and to get some guidance. But Grandcourt did not enter into talk, and in answer to a question even about his own convenience, no fish could have maintained a more unwinking silence. After he had read his letters, he gave the various orders to be executed or transmitted by Lush, and then thrust his shoulder toward that useful person, who accordingly arose to leave the room. But before he was out of the door, Grandcourt turned his head slightly, and gave a broken, languid "Oh." "What is it?" said Lush, who, it must have been observed, did not take his dusty puddings with a respectful air. "Shut the door, will you? I can't speak into the corridor." Lush closed the door, came forward, and chose to sit down. After a little pause Grandcourt said, "Is Miss Harleth at Offendene?" He was quite certain that Lush had made it his business to inquire about her, and he had some pleasure in thinking that Lush did not want him to inquire. "Well, I hardly know," said Lush, carelessly. "The family's utterly done up. They and the Gascoignes too have lost all their money. It's owing to some rascally banking business. The poor mother hasn't a sou, it seems. She and the girls have to huddle themselves into a little cottage like a laborer's." "Don't lie to me, if you please," said Grandcourt, in his lowest audible tone. "It's not amusing, and it answers no other purpose." "What do you mean?" said Lush, more nettled than was common with him, the prospect before him being more than commonly disturbing. "Just tell me the truth, will you?" "It's no invention of mine. I have heard the story from several. Bazley, Brackenshaw's man, for one. He is getting a new tenant for Offendene." "I don't mean that. Is Miss Harleth there, or is she not?" said Grandcourt, in his former tone. "Upon my soul, I can't tell," said Lush, rather sulkily. "She may have left yesterday. I heard she had taken a situation as governess. She may be gone to it for what I know. But if you wanted to see her, no doubt the mother would send for her back." This sneer slipped off his tongue without strict intention. "Send Hutchins to inquire whether she will be there to-morrow." Lush did not move. Like many persons who have thought over beforehand what they shall say in given cases, he was impelled by an unexpected irritation to say some of those prearranged things before the cases were given. Grandcourt, in fact, was likely to get into a scrape so tremendous that it was impossible to let him take the first step toward it without remonstrance. Lush retained enough caution to use a tone of rational friendliness. Still he felt his own value to his patron, and was prepared to be daring. "It would be as well for you to remember, Grandcourt, that you are coming under closer fire now. There can be none of the ordinary flirting done, which may mean everything or nothing. You must make up your mind whether you wish to be accepted, and more than that, how you would like being refused. Either one or the other. You can't be philandering after her again for 6 weeks." Grandcourt said nothing, but pressed the newspaper down on his knees and began to light another cigar. Lush took this as a sign that he was willing to listen, and was the more bent on using the opportunity. He wanted, if possible, to find out which would be the more potent cause of hesitation—probable acceptance or probable refusal. "Everything has a more serious look now than it had before. There is her family to be provided for. You could not let your wife's mother live in beggary. It would be a confoundedly hampering affair. Marriage will pin you down in a way you haven't been used to, and in point of money you have not too much elbow-room. And after all, what will you get by it? You are master over your estates, present or future, as far as choosing your heir goes. It's a pity to go on encumbering them for a mere whim, which you may repent of in a 12-month. I should be sorry to see you making a mess of your life in that way. If there were anything solid to be gained by the marriage, that would be a different affair." Lush's tone had gradually become more and more unctuous in its friendliness of remonstrance, and he was almost in danger of forgetting that he was merely gambling in argument. When he left off, Grandcourt took his cigar out of his mouth, and looking steadily at the moist end while he adjusted the leaf with his delicate finger-tips, said, "I knew before that you had an objection to my marrying Miss Harleth." Here he made a little pause before he continued. "But I never considered that a reason against it." "I never supposed you did," answered Lush, not unctuously but dryly. "It was not that I urged as a reason. I should have thought it might have been a reason against it, after all your experience, that you would be acting like the hero of a ballad and making yourself absurd. And all for what? You know you couldn't make up your mind before. It's impossible you can care much about her. And as for the tricks she is likely to play, you may judge of that from what you heard at Leubronn. However, what I wished to point out to you was, that there can be no shilly-shally now." "Perfectly," said Grandcourt, looking round at Lush and fixing him with narrow eyes. "I don't intend that there should be. I dare say it's disagreeable to you. But if you suppose I care a damn for that, you are most stupendously mistaken." "Oh, well," said Lush, rising with his hands in his pockets, and feeling some latent venom still within him, "if you have made up your mind. Only there's another aspect of the affair. I have been speaking on the supposition that it was absolutely certain she would accept you, and that destitution would have no choice. But I am not so sure that the young lady is to be counted on. She is a kittle-cattle to shoe, I think, and she had her reasons for running away before." Lush had moved a step or two till he stood nearly in front of Grandcourt, though at some distance from him. He did not feel himself much restrained by consequences, being aware that the only stronghold he had on his present position was his serviceableness, and even after a quarrel the want of him was likely sooner or later to recur. He foresaw that Gwendolen would cause him to be ousted for a time, and his temper at this moment urged him to risk a quarrel. "She had her reasons," he repeated more significantly. "I had come to that conclusion before," said Grandcourt, with contemptuous irony. "Yes, but I hardly think you know what her reasons were." "You do, apparently," said Grandcourt, not betraying by so much as an eyelash that he cared for the reasons. "Yes, and you had better know too that you may judge of the influence you have over her if she swallows her reasons and accepts you. For my own part, I would take odds against it. She saw Lydia in Cardell Chase, and heard the whole story." Grandcourt made no immediate answer, and only went on smoking. He was so long before he spoke that Lush moved about and looked out of the windows, unwilling to go away without seeing some effect of his daring move. He had expected that Grandcourt would tax him with having contrived the affair, since Mrs. Glasher was then living at Gadsmere, 100 miles off, and he was prepared to admit the fact. What he cared about was that Grandcourt should be staggered by the sense that his intended advances must be made to a girl who had that knowledge in her mind and had been scared by it. At length Grandcourt, seeing Lush turn toward him, looked at him again and said contemptuously, "What follows?" Here certainly was a mate in answer to Lush's check, and though his exasperation with Grandcourt was perhaps stronger than it had ever been before, it would have been idiocy to act as if any further move could be useful. He gave a slight shrug with one shoulder, and was going to walk away, when Grandcourt turned on his seat toward the table, and as quietly as if nothing had occurred, "Oblige me by pushing that pen and paper here, will you?" No thunderous bullying superior could have exercised the imperious spell that Grandcourt did. Why, instead of being obeyed, he had never been told to go to a warmer place was perhaps a mystery to those who found themselves obeying him. The pen and paper were pushed to him, and as he took them he said, "Just wait for this letter." He scrawled with ease, and the brief note was quickly addressed. "Let Hutchins go with it at once, will you?" said Grandcourt, pushing the letter away from him. As Lush had expected, it was addressed to Miss Harleth, Offendene. When his irritation had cooled down he was glad there had been no explosive quarrel, but he felt sure that there was a notch made against him, and that somehow or other he was intended to pay. It was also clear to him that the immediate effect of his revelation had been to harden Grandcourt's previous determination. But as to the particular movements that made this process in his baffling mind, Lush could only toss up his chin in despair of a theory. End of chapter 25. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 26. He brings white asses laden with the freight of Tyrian vessels, purple, gold, and balm, to bribe my will. I'll bid them chase him forth, nor let him breathe the taint of his surmise on my secure resolve. Aye, 'tis secure, and therefore let him come to spread his freight. For firmness hath its appetite, and craves the stronger lure more strongly to resist. Would know the touch of gold to fling it off, scent wine to feel its lip the soberer. Behold soft byssus, ivory, and plumes to say, "They're fair, but I will none of them," and flout enticement in the very face. Mr. Gascoigne one day came to Offendene with what he felt to be the satisfactory news that Mrs. Mompert had fixed Tuesday in the following week for her interview with Gwendolen at Wanchester. He said nothing of his having incidentally heard that Mr. Grandcourt had returned to Diplow, knowing no more than she did that Leubronn had been the goal of her admirer's journeying, and feeling that it would be unkind uselessly to revive the memory of a brilliant prospect under the present reverses. In his secret soul he thought of his niece's unintelligible caprice with regret, but he vindicated her to himself by considering that Grandcourt had been the first to behave oddly, in suddenly walking away when there had been the best opportunity for crowning his marked attentions. The rector's practical judgment told him that his chief duty to his niece now was to encourage her resolutely to face the change in her lot, since there was no manifest promise of any event that would avert it. "You will find an interest in varied experience, my dear, and I have no doubt you will be a more valuable woman for having sustained such a part as you are called to." "I cannot pretend to believe that I shall like it," said Gwendolen, for the first time showing her uncle some petulance. "But I am quite aware that I am obliged to bear it." She remembered having submitted to his admonition on a different occasion, when she was expected to like a very different prospect. "And your good sense will teach you to behave suitably under it," said Mr. Gascoigne, with a shade more gravity. "I feel sure that Mrs. Mompert will be pleased with you. You will know how to conduct yourself to a woman who holds in all senses the relation of a superior to you. This trouble has come on you young, but that makes it in some respects easier, and there is a benefit in all chastisement if we adjust our minds to it." This was precisely what Gwendolen was unable to do, and after her uncle was gone the bitter tears which had rarely come during the late trouble rose and fell slowly as she sat alone. Her heart denied that the trouble was easier because she was young. When was she to have any happiness if it did not come when she was young? Not that her visions of possible happiness for herself were as unmixed with necessary evil as they used to be. Not that she could still imagine herself plucking the fruits of life without suspicion of their core. But this general disenchantment with the world, nay, with herself, since it appeared that she was not made for easy preeminence, only intensified her sense of forlornness. It was a visibly sterile distance enclosing the dreary path at her feet, in which she had no courage to tread. She was in that first crisis of passionate youthful rebellion against what is not fitly called pain, but rather the absence of joy, that first rage of disappointment in life's morning, which we whom the years have subdued are apt to remember but dimly as part of our own experience, and so to be intolerant of its self-enclosed unreasonableness and impiety. What passion seems more absurd when we have just got outside it and looked at calamity as a collective risk, than this amazed anguish that I, and not thou, he or she, should be just the smitten one? Yet perhaps some who have afterward made themselves a willing fence before the breast of another, and have carried their own heart-wound in heroic silence, some who have made their deeds great, nevertheless began with this angry amazement at their own smart, and on the mere denial of their fantastic desires raged as if under the sting of wasps which reduced the universe for them to an unjust infliction of pain. This was nearly poor Gwendolen's condition. What though such a reverse as hers had often happened to other girls? The one point she had been all her life learning to care for was, that it had happened to her, It was what she felt under Klesmer's demonstration that she was not remarkable enough to command fortune by force of will and merit. It was what she would feel under the rigors of Mrs. Mompert's constant expectation, under the dull demand that she should be cheerful with three Miss Momperts, under the necessity of showing herself entirely submissive and keeping her thoughts to herself. To be a queen disthroned is not so hard as some other downstepping. Imagine one who had been made to believe in his own divinity finding all homage withdrawn, and himself unable to perform a miracle that would recall the homage and restore his own confidence. Something akin to this illusion and this helplessness had fallen the poor spoiled child, with the lovely lips and eyes and the majestic figure, which seemed now to have no magic in them. She rose from the low ottoman where she had been sitting purposeless, and walked up and down the drawing-room, resting her elbow on one palm while she leaned down her cheek on the other, and a slow tear fell. She thought, "I have always, ever since I was little, felt that mamma was not a happy woman, and now I dare say I shall be more unhappy than she has been." Her mind dwelt for a few moments on the picture of herself losing her youth and ceasing to enjoy, not minding whether she did this or that, but such picturing inevitably brought back the image of her mother. "Poor mamma! It will be still worse for her now. I can get a little money for her. That is all I shall care about now." And then with an entirely new movement of her imagination she saw her mother getting quite old and white, and herself no longer young but faded, and their two faces meeting still with memory and love, and she knowing what was in her mother's mind. Poor Gwen is too sad and faded now. And then, for the first time, she sobbed, not in anger, but with a sort of tender misery. Her face was toward the door, and she saw her mother enter. She barely saw that, for her eyes were large with tears, and she pressed her handkerchief against them hurriedly. Before she took it away she felt her mother's arms round her, and this sensation, which seemed a prolongation of her inward vision, overcame her will to be reticent. She sobbed anew in spite of herself as they pressed their cheeks together. Mrs. Davilow had brought something in her hand which had already caused her an agitating anxiety, and she dared not speak until her darling had become calmer. But Gwendolen, with whom weeping had always been a painful manifestation to be resisted if possible, again pressed her handkerchief against her eyes, and with a deep breath drew her head backward and looked at her mother, who was pale and tremulous. "It was nothing, mamma," said Gwendolen, thinking that her mother had been moved in this way simply by finding her in distress. "It is all over now." But Mrs. Davilow had withdrawn her arms, and Gwendolen perceived a letter in her hand. "What is that letter? Worse news still?" she asked, with a touch of bitterness. "I don't know what you will think it, dear," said Mrs. Davilow, keeping the letter in her hand. "You will hardly guess where it comes from." "Don't ask me to guess anything," said Gwendolen, rather impatiently, as if a bruise were being pressed. "It is addressed to you, dear." Gwendolen gave the slightest perceptible toss of the head. "It comes from Diplow," said Mrs. Davilow, giving her the letter. She knew Grandcourt's indistinct handwriting, and her mother was not surprised to see her blush deeply, but watching her as she read, and wondering much what was the purport of the letter, she saw the color die out. Gwendolen's lips even were pale as she turned the open note toward her mother. The words were few and formal. "Mr. Grandcourt presents his compliments to Miss Harleth, and begs to know whether he may be permitted to call at Offendene to-morrow after 2, and to see her alone. Mr. Grandcourt has just returned from Leubronn, where he had hoped to find Miss Harleth." Mrs. Davilow read, and then looked at her daughter inquiringly, leaving the note in her hand. Gwendolen let it fall to the floor and turned away. "It must be answered, darling," said Mrs. Davilow timidly. "The man waits." Gwendolen sank on the settee, clasped her hands, and looked straight before her, not at her mother. She had the expression of one who had been startled by a sound and was listening to know what would come of it. The sudden change of the situation was bewildering.
A few minutes before, she was looking along an inescapable path of repulsive monotony, with hopeless inward rebellion against the imperious lot which left her no choice. And lo, now a moment of choice was come. Yet was it triumph she felt most, or terror? Impossible for Gwendolen not to feel some triumph in a tribute to her power at a time when she was first tasting the bitterness of insignificance. Again she seemed to be getting a sort of empire over her own life. But how to use it? Here came the terror. Quick, quick, like pictures in a book beaten open with a sense of hurry, came back vividly, yet in fragments, all that she had gone through in relation to Grandcourt: the allurements, the vacillations, the resolve to accede, the final repulsion, the incisive face of that dark-eyed lady with the lovely boy. Her own pledge, was it a pledge not to marry him? The new disbelief in the worth of men and things for which that scene of disclosure had become a symbol. That unalterable experience made a vision, at which in the first agitated moment, before tempering reflections could suggest themselves, her native terror shrank. Where was the good of choice coming again? What did she wish? Anything different? No. And yet in the dark seed-growths of consciousness a new wish was forming itself. I wish I had never known it. Something, anything she wished for that would have saved her from the dread to let Grandcourt come. It was no long while, yet it seemed long to Mrs. Davilow, before she thought it well to say gently, "It will be necessary for you to write, dear. Or shall I write an answer for you, which you will dictate?" "No, mamma," said Gwendolen, drawing a deep breath. "But please lay me out the pen and paper." That was gaining time. Was she to decline Grandcourt's visit, close the shutters, not even look out on what would happen, though with the assurance that she should remain just where she was? The young activity within her made a warm current through her terror and stirred toward something that would be an event, toward an opportunity in which she could look and speak with the former effectiveness. The interest of the morrow was no longer at a deadlock. "There is really no reason on earth why you should be so alarmed at the man's waiting a few minutes, mamma," said Gwendolen remonstrantly, as Mrs. Davilow, having prepared the writing materials, looked toward her expectantly. "Servants expect nothing else than to wait. It is not to be supposed that I must write on the instant." "No, dear," said Mrs. Davilow, in the tone of one corrected, turning to sit down and take up a bit of work that lay at hand. "He can wait another quarter of an hour, if you like." It was very simple speech and action on her part, but it was what might have been subtly calculated. Gwendolen felt a contradictory desire to be hastened. Hurry would save her from deliberate choice. "I did not mean him to wait long enough for that needlework to be finished," she said, lifting her hands to stroke the backward curves of her hair, while she rose from her seat and stood still. "But if you don't feel able to decide?" said Mrs. Davilow, sympathizingly. "I must decide," said Gwendolen, walking to the writing-table and seating herself. All the while there was a busy undercurrent in her, like the thought of a man who keeps up a dialogue while he is considering how he can slip away. Why should she not let him come? It bound her to nothing. He had been to Leubronn after her. Of course he meant a direct unmistakable renewal of the suit which before had been only implied. What then? She could reject him. Why was she to deny herself the freedom of doing this, which she would like to do? "If Mr. Grandcourt has only just returned from Leubronn," said Mrs. Davilow, observing that Gwendolen leaned back in her chair after taking the pen in her hand, "I wonder whether he has heard of our misfortunes." "That could make no difference to a man in his position," said Gwendolen, rather contemptuously. "It would to some men," said Mrs. Davilow. "They would not like to take a wife from a family in a state of beggary almost, as we are. Here we are at Offendene with a great shell over us, as usual. But just imagine his finding us at Sawyer's Cottage. Most men are afraid of being bored or taxed by a wife's family. If Mr. Grandcourt did know, I think it a strong proof of his attachment to you." Mrs. Davilow spoke with unusual emphasis. It was the first time she had ventured to say anything about Grandcourt which would necessarily seem intended as an argument in favor of him, her habitual impression being that such arguments would certainly be useless, and might be worse. The effect of her words now was stronger than she could imagine. They raised a new set of possibilities in Gwendolen's mind, a vision of what Grandcourt might do for her mother if she, Gwendolen, did what she was not going to do. She was so moved by a new rush of ideas that, like one conscious of being urgently called away, she felt that the immediate task must be hastened. The letter must be written, else it might be endlessly deferred. After all, she acted in a hurry, as she had wished to do. To act in a hurry was to have a reason for keeping away from an absolute decision, and to leave open as many issues as possible. She wrote, "Miss Harleth presents her compliments to Mr. Grandcourt. She will be at home after 2 o'clock to-morrow." Before addressing the note she said, "Pray ring the bell, mamma, if there is any one to answer it." She really did not know who did the work of the house. It was not till after the letter had been taken away and Gwendolen had risen again, stretching out one arm and then resting it on her head with a low moan which had a sound of relief in it, that Mrs. Davilow ventured to ask, "What did you say, Gwen?" "I said that I should be at home," answered Gwendolen, rather loftily. Then, after a pause, "You must not expect, because Mr. Grandcourt is coming, that anything is going to happen, mamma." "I don't allow myself to expect anything, dear. I desire you to follow your own feeling. You have never told me what that was." "What is the use of telling?" said Gwendolen, hearing a reproach in that true statement. "When I have anything pleasant to tell, you may be sure I will tell you." "But Mr. Grandcourt will consider that you have already accepted him in allowing him to come. His note tells you plainly enough that he is coming to make you an offer." "Very well, and I wish to have the pleasure of refusing him." Mrs. Davilow looked up in wonderment, but Gwendolen implied her wish not to be questioned further by saying, "Put down that detestable needlework, and let us walk in the avenue. I am stifled." Chapter 26. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda, by George Eliot. Chapter 27. Desire has trimmed the sails, and circumstance brings but the breeze to fill them. While Grandcourt on his beautiful black Yerico, the groom behind him on Criterion, was taking the pleasant ride from Diplow to Offendene, Gwendolen was seated before the mirror while her mother gathered up the lengthy mass of light brown hair which she had been carefully brushing. "Only gather it up easily and make a coil, mamma," said Gwendolen. "Let me bring you some earrings, Gwen," said Mrs. Davilow, when the hair was adjusted, and they were both looking at the reflection in the glass. It was impossible for them not to notice that the eyes looked brighter than they had done of late, that there seemed to be a shadow lifted from the face, leaving all the lines once more in their placid youthfulness. The mother drew some inference that made her voice rather cheerful. "You do want your earrings?" "No, mamma, I shall not wear any ornaments, and I shall put on my black silk. Black is the only wear when one is going to refuse an offer," said Gwendolen, with one of her old smiles at her mother, while she rose to throw off her dressing-gown. "Suppose the offer is not made after all," said Mrs. Davilow, not without a sly intention. "Then that will be because I refuse it beforehand," said Gwendolen. "It comes to the same thing." There was a proud little toss of the head as she said this, and when she walked downstairs in her long black robes there was just that firm poise of head and elasticity of form which had lately been missing, as in a parched plant. Her mother thought, "She is quite herself again. It must be pleasure in his coming. Can her mind be really made up against him?" Gwendolen would have been rather angry if that thought had been uttered,
perhaps all the more because through the last 20 hours, with a brief interruption of sleep, she had been so occupied with perpetually alternating images and arguments for and against the possibility of her marrying Grandcourt, that the conclusion which she had determined on beforehand ceased to have any hold on her consciousness. The alternate dip of counterbalancing thoughts begotten of counterbalancing desires had brought her into a state in which no conclusion could look fixed to her. She would have expressed her resolve as before, but it was a form out of which the blood had been sucked, no more a part of quivering life than the God's will be done of one who is eagerly watching the chances. She did not mean to accept Grandcourt. From the first moment of receiving his letter she had meant to refuse him. Still that could not but prompt her to look the unwelcome reasons full in the face until she had a little less awe of them, could not hinder her imagination from filling out her knowledge in various ways, some of which seemed to change the aspect of what she knew. By dint of looking at a dubious object with a constructive imagination, who can give it 20 different shapes? Her indistinct grounds of hesitation before the interview at the Whispering Stones at present counted for nothing. They were all merged in the final repulsion. If it had not been for that day in Cardell Chase, she said to herself now, there would have been no obstacle to her marrying Grandcourt. On that day and after it she had not reasoned and balanced. She had acted with a force of impulse against which all questioning was no more than a voice against a torrent. The impulse had come, not only from her maidenly pride and jealousy, not only from the shock of another woman's calamity thrust close on her vision, but from her dread of wrong-doing, which was vague, it was true, and aloof from the daily details of her life, but not the less strong. Whatever was accepted as consistent with being a lady she had no scruple about, but from the dim region of what was called disgraceful, wrong, guilty, she shrunk with mingled pride and terror, and even apart from shame, her feeling would have made her place any deliberate injury of another in the region of guilt. But now, did she know exactly what was the state of the case with regard to Mrs. Glasher and her children? She had given a sort of promise, had said, "I will not interfere with your wishes." But would another woman who married Grandcourt be in fact the decisive obstacle to her wishes, or be doing her and her boy any real injury? Might it not be just as well, nay better, that Grandcourt should marry? For what could not a woman do when she was married, if she knew how to assert herself? Here all was constructive imagination. Gwendolen had about as accurate a conception of marriage, that is to say, of the mutual influences, demands, duties of man and woman in the state of matrimony, as she had of magnetic currents and the law of storms. "Mamma managed badly," was her way of summing up what she had seen of her mother's experience. She herself would manage quite differently. And the trials of matrimony were the last theme into which Mrs. Davilow could choose to enter fully with this daughter. "I wonder what mamma and my uncle would say if they knew about Mrs. Glasher," thought Gwendolen in her inward debating. Not that she could imagine herself telling them, even if she had not felt bound to silence. "I wonder what anybody would say, or what they would say to Mr. Grandcourt's marrying some one else and having other children." To consider what anybody would say was to be released from the difficulty of judging where everything was obscure to her when feeling had ceased to be decisive. She had only to collect her memories, which proved to her that anybody regarded the illegitimate children as more rightfully to be looked shy on and deprived of social advantages than illegitimate fathers. The verdict of anybody seemed to be that she had no reason to concern herself greatly on behalf of Mrs. Glasher and her children. But there was another way in which they had caused her concern. What others might think could not do away with a feeling which in the first instance would hardly be too strongly described as indignation and loathing that she should have been expected to unite herself with an outworn life, full of backward secrets which must have been more keenly felt than any association with her. True, the question of love on her own part had occupied her scarcely at all in relation to Grandcourt. The desirability of marriage for her had always seemed due to other feeling than love, and to be enamored was the part of the man, on whom the advances depended. Gwendolen had found no objection to Grandcourt's way of being enamored before she had had that glimpse of his past. which she resented as if it had been a deliberate offense against her. His advances to her were deliberate, and she felt a retrospective disgust for them. Perhaps other men's lives were of the same kind, full of secrets which made the ignorant suppositions of the women they wanted to marry a farce at which they were laughing in their sleeves. These feelings of disgust and indignation had sunk deep, and though other troublous experience in the last weeks had dulled them from passion into remembrance, it was chiefly their reverberating activity which kept her firm to the understanding with herself that she was not going to accept Grandcourt. She had never meant to form a new determination. She had only been considering what might be thought or said. If anything could have induced her to change, it would have been the prospect of making all things easy for poor mamma. That, she admitted, was a temptation. But no, she was going to refuse him. Meanwhile, the thought that he was coming to be refused was inspiriting. She had the white reins in her hands again. There was a new current in her frame, reviving her from the beaten-down consciousness in which she had been left by the interview with Klesmer. She was not now going to crave an opinion of her capabilities. She was going to exercise her power. Was this what made her heart palpitate annoyingly when she heard the horse's footsteps on the gravel? When Miss Mary, who opened the door to Grandcourt, came to tell her that he was in the drawing-room? The hours of preparation and the triumph of the situation were apparently of no use. She might as well have seen Grandcourt coming suddenly on her in the midst of her despondency. While walking into the drawing-room she had to concentrate all her energy in that self-control which made her appear gravely gracious, as she gave her hand to him and answered his hope that she was quite well in a voice as low and languid as his own. A moment afterward, when they were both of them seated on two of the wreath-painted chairs, Gwendolen upright with downcast eyelids, Grandcourt about 2 yards distant, leaning one arm over the back of his chair and looking at her, while he held his hat in his left hand, any one seeing them as a picture would have concluded that they were in some stage of love-making suspense. And certainly the love-making had begun. She already felt herself being wooed by this silent man seated at an agreeable distance, with the subtlest atmosphere of attar of roses and an attention bent wholly on her. And he also considered himself to be wooing. He was not a man to suppose that his presence carried no consequences, and he was exactly the man to feel the utmost piquancy in a girl whom he had not found quite calculable. "I was disappointed not to find you at Leubronn," he began, his usual broken drawl having just a shade of amorous languor in it. "The place was intolerable without you. A mere kennel of a place. Don't you think so?" "I can't judge what it would be without myself," said Gwendolen, turning her eyes on him with some recovered sense of mischief. "With myself I like it well enough to have stayed longer, if I could. But I was obliged to come home on account of family troubles." "It was very cruel of you to go to Leubronn," said Grandcourt, taking no notice of the troubles, on which Gwendolen, she hardly knew why, wished that there should be a clear understanding at once. "You must have known that it would spoil everything. You knew you were the heart and soul of everything that went on. Are you quite reckless about me?" It would be impossible to say yes in a tone that would be taken seriously, equally impossible to say no. But what else could she say? In her difficulty she turned down her eyelids again and blushed over her face and neck. Grandcourt saw her in a new phase, and believed that she was showing her inclination, but he was determined that she should show it more decidedly. "Perhaps there is some deeper interest, some attraction, some engagement, which it would have been only fair to make me aware of. Is there any man who stands between us?" Inwardly the answer framed itself. "No, but there is a woman." Yet how could she utter this? Even if she had not promised that woman to be silent, it would have been impossible for her to enter on the subject with Grandcourt. But how could she arrest his wooing by beginning to make a formal speech? "I perceive your intention. It is most flattering," etc. A fish honestly invited to come and be eaten has a clear course in declining, but how if it finds itself swimming against a net, and apart from the network would she have dared at once to say anything decisive?
Gwendolen had not time to be clear on that point. As it was, she felt compelled to silence, and after a pause Grandcourt said, "Am I to understand that some one else is preferred?" Gwendolen, now impatient of her own embarrassment, determined to rush at the difficulty and free herself. She raised her eyes again and said with something of her former clearness and defiance, "No," wishing him to understand. "What then? I may not be ready to take you." There was nothing that Grandcourt could not understand which he perceived likely to affect his amour propre. "The last thing I would do is to importune you. I should not hope to win you by making myself a bore. If there were no hope for me, I would ask you to tell me so at once, that I might just ride away to no matter where." Almost to her own astonishment, Gwendolen felt a sudden alarm at the image of Grandcourt finally riding away. What would be left her then? Nothing but the former dreariness. She liked him to be there. She snatched at the subject that would defer any decisive answer. "I fear you are not aware of what has happened to us. I have lately had to think so much of my mamma's troubles that other subjects have been quite thrown into the background. She has lost all her fortune, and we are going to leave this place. I must ask you to excuse my seeming preoccupied." In eluding a direct appeal, Gwendolen recovered some of her self-possession. She spoke with dignity and looked straight at Grandcourt, whose long, narrow, impenetrable eyes met hers and mysteriously arrested them. Mysteriously, for the subtly varied drama between man and woman is often such as can hardly be rendered in words put together like dominoes, according to obvious fixed marks. The word of all work, love, will no more express the myriad modes of mutual attraction than the word thought can inform you what is passing through your neighbor's mind. It would be hard to tell on which side, Gwendolen's or Grandcourt's, the influence was more mixed. At that moment his strongest wish was to be completely master of this creature, this piquant combination of maidenliness and mischief. That she knew things which had made her start away from him spurred him to triumph over that repugnance, and he was believing that he should triumph. And she—ah, piteous equality in the need to dominate! She was overcome like the thirsty one who is drawn toward the seeming water in the desert, overcome by the suffused sense that here in this man's homage to her lay the rescue from helpless subjection to an oppressive lot. All the while they were looking at each other, and Grandcourt said, slowly and languidly, as if it were of no importance, other things having been settled, "You will tell me now, I hope, that Mrs. Davilow's loss of fortune will not trouble you further. You will trust me to prevent it from weighing upon her. You will give me the claim to provide against that." The little pauses and refined drawlings with which this speech was uttered gave time for Gwendolen to go through the dream of a life. As the words penetrated her, they had the effect of a draught of wine, which suddenly makes all things easier, desirable things not so wrong, and people in general less disagreeable. She had a momentary phantasmal love for this man who chose his words so well, and who was a mere incarnation of delicate homage. Repugnance, dread, scruples, these were dim as remembered pains, while she was already tasting relief under the immediate pain of hopelessness. She imagined herself already springing to her mother and being playful again. Yet when Grandcourt had ceased to speak, there was an instant in which she was conscious of being at the turning of the ways. "You are very generous," she said, not moving her eyes and speaking with a gentle intonation. "You accept what will make such things a matter of course?" said Grandcourt, without any new eagerness. "You consent to become my wife?" This time Gwendolen remained quite pale. Something made her rise from her seat in spite of herself and walk to a little distance. Then she turned, and with her hands folded before her, stood in silence. Grandcourt immediately rose too, resting his hat on the chair, but still keeping hold of it. The evident hesitation of this destitute girl to take his splendid offer stung him into a keenness of interest such as he had not known for years, none the less because he attributed her hesitation entirely to her knowledge about Mrs. Glasher. In that attitude of preparation he said,
Do you command me to go?" No familiar spirit could have suggested to him more effective words. "No," said Gwendolen. She could not let him go. That negative was a clutch. She seemed to herself to be, after all, only drifted toward the tremendous decision, but drifting depends on something besides the currents when the sails have been set beforehand. "You accept my devotion?" said Grandcourt, holding his hat by his side and looking straight into her eyes, without other movement. Their eyes meeting in that way seemed to allow any length of pause, but wait as long as she would, how could she contradict herself? What had she detained him for? He had shut out any explanation. "Yes," came as gravely from Gwendolen's lips as if she had been answering to her name in a court of justice. He received it gravely, and they still looked at each other in the same attitude. Was there ever such a way before of accepting the bliss-giving yes? Grandcourt liked better to be at that distance from her, and to feel under a ceremony imposed by an indefinable prohibition that breathed from Gwendolen's bearing. But he did at length lay down his hat and advance to take her hand, just pressing his lips upon it and letting it go again. She thought his behavior perfect, and gained a sense of freedom which made her almost ready to be mischievous. Her yes entailed so little at this moment that there was nothing to screen the reversal of her gloomy prospects. Her vision was filled by her own release from the Momperts and her mother's release from Sawyer's Cottage. With a happy curl of the lips she said, "Will you not see mamma? I will fetch her." "Let us wait a little," said Grandcourt in his favorite attitude, having his left forefinger and thumb in his waistcoat pocket, with his right hand caressing his whisker, while he stood near Gwendolen and looked at her, not unlike a gentleman who has a felicitous introduction at an evening party. "Have you anything else to say to me?" said Gwendolen playfully. "Yes. I know having things said to you is a great bore," said Grandcourt, rather sympathetically. "Not when they are things I like to hear." "Will it bother you to be asked how soon we can be married?" "I think it will. To-day," said Gwendolen, putting up her chin saucily. "Not to-day, then, but to-morrow. Think of it before I come to-morrow. In a fortnight, or 3 weeks, as soon as possible." "Ah, you think you will be tired of my company," said Gwendolen. "I notice when people are married the husband is not so much with his wife as when they are engaged. But perhaps I shall like that better too." She laughed charmingly. "You shall have whatever you like," said Grandcourt. "And nothing that I don't like? Please say that, because I think I dislike what I don't like more than I like what I like," said Gwendolen, finding herself in the woman's paradise where all her nonsense is adorable. Grandcourt paused. These were subtleties in which he had much experience of his own. "I don't know. This is such a brute of a world. Things are always turning up that one doesn't like. I can't always hinder your being bored. If you like to ride Criterion, I can't hinder his coming down by some chance or other." "Ah, my friend Criterion, how is he?" "He is outside. I made the groom ride him, that you might see him. He had the side saddle on for an hour or two yesterday. Come to the window and look at him." They could see the 2 horses being taken slowly round the sweep, and the beautiful creatures in their fine grooming sent a thrill of exultation through Gwendolen. They were the symbols of command and luxury, in delightful contrast with the ugliness of poverty and humiliation at which she had lately been looking close. "Will you ride Criterion to-morrow?" said Grandcourt. "If you will, everything shall be arranged." "I should like it of all things," said Gwendolen. "I want to lose myself in a gallop again. But now I must go and fetch mamma." "Take my arm to the door, then," said Grandcourt, and she accepted. Their faces were very near each other, being almost on a level, and he was looking at her. She thought his manners as a lover more agreeable than any she had seen described. She had no alarm lest he meant to kiss her, and was so much at her ease that she suddenly paused in the middle of the room and said half archly, half earnestly, "Oh, while I think of it, there is something I dislike that you can save me from. I do not like Mr. Lush's company." "You shall not have it. I'll get rid of him." "You are not fond of him yourself?" "Not in the least. "I let him hang on me because he has always been a poor devil," said Grandcourt, in an adagio of utter indifference. "They got him to travel with me when I was a lad. He was always that coarse‐haired kind of brute—sort of a cross between a hog and a dilettante." Gwendolen laughed, and that seemed kind and natural enough. Grandcourt's fastidiousness enhanced the kindness, and when they reached the door, his way of opening it for her was the perfection of easy homage. Really, she thought, he was likely to be the least disagreeable of husbands. Mrs. Davilow was waiting anxiously in her bedroom when Gwendolen entered, stepped toward her quickly, and kissing her on both cheeks, said in a low tone, "Come now, mamma, and see Mr. Grandcourt. I am engaged to him." "My darling child!" said Mrs. Davilow, with a surprise that was rather solemn than glad. "Yes," said Gwendolen in the same tone, and with a quickness which implied that it was needless to ask questions. "Everything is settled. You are not going to Sawyer's Cottage, and I am not going to be inspected by Mrs. Mompert, and everything is to be as I like. So come down with me immediately." End of Chapter 27. End of Book 3. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda, by George Eliot. Chapter 28.
Il est plus aisé de connaître l'homme en général que de connaître un homme en particulier. La Rochefoucauld.
An hour after Grandcourt had left, the important news of Gwendolen's engagement was known at the rectory, and Mr. and Mrs. Gascoigne with Anna spent the evening at Offendene. "My dear, let me congratulate you on having created a strong attachment," said the rector. "You look serious, and I don't wonder at it. A lifetime union is a solemn thing. But from the way Mr. Grandcourt has acted and spoken, I think we may already see some good arising out of our adversity. It has given you an opportunity of observing your future husband's delicate liberality." Mr. Gascoigne referred to Grandcourt's mode of implying that he would provide for Mrs. Davilow, a part of the love-making which Gwendolen had remembered to cite to her mother with perfect accuracy. "But I have no doubt that Mr. Grandcourt would have behaved quite as handsomely if you had not gone away to Germany, Gwendolen, and had been engaged to him, as you no doubt might have been, more than a month ago," said Mrs. Gascoigne, feeling that she had to discharge a duty on this occasion. "But now there is no more room for caprice. Indeed, I trust you have no inclination to any. A woman has a great debt of gratitude to a man who perseveres in making her such an offer. But no doubt you feel properly." "I am not at all sure that I do, aunt," said Gwendolen, with saucy gravity. "I don't know everything it is proper to feel on being engaged." The rector patted her shoulder and smiled as at a bit of innocent naughtiness, and his wife took his behavior as an indication that she was not to be displeased. As for Anna, she kissed Gwendolen and said, "I do hope you will be happy," but then sank into the background and tried to keep the tears back too. In the late days she had been imagining a little romance about Rex. How if he still longed for Gwendolen, her heart might be softened by trouble into love, so that they could by and by be married. And the romance had turned to a prayer that she, Anna, might be able to rejoice like a good sister, and only think of being useful in working for Gwendolen, as long as Rex was not rich. But now she wanted Grace to rejoice in something else. Miss Mary and the 4 girls, Alice with the high shoulders, Bertha and Fanny the whisperers, and Isabel the listener, were all present on this family occasion, when everything seemed appropriately turning to the honor and glory of Gwendolen, and real life was as interesting as Sir Charles Grandison. The evening passed chiefly in decisive remarks from the rector in answer to conjectures from the 2 elder ladies. According to him, the case was not one in which he could think it his duty to mention settlements. Everything must, and doubtless would safely be left to Mr. Grandcourt. "I should like to know exactly what sort of places Ryelands and Gadsmere are," said Mrs. Davilow.
"Gadsmere, I believe, is a secondary place," said Mr. Gascoigne, "but Ryelands I know to be one of our finest seats. The park is extensive, and the woods are of very valuable order. The house was built by Inigo Jones, and the ceilings are painted in the Italian style. The estate is said to be worth 12,000 a year, and there are 2 livings, one a rectory, in the gift of the Grandcourts. There may be some burdens on the land. Still, Mr. Grandcourt was an only child." "It would be most remarkable," said Mrs. Gascoigne, "if he were to become Lord Stannery in addition to everything else. Only think, there is the Grandcourt estate, the Mallinger estate, and the baronetcy, and the peerage." She was marking off the items on her fingers, and paused on the 4th while she added, "But they say there will be no land coming to him with the peerage." It seemed a pity there was nothing for the 5th finger. "The peerage," said the rector judiciously, "must be regarded as a remote chance. There are 2 cousins between the present peer and Mr. Grandcourt. It is certainly a serious reflection how death and other causes do sometimes concentrate inheritances on one man, but an excess of that kind is to be deprecated. To be Sir Mallinger Grandcourt Mallinger—I suppose that will be his style—with corresponding properties, is a valuable talent enough for any man to have committed to him. Let us hope it will be well used." "And what a position for the wife, Gwendolen!" said Mrs. Gascoigne. "A great responsibility indeed. But you must lose no time in writing to Mrs. Mompert, Henry. It is a good thing that you have an engagement of marriage to offer as an excuse, else she might feel offended. She is rather a high woman." "I am rid of that honor," thought Gwendolen, to whom the name of Mompert had become a sort of mumbo-jumbo. She was very silent through the evening, and that night could hardly sleep at all in her little white bed. It was a rarity in her strong youth to be wakeful, and perhaps a still greater rarity for her to be careful that her mother should not know of her restlessness. But her state of mind was altogether new. She who had been used to feel sure of herself and ready to manage others had just taken a decisive step which she had beforehand thought that she would not take, nay, perhaps was bound not to take. She could not go backward now. She liked a great deal of what lay before her, and there was nothing for her to like if she went back. But her resolution was dogged by the shadow of that previous resolve which had at first come as the undoubting movement of her whole being. While she lay on her pillow with wide-open eyes, looking on darkness which the blind do see, she was appalled by the idea that she was going to do what she had once started away from with repugnance. It was new to her that a question of right or wrong in her conduct should rouse her terror. She had known no compunction that atoning caresses and presents could not lay to rest. But here had come a moment when something like a new consciousness was awakened. She seemed on the edge of adopting deliberately, as a notion for all the rest of her life, what she had rashly said in her bitterness, when her discovery had driven her away to Leubronn, that it did not signify what she did, she had only to amuse herself as best she could. That lawlessness, that casting away of all care for justification, suddenly frightened her. It came to her with the shadowy array of possible calamity behind it, calamity which had ceased to be a mere name for her, and all the infiltrated influences of disregarded religious teaching, as well as the deeper impressions of something awful and inexorable enveloping her, seemed to concentrate themselves in the vague conception of avenging power. The brilliant position she had longed for, the imagined freedom she would create for herself in marriage, the deliverance from the dull insignificance of her girlhood, all immediately before her, and yet they had come to her hunger like food with the taint of sacrilege upon it, which she must snatch with terror. In the darkness and loneliness of her little bed, her more resistant self could not act against the first onslaught of dread after her irrevocable decision. That unhappy-faced woman and her children, Grandcourt and his relations with her, kept repeating themselves in her imagination like the clinging memory of a disgrace, and gradually obliterated all other thought, leaving only the consciousness that she had taken those scenes into her life. Her long wakefulness seemed a delirium. A faint, faint light penetrated beside the window curtain. The chillness increased. She could bear it no longer, and cried, "Mamma!" "Yes, dear," said Mrs. Davilow immediately, in a wakeful voice.
Let me come to you.
She soon went to sleep on her mother's shoulder, and slept on till late, when, dreaming of a lit-up ball-room, she opened her eyes on her mother standing by the bedside with a small packet in her hand. "I am sorry to wake you, darling, but I thought it better to give you this at once. The groom has brought Criterion. He has come on another horse, and says he is to stay here." Gwendolen sat up in bed and opened the packet. It was a delicate enameled casket, and inside was a splendid diamond ring with a letter which contained a folded bit of colored paper and these words: "Pray wear this ring when I come at 12 in sign of our betrothal. I enclose a check drawn in the name of Mr. Gascoigne for immediate expenses. Of course Mrs. Davilow will remain at Offendene, at least for some time. I hope when I come you will have granted me an early day, when you may begin to command me at a shorter distance. Yours devotedly, H. M. Grandcourt." The check was for £500, and Gwendolen turned it toward her mother with the letter. "How very kind and delicate," said Mrs. Davilow, with much feeling. "But I really should like better not to be dependent on a son-in-law. I and the girls could get along very well." "Mamma, if you say that again, I will not marry him," said Gwendolen angrily. "My dear child, I trust you are not going to marry only for my sake," said Mrs. Davilow, deprecatingly. Gwendolen tossed her head on the pillow away from her mother, and let the ring lie. She was irritated at this attempt to take away a motive. Perhaps the deeper cause of her irritation was the consciousness that she was not going to marry solely for her mamma's sake, that she was drawn toward the marriage in ways against which stronger reasons than her mother's renunciation were yet not strong enough to hinder her. She had waked up to the signs that she was irrevocably engaged, and all the ugly visions, the alarms, the arguments of the night must be met by daylight, in which probably they would show themselves weak. "What I long for is your happiness, dear," continued Mrs. Davilow, pleadingly. "I will not say anything to vex you. Will you put on the ring?" For a few moments Gwendolen did not answer, but her thoughts were active. At last she raised herself with a determination to do as she would do if she had started on horseback, and go on with spirit, whatever ideas might be running in her head. "I thought the lover always put on the betrothal ring himself," she said, laughingly, slipping the ring on her finger and looking at it with a charming movement of her head. "I know why he has sent it," she added, nodding at her mother. "Why?" "He would rather make me put it on than ask me to let him do it. Aha! He is very proud. But so am I. We shall match each other. I should hate a man who went down on his knees and came fawning on me. He really is not disgusting." "That is very moderate praise, Gwen." "No, it is not, for a man," said Gwendolen gaily. "But now I must get up and dress. Will you come and do my hair, mamma dear?" she went on, drawing down her mamma's face to caress it with her own cheeks. "And not be so naughty any more as to talk of living in poverty? You must bear to be made comfortable, even if you don't like it. And Mr. Grandcourt behaves perfectly now, does he not?" "Certainly he does," said Mrs. Davilow, encouraged, and persuaded that after all Gwendolen was fond of her betrothed. She herself thought him a man whose attentions were likely to tell on a girl's feeling. Suitors must often be judged, as words are, by the standing and the figure they make in polite society. It is difficult to know much else of them. And all the mother's anxiety turned not on Grandcourt's character, but on Gwendolen's mood in accepting him. The mood was necessarily passing through a new phase this morning. Even in the hour of making her toilette, she had drawn on all the knowledge she had for grounds to justify her marriage, and what she most dwelt on was the determination that when she was Grandcourt's wife she would urge him to the most liberal conduct toward Mrs. Glasher's children. Of what use would it be to her that I should not marry him? He could have married her if he liked, but he did not like. Perhaps she is to blame for that. There must be a great deal about her that I know nothing of, and he must have been good to her in many ways, else she would not have wanted to marry him. But that last argument at once began to appear doubtful. Mrs. Glasher naturally wished to exclude other children who would stand between Grandcourt and her own, and Gwendolen's comprehension of this feeling prompted another way of reconciling claims. "Perhaps we shall have no children. I hope we shall not. And he might leave the estate to the pretty little boy. My uncle said that Mr. Grandcourt would do as he liked with the estates. Only when Sir Hugo Mallinger dies there will be enough for two." This made Mrs. Glasher appear quite unreasonable in demanding that her boy should be sole heir, and the double property was a security that Grandcourt's marriage would do her no wrong, when the wife was Gwendolen Harleth, with all her proud resolution not to be fairly accused. This maiden had been accustomed to think herself blameless. Other persons only were faulty. It was striking that in the hold which this argument of her doing no wrong to Mrs. Glasher had taken on her mind, her repugnance to the idea of Grandcourt's past had sunk into a subordinate feeling. The terror she had felt in the night watches at overstepping the border of wickedness by doing what she had at first felt to be wrong had dulled any emotions about his conduct. She was thinking of him, whatever he might be, as a man over whom she was going to have indefinite power, and her loving him having never been a question with her, any agreeableness he had was so much gain. Poor Gwendolen had no awe of unmanageable forces in the state of matrimony, but regarded it as altogether a matter of management, in which she would know how to act. In relation to Grandcourt's past, she encouraged new doubts whether he were likely to have differed much from other men, and she devised little schemes for learning what was expected of men in general. But whatever else might be true in the world, her hair was dressed suitably for riding, and she went down in her riding habit to avoid delay before getting on horseback. She wanted to have her blood stirred once more with the intoxication of youth, and to recover the daring with which she had been used to think of her course in life. Already a load was lifted off her, for in daylight and activity it was less oppressive to have doubts about her choice than to feel that she had no choice but to endure insignificance and servitude. "Go back and make yourself look like a duchess, mamma," she said, turning suddenly as she was going downstairs. "Put your point lace over your head. I must have you look like a duchess. You must not take things humbly." When Grandcourt raised her left hand gently and looked at the ring, she said gravely, "It was very good of you to think of everything and send me that packet." "You will tell me if there is anything I forget," he said, keeping the hand softly within his own. "I will do anything you wish." "But I am very unreasonable in my wishes," said Gwendolen, smiling. "Yes, and I expect that. Women always are." "Then I will not be unreasonable," said Gwendolen, taking away her hand and tossing her head saucily. "I will not be told that I am what women always are." "I did not say that," said Grandcourt, looking at her with his usual gravity. "You are what no other woman is." "And what is that, pray?" said Gwendolen, moving to a distance with a little air of menace. Grandcourt made his pause before he answered. "You are the woman I love." "Oh, what nice speeches!" said Gwendolen, laughing. The sense of that love which he must once have given to another woman under strange circumstances was getting familiar. "Give me a nice speech in return. Say when we are to be married." "Not yet. Not till we have had a gallop over the downs. I am so thirsty for that I can think of nothing else. I wish the hunting had begun. Sunday the 20th, 27th, Monday, Tuesday." Gwendolen was counting on her fingers with the prettiest nod while she looked at Grandcourt, and at last swept one palm over the other while she said triumphantly, "It will begin in 10 days." "Let us be married in 10 days, then," said Grandcourt, "and we shall not be bored about the stables." "What do women always say in answer to that?" said Gwendolen mischievously. "They agree to it," said the lover, rather off his guard. "Then I will not," said Gwendolen, taking up her gauntlets and putting them on while she kept her eyes on him with gathering fun in them. The scene was pleasant on both sides. A cruder lover would have lost the view of her pretty ways and attitudes, and spoiled all by stupid attempts at caresses, utterly destructive of drama. Grandcourt preferred the drama, and Gwendolen, left at ease, found her spirits rising continually as she played at reigning. Perhaps if Klesmer had seen more of her in this unconscious kind of acting, instead of when she was trying to be theatrical, he might have rated her chance higher. When they had had a glorious gallop, however, she was in a state of exhilaration that disposed her to think well of hastening the marriage, which would make her life all of a piece with this splendid kind of enjoyment. She would not debate any more about an act to which she had committed herself, and she consented to fix the wedding on that day 3 weeks, notwithstanding the difficulty of fulfilling the customary laws of the trousseau. Lush, of course, was made aware of the engagement by abundant signs, without being formally told, but he expected some communication as a consequence of it, and after a few days he became rather impatient under Grandcourt's silence, feeling sure that the change would affect his personal prospects, and wishing to know exactly how. His tactics no longer included any opposition, which he did not love for its own sake. He might easily cause Grandcourt a great deal of annoyance, but it would be to his own injury, and to create annoyance was not a motive with him. Miss Gwendolen he would certainly not have been sorry to frustrate a little, but, after all, there was no knowing what would come. It was nothing new that Grandcourt should show a perverse willfulness, yet in his freak about this girl he struck Lush rather newly as something like a man who was fey, led on by an ominous fatality, and that one born to his fortune should make a worse business of his life than was necessary seemed really pitiable. Having protested against the marriage, Lush had a second sight for its evil consequences. Grandcourt had been taking the pains to write letters and give orders himself instead of employing Lush, and appeared to be ignoring his usefulness, even choosing, against the habit of years, to breakfast alone in his dressing-room. But a tête-à-tête was not to be avoided in a house empty of guests, and Lush hastened to use an opportunity of saying—it was one day after dinner, for there were difficulties in Grandcourt's dining at Offendene— "And when is the marriage to take place?" Grandcourt, who drank little wine, had left the table and was lounging while he smoked in an easy-chair near the hearth, where a fire of oak boughs was gaping to its glowing depths and edging them with a delicate tint of ashes delightful to behold. The chair of red-brown velvet brocade was a becoming background for his pale-tinted, well-cut features and exquisite long hands. Omitting the cigar, you might have imagined him a portrait by Moroni, who would have rendered wonderfully the impenetrable gaze and air of distinction. And a portrait by that great master would have been quite as lively a companion as Grandcourt was disposed to be. But he answered without unusual delay, "On the 10th." "I suppose you intend to remain here?" "We shall go to Ryelands for a little while, but we shall return here for the sake of the hunting." After this word there was the languid, inarticulate sound frequent with Grandcourt when he meant to continue speaking, and Lush waited for something more. Nothing came, and he was going to put another question, when the inarticulate sound began again and introduced the mildly uttered suggestion, "You had better make some new arrangement for yourself." "What? I am to cut and run," said Lush, prepared to be good-tempered on the occasion. "Something of that kind." "The bride objects to me. I hope she will make up to you for the want of my services." "I can't help your being so damnably disagreeable to women," said Grandcourt, in soothing apology. "To one woman, if you please. It makes no difference, since she is the one in question. I suppose I am not to be turned adrift after 15 years without some provision? You must have saved something out of me." "Deuced little. I have often saved something for you." "You can have 300 a year, but you must live in town and be ready to look after things when I want you. I shall be rather hard up." "If you are not going to be at Ryelands this winter, I might run down there and let you know how Swinton goes on." "If you like. I don't care a toss where you are, so that you keep out of sight." "Much obliged," said Lush, able to take the affair more easily than he had expected. He was supported by the secret belief that he should by and by be wanted as much as ever. "Perhaps you will not object to packing up as soon as possible," said Grandcourt. "The Torringtons are coming, and Miss Harleth will be riding over here." "With all my heart." Can't I be of use in going to Gadsmere?" "No, I am going myself." "About your being rather hard up. Have you thought of that plan—" "Just leave me alone, will you?" said Grandcourt, in his lowest audible tone, tossing his cigar into the fire and rising to walk away. He spent the evening in the solitude of the smaller drawing‐room, where, with various new publications on the table of the kind a gentleman may like to have on hand without touching, he employed himself, as a philosopher might have done, in sitting meditatively on the sofa and abstaining from literature, political, comic, cynical, or romantic. In this way hours may pass surprisingly soon without the arduous invisible chase of philosophy, not from love of thought, but from hatred of effort, from a state of the inward world something like premature age, where the need for action lapses into a mere image of what has been, is, and may or may not be, where impulse is born and dies in a phantasmal world, pausing in rejection of even a shadowy fulfillment. That is a condition which often comes with whitening hair, and sometimes, too, an intense obstinacy and tenacity of rule, like the main trunk of an exorbitant egoism, conspicuous in proportion as the varied susceptibilities of younger years are stripped away. But Grandcourt's hair, though he had not much of it, was of a fine sunny blonde, and his moods were not entirely to be explained as ebbing energy. We mortals have a strange spiritual chemistry going on within us, so that a lazy stagnation or even a cottony milkiness may be preparing one knows not what biting or explosive material. The navvy waking from sleep and without malice heaving a stone to crush the life out of his still sleeping comrade, is understood to lack the trained motive which makes a character fairly calculable in its actions. But by a roundabout course even a gentleman may make of himself a chancy personage, raising an uncertainty as to what he may do next, that sadly spoils companionship. Grandcourt's thoughts this evening were like the circlets one sees in a dark pool, continually dying out and continually started again by some impulse from below the surface. The deeper central impulse came from the image of Gwendolen, but the thoughts it stirred would be imperfectly illustrated by a reference to the amatory poets of all ages. It was characteristic that he got none of his satisfaction from the belief that Gwendolen was in love with him, and that love had overcome the jealous resentment which had made her run away from him. On the contrary, he believed that this girl was rather exceptional in the fact that, in spite of his assiduous attention to her, she was not in love with him. And it seemed to him very likely that if it had not been for the sudden poverty which had come over her family, she would not have accepted him. From the very first there had been an exasperating fascination in the tricksiness with which she had, not met his advances, but wheeled away from them. She had been brought to accept him in spite of everything, brought to kneel down like a horse under training for the arena, though she might have an objection to it all the while. On the whole, Grandcourt got more pleasure out of this notion than he could have done out of winning a girl of whom he was sure that she had a strong inclination for him personally. And yet this pleasure in mastering reluctance flourished along with the habitual persuasion that no woman whom he favored could be quite indifferent to his personal influence. And it seemed to him not unlikely that by and by Gwendolen might be more enamored of him than he of her. In any case she would have to submit, and he enjoyed thinking of her as his future wife, whose pride and spirit were suited to command every one but himself. He had no taste for a woman who was all tenderness to him, full of petitioning solicitude and willing obedience. He meant to be master of a woman who would have liked to master him, and who perhaps would have been capable of mastering another man. Lush, having failed in his attempted reminder to Grandcourt, thought it well to communicate with Sir Hugo, in whom, as a man having perhaps interest enough to command the bestowal of some place where the work was light, gentlemanly, and not ill paid, he was anxious to cultivate a sense of friendly obligation, not feeling at all secure against the future need of such a place. He wrote the following letter and addressed it to Park Lane, whither he knew the family had returned from Leubronn. My dear Sir Hugo, Since we came home, the marriage has been absolutely decided on, and is to take place in less than 3 weeks. It is so far the worse for him that her mother has lately lost all her fortune, and he will have to find supplies. Grandcourt, I know, is feeling the want of cash, and unless some other plan is resorted to, he will be raising money in a foolish way. I am going to leave Diplow immediately, and I shall not be able to start the topic. What I should advise is, that Mr. Deronda, who I know has your confidence, should propose to come and pay a short visit here, according to invitation (there are going to be other people in the house), and that you should put him fully in possession of your wishes and the possible extent of your offer. Then that he should introduce the subject to Grandcourt, so as not to imply that you suspect any particular want of money on his part, but only that there is a strong wish on yours. What I have formerly said to him has been in the way of a conjecture that you might be willing to give a good sum for his chance of Diplow. But if Mr. Deronda came armed with a definite offer, that would take another sort of hold. 10 to 1 he will not close for some time to come, but the proposal will have got a stronger lodgment in his mind, and though at present he has a great notion of the hunting here, I see a likelihood, under the circumstances, that he will get a distaste for the neighborhood, and there will be the notion of the money sticking by him without being urged. I would bet on your ultimate success. As I am not to be exiled to Siberia, but am to be within call, it is possible that by and by I may be of more service to you. But at present I can think of no medium so good as Mr. Deronda. Nothing puts Grandcourt in worse humor than having the lawyers thrust their paper under his nose uninvited. Trusting that your visit to Leubronn has put you in excellent condition for the winter, I remain, my dear Sir Hugo, yours very faithfully, Thomas Cranmer Lush. Sir Hugo, having received this letter at breakfast, handed it to Deronda, who, though he had chambers in town, was somehow hardly ever in them, Sir Hugo not being contented without him. The chatty baronet would have liked a young companion, even if there had been no peculiar reasons for attachment between them, one with a fine, harmonious, unspoiled face, fitted to keep up a cheerful view of posterity and inheritance generally, notwithstanding particular disappointments. And his affection for Deronda was not diminished by the deep-lying though not obtrusive difference in their notions and tastes. Perhaps it was all the stronger, acting as the same sort of difference does between a man and a woman in giving a piquancy to the attachment which subsists in spite of it. Sir Hugo did not think unapprovingly of himself, but he looked at men and society from a liberal menagerie point of view, and he had a certain pride in Deronda's differing from him, which, if it had found voice, might have said, "You see this fine young fellow? Not such as you see every day, is he? He belongs to me in a sort of way. I brought him up from a child. But you would not ticket him off easily. He has notions of his own, and he's as far as the poles asunder from what I was at his age." This state of feeling was kept up by the mental balance in Deronda, who was moved by an affectionateness, such as we are apt to call feminine, disposing him to yield in ordinary details, while he had a certain inflexibility of judgment and independence of opinion held to be rightfully masculine. When he had read the letter, he returned it without speaking, inwardly wincing under Lush's mode of attributing a neutral usefulness to him in the family affairs. "What do you say, Dan? It would be pleasant enough for you. You have not seen the place for a good many years now, and you might have a famous run with the harriers if you went down next week," said Sir Hugo. "I should not go on that account," said Deronda, buttering his bread attentively. He had an objection to this transparent kind of persuasiveness, which all intelligent animals are seen to treat with indifference. If he went to Diplow, he should be doing something disagreeable to oblige Sir Hugo. "I think Lush's notion is a good one, and it would be a pity to lose the occasion." "That is a different matter. If you think my going of importance to your objects," said Deronda, still with that aloofness of manner which implied some suppression. He knew that the baronet had set his heart on the affair. "Why, you will see the fair gambler, the Leubronn Diana, I shouldn't wonder," said Sir Hugo gaily. "We shall have to invite her to the Abbey when they are married. he added, turning to Lady Mallinger, as if she too had read the letter. "I cannot conceive whom you mean," said Lady Mallinger, who in fact had not been listening, her mind having been taken up with her first sips of coffee, the objectionable cuff of her sleeve, and the necessity of carrying Teresa to the dentist—innocent and partly laudable preoccupations, as the gentle ladies usually were. Should her appearance be inquired after, let it be said that she had reddish blonde hair, the hair of the period, a small Roman nose, rather prominent blue eyes, and delicate eyelids, with a figure which her thinner friends called fat, her hands showing curves and dimples like a magnified baby's. "I mean that Grandcourt is going to marry the girl you saw at Leubronn. Don't you remember her? The Miss Harleth who used to play at roulette." "Dear me! Is that a good match for him?" "That depends on the sort of goodness he wants," said Sir Hugo, smiling. "However, she and her friends have nothing, and she will bring him expenses. It's a good match for my purposes, because if I am willing to fork out a sum of money, he may be willing to give up his chance of Diplow, so that we shall have it out and out, and when I die you will have the consolation of going to the place you would like to go to, wherever I may go." "I wish you would not talk of dying in that light way, dear." "It's rather a heavy way, Lou, for I shall have to pay a heavy sum—40,000 at least." "But why are we to invite them to the Abbey?" said Lady Mallinger. "I do not like women who gamble, like Lady Cragstone." "Oh, you will not mind her for a week. Besides, she is not like Lady Cragstone because she gambled a little, any more than I am like a broker because I'm a Whig. I want to keep Grandcourt in good humor, and to let him see plenty of this place, that he may think the less of Diplow. I don't know yet whether I shall get him to meet me in this matter, and if Dan were to go over on a visit there, he might hold out the bait to him. It would be doing me a great service." This was meant for Deronda. "Daniel is not fond of Mr. Grandcourt, I think, is he?" said Lady Mallinger, looking at Deronda inquiringly. "There is no avoiding everybody one doesn't happen to be fond of," said Deronda. "I will go to Diplow. I don't know that I have anything better to do, since Sir Hugo wishes it." "That's a trump," said Sir Hugo, well pleased. "And if you don't find it very pleasant, it's so much experience. Nothing used to come amiss to me when I was young. You must see men and manners." "Yes, but I have seen that man, and something of his manners too," said Deronda. "Not nice manners, I think," said Lady Mallinger. "Well, you see they succeed with your sex," said Sir Hugo, provokingly. "And he was an uncommonly good-looking fellow when he was 2 or 3 and 20, like his father. He doesn't take after his father in marrying the heiress, though. If he had got Miss Arrowpoint and my land too, confound him, he would have had a fine principality." Deronda, in anticipating the projected visit, felt less disinclination than when consenting to it. The story of that girl's marriage did interest him. What he had heard through Lush of her having run away from the suit of the man she was now going to take as a husband had thrown a new sort of light on her gambling, and it was probably the transition from that fevered worldliness into poverty which had urged her acceptance where she must in some way have felt repulsion. All this implied a nature liable to difficulty and struggle, elements of life which had a predominant attraction for his sympathy, due perhaps to his early pain in dwelling on the conjectured story of his own existence. Persons attracted him as Hans Meyrick had done, in proportion to the possibility of his defending them, rescuing them, telling upon their lives with some sort of redeeming influence; and he had to resist an inclination, easily accounted for, to withdraw coldly from the fortunate. But in the movement which had led him to repurchase Gwendolen's necklace for her, and which was at work in him still, there was something beyond his habitual compassionate fervor, something due to the fascination of her womanhood. He was very open to that sort of charm, and mingled it with the consciously utopian pictures of his own future. Yet one able to trace the folds of his character might have conceived that he would be more likely than many less passionate men to love a woman without telling her of it. Sprinkle food before a delicate-eared bird, there is nothing he would more willingly take, yet he keeps aloof, because of his sensibility to checks which to you are imperceptible. And one man differs from another, as we all differ from the Bosjes men, in a sensibility to checks that come from variety of needs, spiritual or other. It seemed to foreshadow that capability of reticence in Deronda, that his imagination was much occupied with two women, to neither of whom would he have held it possible that he should ever make love. Hans Meyrick had laughed at him for having something of the knight-errant in his disposition, and he would have found his proof if he had known what was just now going on in Deronda's mind about Mirah and Gwendolen. Deronda wrote without delay to announce his visit to Diplow, and received in reply a polite assurance that his coming would give great pleasure. That was not altogether untrue. Grandcourt thought it probable that the visit was prompted by Sir Hugo's desire to court him for a purpose which he did not make up his mind to resist. And it was not a disagreeable idea to him that this fine fellow, whom he believed to be his cousin under the rose, would witness, perhaps with some jealousy, Henleigh Mallinger Grandcourt play the commanding part of betrothed lover to a splendid girl whom the cousin had already looked at with admiration. Grandcourt himself was not jealous of anything unless it threatened his mastery, which he did not think himself likely to lose. End of chapter 28. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 29. Surely whoever speaks to me in the right voice, him or her I shall follow, as the water follows the moon, silently, with fluid steps, anywhere around the globe. Walt Whitman. "Now my cousins are at Diplow," said Grandcourt. "Will you go there? To-morrow? The carriage shall come for Mrs. Davilow. You can tell me what you would like done in the rooms. Things must be put in decent order while we are away at Ryelands, and to-morrow is the only day." He was sitting sideways on a sofa in the drawing-room at Offendene, one hand and elbow resting on the back, and the other hand thrust between his crossed knees, in the attitude of a man who was much interested in watching the person next to him. Gwendolen, who had always disliked needlework, had taken to it with apparent zeal since her engagement, and now held a piece of white embroidery which on examination would have shown many false stitches. During the last 8 or 9 days their hours had been chiefly spent on horseback, but some margin had always been left for this more difficult sort of companionship, which, however, Gwendolen had not found disagreeable. She was very well satisfied with Grandcourt. His answers to her lively questions about what he had seen and done in his life bore drawling very well. From the first she had noticed that he knew what to say, and she was constantly feeling not only that he had nothing of the fool in his composition, but that by some subtle means he communicated to her the impression that all the folly lay with other people who did what he did not care to do. A man who seems to have been able to command the best has a sovereign power of depreciation. Then Grandcourt's behavior as a lover had hardly at all passed the limit of an amorous homage which was inobtrusive as a wafted odor of roses, and spent all its effects in a gratified vanity. One day, indeed, he had kissed not her cheek but her neck a little below her ear, and Gwendolen, taken by surprise, had started up with a marked agitation which made him rise too and say, "I beg your pardon. Did I annoy you?" "Oh, it was nothing," said Gwendolen, rather afraid of herself. "Only I cannot bear to be kissed under my ear." She sat down with a little playful laugh, but all the while she felt her heart beating with a vague fear. She was no longer at liberty to flout him as she had flouted poor Rex. Her agitation seemed not uncomplimentary, and he had been contented not to transgress again. To-day a slight rain hindered riding, but to compensate a package had come from London, and Mrs. Davilow had just left the room after bringing in for admiration the beautiful things, of Grandcourt's ordering, which lay scattered about on the tables.
Gwendolen was just then enjoying the scenery of her life. She let her hands fall in her lap, and said with a pretty air of perversity, "Why is to-morrow the only day?" "Because the next day is the first with the hounds," said Grandcourt. "And after that?" "After that I must go away for a couple of days. It's a bore, but I shall go one day and come back the next." Grandcourt noticed a change in her face, and releasing his hand from under his knees he laid it on hers, and said, "You object to my going away?" "It's no use objecting," said Gwendolen coldly. She was resisting to the utmost her temptation to tell him that she suspected to whom he was going, the temptation to make a clean breast, speaking without restraint. "Yes, it is," said Grandcourt, enfolding her hand. "I will put off going, and I will travel at night so as only to be away one day." He thought that he knew the reason of what he inwardly called this bit of temper, and she was particularly fascinating to him at this moment. "Then don't put off going, but travel at night," said Gwendolen, feeling that she could command him, and finding in his peremptoriness a small outlet for her irritation. "Then you will go to Diplow to-morrow?" "Oh yes, if you wish it," said Gwendolen, in a high tone of careless assent. Her concentration in other feelings had really hindered her from taking notice that her hand was being held. "How you treat us poor devils of men," said Grandcourt, lowering his tone. "We are always getting the worst of it." "Are you?" said Gwendolen, in a tone of inquiry, looking at him more naively than usual. She longed to believe this commonplace badinage as the serious truth about her lover. In that case she too was justified. If she knew everything, Mrs. Glasher would appear more blamable than Grandcourt. "Are you always getting the worst?" "Yes. Are you as kind to me as I am to you?" said Grandcourt, looking into her eyes with his narrow gaze. Gwendolen felt herself stricken. She was conscious of having received so much that her sense of command was checked, and sank away in the perception that, look around her as she might, she could not turn back. It was as if she had consented to mount a chariot where another held the reins, and it was not in her nature to leap out in the eyes of the world. She had not consented in ignorance, and all she could say now would be a confession that she had not been ignorant. Her right to explanation was gone. All she had to do now was to adjust herself, so that the spikes of that unwilling penance which conscience imposed should not gall her. With a sort of mental shiver she resolutely changed her mental attitude. There had been a little pause, during which she had not turned away her eyes, and with a sudden break into a smile she said, "If I were as kind to you as you are to me, that would spoil your generosity. It would no longer be as great as it could be, and it is that now." "Then I am not to ask for one kiss?" said Grandcourt, contented to pay a large price for this new kind of love-making, which introduced marriage by the finest contrast. "Not one?" said Gwendolen, getting saucy, and nodding at him defiantly. He lifted her little left hand to his lips, and then released it respectfully. Clearly it was faint praise to say of him that he was not disgusting. He was almost charming, and she felt at this moment that it was not likely she could ever have loved another man better than this one. His reticence gave her some inexplicable, delightful consciousness. "Apropos," she said, taking up her work again, "is there any one besides Captain and Mrs. Torrington at Diplow, or do you leave them tête-à-tête? I suppose he converses in cigars, and she answers with her chignon." "She has a sister with her," said Grandcourt, with his shadow of a smile, "and there are two men besides. One of them you know, I believe." "Ah, then I have a poor opinion of him," said Gwendolen, shaking her head. "You saw him at Leubronn—young Deronda, a young fellow with the Mallingers." Gwendolen felt as if her heart were making a sudden gambol, and her fingers, which tried to keep a firm hold on her work, got cold. "I never spoke to him," she said, dreading any discernible change in herself. "Is he not disagreeable?" "No, not particularly," said Grandcourt, in his most languid way. "He thinks a little too much of himself. I thought he had been introduced to you." "Some one told me his name the evening before I came away. That was all. What is he?" "A sort of ward of Sir Hugo Mallinger's. Nothing of any consequence." "Oh, poor creature! How very unpleasant for him," said Gwendolen, speaking from the lip and not meaning any sarcasm. "I wonder if it has left off raining," she added, rising and going to look out of the window. Happily it did not rain the next day, and Gwendolen rode to Diplow on Criterion as she had done on that former day when she returned with her mother in the carriage. She always felt the more daring for being in her riding dress, besides having the agreeable belief that she looked as well as possible in it, a sustaining consciousness in any meeting which seems formidable. Her anger toward Deronda had changed into a superstitious dread, due perhaps to the coercion he had exercised over her thought, lest the first interference of his in her life might foreshadow some future influence. It is of such stuff that superstitions are commonly made, an intense feeling about ourselves which makes the evening star shine at us with a threat, and the blessing of a beggar encourage us. And superstitions carry consequences, which often verify their hope or their foreboding. The time before luncheon was taken up for Gwendolen by going over the rooms with Mrs. Torrington and Mrs. Davilow, and she thought it likely that if she saw Deronda, there would hardly be need for more than a bow between them. She meant to notice him as little as possible. And after all she found herself under an inward compulsion too strong for her pride. From the first moment of their being in the room together, she seemed to herself to be doing nothing but notice him. Everything else was automatic performance of an habitual part. When he took his place at lunch, Grandcourt had said, "Deronda, Miss Harleth tells me you were not introduced to her at Leubronn?" "Miss Harleth hardly remembers me, I imagine," said Deronda, looking at her quite simply as they bowed. "She was intensely occupied when I saw her." Now, did he suppose that she had not suspected him of being the person who redeemed her necklace? "On the contrary, I remember you very well," said Gwendolen, feeling rather nervous, but governing herself, and looking at him in return with new examination. "You did not approve of my playing at roulette." "How did you come to that conclusion?" said Deronda, gravely. "Oh, you cast an evil eye on my play," said Gwendolen, with a turn of her head and a smile. "I began to lose as soon as you came to look on. I had always been winning till then." "Roulette in such a kennel as Leubronn is a horrid bore," said Grandcourt. "I found it a bore when I began to lose," said Gwendolen. Her face was turned toward Grandcourt as she smiled and spoke, but she gave a sidelong glance at Deronda, and saw his eyes fixed on her with a look so gravely penetrating that it had a keener edge for her than his ironical smile at her losses, a keener edge than Klesmer's judgment. She wheeled her neck round as if she wanted to listen to what was being said by the rest, while she was only thinking of Deronda. His face had that disturbing kind of form and expression which threatens to affect opinion, as if one's standard was somehow wrong. Who has not seen men with faces of this corrective power till they frustrated it by speech or action? His voice, heard now for the first time, was to Grandcourt's toneless drawl, which had been in her ears every day, as the deep notes of a violoncello to the broken discourse of poultry and other lazy gentry in the afternoon sunshine. Grandcourt, she inwardly conjectured, was perhaps right in saying that Deronda thought too much of himself, a favorite way of explaining a superiority that humiliates. However, the talk turned on the rinderpest and Jamaica, and no more was said about roulette. Grandcourt held that the Jamaica negro was a beastly sort of Baptist Caliban. Deronda said he had always felt a little with Caliban, who naturally had his own point of view and could sing a good song. Mrs. Davilow observed that her father had an estate in Barbados, but that she herself had never been in the West Indies. Mrs. Torrington was sure she should never sleep in her bed if she lived among blacks. Her husband corrected her by saying that the blacks would be manageable enough if it were not for the half-breeds, and Deronda remarked that the whites had to thank themselves for the half-breeds. While this polite pea-shooting was going on, Gwendolen trifled with her jelly, and looked at every speaker in turn that she might feel at ease in looking at Deronda. "I wonder what he thinks of me, really. He must have felt interested in me, else he would not have sent me the necklace. I wonder what he thinks of my marriage. What notions has he to make him so grave about things? Why is he come to Diplow?" These questions ran in her mind as the voice of an uneasy longing to be judged by Deronda with unmixed admiration, a longing which had had its seed in her first resentment at his critical glance.
Why did she care so much about the opinion of this man who was nothing of any consequence? She had no time to find the reason. She was too much engaged in caring. In the drawing-room, when something had called Grandcourt away, she went quite unpremeditatedly up to Deronda, who was standing at a table apart, turning over some prints, and said to him, "Shall you hunt to-morrow, Mr. Deronda?" "Yes, I believe so." "You don't object to hunting, then?" "I find excuses for it. It is a sin I am inclined to, when I can't get boating or cricketing." "Do you object to my hunting?" said Gwendolen, with a saucy movement of the chin. "I have no right to object to anything you choose to do." "You thought you had a right to object to my gambling," persisted Gwendolen. "I was sorry for it. I am not aware that I told you of my objection," said Deronda, with his usual directness of gaze, a large-eyed gravity innocent of any intention. His eyes had a peculiarity which has drawn many men into trouble. They were of a dark yet mild intensity which seemed to express a special interest in every one on whom he fixed them, and might easily help to bring on him those claims which ardently sympathetic people are often creating in the minds of those who need help. In mendicant fashion we make the goodness of others a reason for exorbitant demands on them. That sort of effect was penetrating Gwendolen. "You hindered me from gambling again," she answered. But she had no sooner spoken than she blushed over face and neck, and Deronda blushed too, conscious that in the little affair of the necklace he had taken a questionable freedom. It was impossible to speak further, and she turned away to a window, feeling that she had stupidly said what she had not meant to say, and yet being rather happy that she had plunged into this mutual understanding. Deronda also did not like it. Gwendolen seemed more decidedly attractive than before, and certainly there had been changes going on within her since that time at Leubronn. The struggle of mind attending a conscious error had wakened something like a new soul, which had better but also worse possibilities than her former poise of crude self-confidence. Among the forces she had come to dread was something within her that troubled satisfaction. That evening Mrs. Davilow said, "Was it really so, or only a joke of yours, about Mr. Deronda spoiling your play, Gwen?" Her curiosity had been excited, and she could venture to ask a question that did not concern Mr. Grandcourt. "Oh, it merely happened that he was looking on when I began to lose," said Gwendolen, carelessly. "I noticed him." "I don't wonder at that. He is a striking young man. He puts me in mind of Italian paintings. One would guess without being told that there was foreign blood in his veins." "Is there?" said Gwendolen. "Mrs. Torrington says so. I asked particularly who he was, and she told me that his mother was some foreigner of high rank." "His mother?" said Gwendolen, rather sharply. "Then who was his father?" "Well, every one says he is the son of Sir Hugo Mallinger, who brought him up, though he passes for a ward. She says, if Sir Hugo Mallinger could have done as he liked with his estates, he would have left them to this Mr. Deronda, since he has no legitimate son." Gwendolen was silent, but her mother observed so marked an effect on her face that she was angry with herself for having repeated Mrs. Torrington's gossip. It seemed on reflection unsuited to the ear of her daughter, for whom Mrs. Davilow disliked what is called knowledge of the world, and indeed she wished that she herself had not had any of it thrust upon her. An image which had immediately arisen in Gwendolen's mind was that of the unknown mother, no doubt a dark-eyed woman, probably sad. Hardly any face could be less like Deronda's than that represented as Sir Hugo's in a crayon portrait at Diplow. A dark-eyed woman no longer young had become stuff of the conscience to Gwendolen. That night when she had got into her little bed and only a dim light was burning, she said, "Mamma, have men generally children before they are married?" "No, dear, no," said Mrs. Davilow. "Why do you ask such a question?" But she began to think that she saw the why. "If it were so, I ought to know," said Gwendolen, with some indignation. "You were thinking of what I said about Mr. Deronda and Sir Hugo Mallinger. That is a very unusual case, dear." "Does Lady Mallinger know?" "She knows enough to satisfy her. That is quite clear, because Mr. Deronda has lived with them." And people think no worse of him?" "Well, of course he is under some disadvantage. It is not as if he were Lady Mallinger's son. He does not inherit the property, and he is not of any consequence in the world, but people are not obliged to know anything about his birth. You see, he is very well received." "I wonder whether he knows about it, and whether he is angry with his father?" "My dear child, why should you think of that?" "Why?" said Gwendolen impetuously, sitting up in her bed. "Haven't children reason to be angry with their parents? How can they help their parents marrying or not marrying?" But a consciousness rushed upon her which made her fall back again on her pillow. It was not only what she would have felt months before, that she might seem to be reproaching her mother for that second marriage of hers. What she chiefly felt now was, that she had been led on to a condemnation which seemed to make her own marriage a forbidden thing. There was no further talk, and till sleep came over her Gwendolen lay struggling with the reasons against that marriage—reasons which pressed upon her newly now that they were unexpectedly mirrored in the story of a man whose slight relations with her had, by some hidden affinity, bitten themselves into the most permanent layers of feeling. It was characteristic that with all her debating she was never troubled by the question whether the indefensibleness of her marriage did not include the fact that she had accepted Grandcourt solely as a man whom it was convenient for her to marry, not in the least as one to whom she would be binding herself in duty. Gwendolen's ideas were pitiably crude, but many grand difficulties of life are apt to force themselves on us in our crudity. And to judge wisely, I suppose we must know how things appear to the unwise, that kind of appearance making the larger part of the world's history. In the morning there was a double excitement for her. She was going to hunt, from which scruples about propriety had threatened to hinder her until it was found that Mrs. Torrington was horsewoman enough to accompany her, going to hunt for the first time since her escapade with Rex, and she was going again to see Deronda, in whom, since last night, her interest had so gathered that she expected, as people do about revealed celebrities, to see something in his appearance which she had missed before. What was he going to be? What sort of life had he before him, he being nothing of any consequence? And with only a little difference in events he might have been as important as Grandcourt. Nay, her imagination inevitably went into that direction, might have held the very estates which Grandcourt was to have. But now Deronda would probably some day see her mistress of the Abbey at Topping, see her bearing the title which would have been his own wife's. These obvious futile thoughts of what might have been made a new epoch for Gwendolen. She whose unquestionable habit it had been to take the best that came to her for less than her own claim, had now to see the position which tempted her in a new light, as a hard, unfair exclusion of others. What she had now heard about Deronda seemed to her imagination to throw him into one group with Mrs. Glasher and her children, before whom she felt herself in an attitude of apology, she who had hitherto been surrounded by a group that in her opinion had need be apologetic to her. Perhaps Deronda himself was thinking of these things. Could he know of Mrs. Glasher? If he knew that she knew, he would despise her. But he could have no such knowledge. Would he, without that, despise her for marrying Grandcourt? His possible judgment of her actions was telling on her as importunately as Klesmer's judgment of her powers. But she found larger room for resistance to a disapproval of her marriage, because it is easier to make our conduct seem justifiable to ourselves than to make our ability strike others. "How can I help it?" is not our favorite apology for incompetency, but Gwendolen felt some strength in saying, "How can I help what other people have done? Things would not come right if I were to turn round now and declare that I would not marry Mr. Grandcourt." And such turning round was out of the question. The horses in the chariot she had mounted were going at full speed. This mood of youthful, elated desperation had a tidal recurrence. She could dare anything that lay before her sooner than she could choose to go backward into humiliation, and it was even soothing to think that there would now be as much ill-doing in the one as in the other. But the immediate delightful fact was the hunt, where she would see Deronda and where he would see her, for always lurking ready to obtrude before other thoughts about him was the impression that he was very much interested in her.
But to-day she was resolved not to repeat her folly of yesterday, as if she were anxious to say anything to him. Indeed, the hunt would be too absorbing. And so it was for a long while. Deronda was there, and within her sight very often, but this only added to the stimulus of a pleasure which Gwendolen had only once before tasted, and which seemed likely always to give a delight independent of any crosses, except such as took away the chance of riding. No accident happened to throw them together. The run took them within convenient reach of home, and the agreeable sombreness of the gray November afternoon with a long stratum of yellow light in the west. Gwendolen was returning with the company from Diplow, who were attending her on the way to Offendene. Now the sense of glorious excitement was over and gone. She was getting irritably disappointed that she had had no opportunity of speaking to Deronda, whom she would not see again, since he was to go away in a couple of days. What was she going to say? That was not quite certain. She wanted to speak to him. Grandcourt was by her side, Mrs. Torrington, her husband, and another gentleman in advance, and Deronda's horse she could hear behind. The wish to speak to him and have him speaking to her was becoming imperious, and there was no chance of it unless she simply asserted her will and defied everything. Where the order of things would give way to Miss Gwendolen, it must be made to do so. They had lately emerged from a wood of pines and beeches where the twilight stillness had a repressing effect, which increased her impatience. The horse hoofs again heard behind at some little distance were a growing irritation. She reined in her horse and looked behind her. Grandcourt, after a few paces, also paused, but she, waving her whip and nodding sideways with playful imperiousness, said, "Go on, I want to speak to Mr. Deronda." Grandcourt hesitated, but that he would have done after any proposition. It was an awkward situation for him. No gentleman before marriage could give the emphasis of refusal to a command delivered in this playful way. He rode on slowly, and she waited till Deronda came up. He looked at her with tacit inquiry, and she said at once, letting her horse go alongside of his, "Mr. Deronda, you must enlighten my ignorance. I want to know why you thought it wrong for me to gamble. Is it because I am a woman?" "Not altogether, but I regretted it the more because you were a woman," said Deronda, with an irrepressible smile. Apparently it must be understood between them now that it was he who sent the necklace. "I think it would be better for men not to gamble. It's a besotting kind of taste, likely to turn into a disease. And besides, there is something revolting to me in raking a heap of money together, and internally chuckling over it when others are feeling the loss of it. I should even call it base, if it were more than an exceptional lapse. There are enough inevitable turns of fortune which force us to see that our gain is another's loss. That is one of the ugly aspects of life. One would like to reduce it as much as one could, not get amusement out of exaggerating it." Deronda's voice had gathered some indignation while he was speaking. "But you do admit that we can't help things," said Gwendolen, with a drop in her tone. The answer had not been anything like what she had expected. "I mean that things are so in spite of us. We can't always help it that our gain is another's loss." "Clearly. Because of that, we should help it where we can." Gwendolen, biting her lip inside, paused a moment, and then, forcing herself to speak with an air of playfulness again, said, "But why should you regret it more because I am a woman?" "Perhaps because we need that you should be better than we are." "But suppose we need that men should be better than we are," said Gwendolen, with a little air of check. "That is rather a difficulty," said Deronda, smiling. "I suppose I should have said, we each of us think it would be better for the other to be good." "You see, I needed you to be better than I was, and you thought so," said Gwendolen, nodding and laughing while she put her horse forward and joined Grandcourt, who made no observation. "Don't you want to know what I had to say to Mr. Deronda?" said Gwendolen, whose own pride required her to account for her conduct. No," said Grandcourt coldly. "Now that is the first impolite word you have spoken, that you don't wish to hear what I had to say," said Gwendolen, playing at a pout. "I wish to hear what you say to me, not to other men," said Grandcourt. "Then you wish to hear this. I wanted to make him tell me why he objected to my gambling, and he gave me a little sermon." "Yes, but excuse me the sermon."
If Gwendolen imagined that Grandcourt cared about her speaking to Deronda, he wished her to understand that she was mistaken. But he was not fond of being told to ride on. She saw he was piqued, but did not mind. She had accomplished her object of speaking again to Deronda before he raised his hat and turned with the rest toward Diplow, while her lover attended her to Offendene, where he was to bid farewell before a whole day's absence on the unspecified journey. Grandcourt had spoken truth in calling the journey a bore. He was going by train to Gadsmere. End of chapter 29. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 30. No penitence and no confessional, no priest ordains it, yet they're forced to sit amid deep ashes of their vanished years. Imagine a rambling, patchy house, the best part built of gray stone and red-tiled, a round tower jutting at one of the corners, the mellow darkness of its conical roof surmounted by a weathercock making an agreeable object either amidst the gleams and greenth of summer or the low-hanging clouds and snowy branches of winter. The ground shady with spreading trees, a great tree flourishing on one side, backward some Scotch firs on a broken bank where the roots hung naked, and beyond a rookery. On the other side a pool overhung with bushes where the waterfowl fluttered and screamed. All around a vast meadow which might be called a park, bordered by an old plantation and guarded by stone ledges which looked like little prisons. Outside the gate the country, once entirely rural and lovely, now black with coal mines, was chiefly peopled by men and brethren with candles stuck in their hats, and with a diabolical complexion which laid them peculiarly open to suspicion in the eyes of the children at Gadsmere, Mrs. Glasher's 4 beautiful children, who had dwelt there for about 3 years. Now in November, when the flower-beds were empty, the trees leafless, and the pool blackly shivering, one might have said that the place was somberly in keeping with the black roads and black mounds which seemed to put the district in mourning, except when the children were playing on the gravel, with the dogs for their companions. But Mrs. Glasher, under her present circumstances, liked Gadsmere as well as she would have liked any other abode. The complete seclusion of the place, which the unattractiveness of the country secured, was exactly to her taste. When she drove her 2 ponies with a wagonette full of children, there were no gentry in carriages to be met, only men of business in gigs. At church there were no eyes she cared to avoid, for the curate's wife and the curate himself were either ignorant of anything to her disadvantage, or ignored it. To them she was simply a widow lady, the tenant of Gadsmere, and the name of Grandcourt was of little interest in that district compared with the names of Fletcher and Gawcombe and the lessees of the collieries. It was full 10 years since the elopement of an Irish officer's beautiful wife with young Grandcourt, and a consequent duel where the bullets wounded the air only had made some little noise. Most of those who remembered the affair now wondered what had become of that Mrs. Glasher, whose beauty and brilliancy had made her rather conspicuous to them in foreign places where she was known to be living with young Grandcourt. That he should have disentangled himself from that connection seemed only natural and desirable. As to her, it was thought that a woman who was understood to have forsaken her child along with her husband had probably sunk lower. Grandcourt had of course got weary of her. He was much given to the pursuit of women, but a man in his position would by this time desire to make a suitable marriage with the fair young daughter of a noble house. No one talked of Mrs. Glasher now, any more than they talked of the victim in a trial for manslaughter 10 years before. She was a lost vessel after whom nobody would send out an expedition of search. But Grandcourt was seen in harbor with his colors flying, registered as seaworthy as ever. Yet, in fact, Grandcourt had never disentangled himself from Mrs. Glasher. His passion for her had been the strongest and most lasting he had ever known, and though it was now as dead as the music of a cracked flute,
It had left a certain dull disposedness which on the death of her husband 3 years before had prompted in him a vacillating notion of marrying her, in accordance with the understanding often expressed between them during the days of his first ardor. At that early time Grandcourt would willingly have paid for the freedom to be won by a divorce, but the husband would not oblige him, not wanting to be married again himself, and not wishing to have his domestic habits printed in evidence. The altered poise which the years had brought in Mrs. Glasher was just the reverse. At first she was comparatively careless about the possibility of marriage. It was enough that she had escaped from a disagreeable husband, and found a sort of bliss with a lover who had completely fascinated her, young, handsome, amorous, and living in the best style, with equipage and conversation of the kind to be expected in young men of fortune who have seen everything. She was an impassioned, vivacious woman, fond of adoration, exasperated by 5 years of marital rudeness, and the sense of release was so strong upon her that it stilled anxiety for more than she actually enjoyed. An equivocal position was of no importance to her then. She had no envy for the honors of a dull, disregarded wife. The one spot which spoiled her vision of her new pleasant world was the sense that she left her 3-year-old boy, who died 2 years afterward, and whose first tones, saying "Mamma," retained a difference from those of the children that came after. But now the years had brought many changes besides those in the contour of her cheek and throat, and that Grandcourt should marry her had become her dominant desire. The equivocal position which she had not minded about for herself was now telling upon her through her children, whom she loved with a devotion charged with the added passion of atonement. She had no repentance except in this direction. If Grandcourt married her, the children would be none the worse off for what had passed. They would see their mother in a dignified position, and they would be at no disadvantage with the world. Her son could be made his father's heir. It was yearning for this result which gave the supreme importance to Grandcourt's feeling for her. Her love for him had long resolved itself into anxiety that he should give her the unique, permanent claim of a wife, and she expected no other happiness in marriage than the satisfaction of her maternal love and pride, including her pride for herself in the presence of her children. For the sake of that result she was prepared even with a tragic firmness to endure anything quietly in marriage, and she had acuteness enough to cherish Grandcourt's flickering purpose negatively, by not molesting him with passionate appeals and with scene-making. In her, as in every one else who wanted anything of him, his incalculable turns and his tendency to harden under beseeching had created a reasonable dread. A slow discovery, of which no presentiment had been given in the bearing of a youthful lover with a fine line of face and the softest manners. But reticence had necessarily cost something to this impassioned woman, and she was the bitterer for it. There is no quailing, even that forced on the helpless and injured, which was not an ugly obverse. The withheld sting was gathering venom. She was absolutely dependent on Grandcourt, for though he had always been liberal in expenses for her, he had kept everything voluntary on his part. And with the goal of marriage before her, she would ask for nothing less. He had said that he would never settle anything except by will, and when she was thinking of alternatives for the future, it often occurred to her that even if she did not become Grandcourt's wife, he might never have a son who would have a legitimate claim on him, and the end might be that her son would be made heir to the best part of his estates. No son at that early age could promise to have more of his father's physique, but her becoming Grandcourt's wife was so far from being an extravagant notion of possibility that even Lush had entertained it, and had said that he would as soon bet on it as on any other likelihood with regard to his familiar companion. Lush, indeed, on inferring that Grandcourt had a preconception of using his residence at Diplow in order to win Miss Arrowpoint, had thought it well to fan that project, taking it as a tacit renunciation of the marriage with Mrs. Glasher, which had long been a mark for the hovering and wheeling of Grandcourt's caprice. But both prospects had been negatived by Gwendolen's appearance on the scene, and it was natural enough for Mrs. Glasher to enter with eagerness into Lush's plan of hindering that new danger,
by setting up a barrier in the mind of the girl who was being sought as a bride. She entered into it with an eagerness which had passion in it as well as purpose, some of the stored-up venom delivering itself in that way. After that she had heard from Lush of Gwendolen's departure, and the probability that all danger from her was got rid of, but there had been no letter to tell her that the danger had returned and had become a certainty. She had since then written to Grandcourt, as she did habitually, and he had been longer than usual in answering. She was inferring that he might intend coming to Gadsmere at the time when he was actually on the way, and she was not without hope. What construction of another's mind is not strong wishing equal to? That a certain sickening from that frustrated courtship might dispose him to slip the more easily into the old track of intention. Grandcourt had two grave purposes in coming to Gadsmere: to convey the news of his approaching marriage in person, in order to make this first difficulty final, and to get from Lydia his mother's diamonds, which long ago he had confided to her and wished her to wear. Her person suited diamonds, and made them look as if they were worth some of the money given for them. These particular diamonds were not mountains of light. They were mere peas and haricots for the ears, neck, and hair, but they were worth some thousands, and Grandcourt necessarily wished to have them for his wife. Formerly, when he had asked Lydia to put them into his keeping again, simply on the ground that they would be safer and ought to be deposited at the bank, she had quietly but absolutely refused, declaring that they were quite safe, and at last had said, "If you ever marry another woman, I will give them up to her." "Are you going to marry another woman?" At that time Grandcourt had no motive which urged him to persist, and he had this grace in him, that the disposition to exercise power either by cowing or disappointing others, or exciting in them a rage which they dared not express, a disposition which was active in him as other propensities became languid, had always been in abeyance before Lydia. A severe interpreter might say that the mere facts of their relation to each other, the melancholy position of this woman who depended on his will, made a standing banquet for his delight in dominating. But there was something else than this in his forbearance toward her. There was the surviving though metamorphosed effect of the power she had had over him. And it was this effect, the fitful dull lapse toward solicitations that once had the zest now missing from life, which had again and again inclined him to espouse a familiar past, rather than rouse himself to the expectation of novelty. But now novelty had taken hold of him and urged him to make the most of it. Mrs. Glasher was seated in the pleasant room where she habitually passed her mornings with her children round her. It had a square projecting window, and looked on broad gravel and grass, sloping toward a little brook that entered the pool. The top of a low black cabinet, the old oak table, the chairs in tawny leather, were littered with the children's toys, books, and garden garments, at which a maternal lady in pastel looked down from the walls with smiling indulgence. The children were all there. The three girls, seated round their mother near the window, were miniature portraits of her, dark-eyed, delicate-featured brunettes with a rich bloom on their cheeks, their little nostrils and eyebrows singularly finished as if they were tiny women, the eldest being barely 9. The boy was seated on the carpet at some distance, bending his blond head over the animals from a Noah's Ark, admonishing them separately in a voice of threatening command, and occasionally licking the spotted ones to see if the colors would hold. Josephine, the eldest, was having her French lesson, and the others, with their dolls on their laps, sat demurely enough for images of the Madonna. Mrs. Glasher's toilette had been made very carefully. Each day now she said to herself that Grandcourt might come in. Her head, which, spite of emaciation, had an ineffaceable beauty in the fine profile, crisp curves of hair, and clearly marked eyebrows, rose impressively above her bronze-colored silk and velvet, and the gold necklace which Grandcourt had first clasped around her neck years ago. Not that she had any pleasure in her toilette. Her chief thought of herself seen in the glass was, "How changed!" But such good in life as remained to her she would keep. If her chief wish were fulfilled, she could imagine herself getting the comeliness of a matron fit for the highest rank,
The little faces beside her, almost exact reductions of her own, seemed to tell of the blooming curves which had once been where now was sunken pallor. But the children kissed the pale cheeks and never found them deficient. That love was now the one end of her life. Suddenly Mrs. Glasher turned away her head from Josephine's book and listened. "Hush, dear, I think some one is coming." Henleigh, the boy, jumped up and said, "Mamma, is it the miller with my donkey?" He got no answer, and going up to his mamma's knee, repeated his question in an insistent tone, but the door opened, and the servant announced Mr. Grandcourt. Mrs. Glasher rose in some agitation. Henleigh frowned at him in disgust at his not being the miller, and the three little girls lifted up their dark eyes to him timidly. They had none of them any particular liking for this friend of mamma's. In fact, when he had taken Mrs. Glasher's hand and then turned to put his other hand on Henleigh's head, that energetic scion began to beat the friend's arm away with his fists. The little girls submitted bashfully to be patted under the chin and kissed, but on the whole it seemed better to send them into the garden, where they were presently dancing and chatting with the dogs on the gravel. "How far are you come?" said Mrs. Glasher, as Grandcourt put away his hat and overcoat. "From Diplow," he answered slowly, seating himself opposite her and looking at her with an unnoting gaze which she noted. "You are tired, then?" "No, I rested at the junction. A hideous hole. These railway journeys are always a confounded bore. But I had coffee and smoked." Grandcourt drew out his handkerchief, rubbed his face, and in returning the handkerchief to his pocket, looked at his crossed knee and blameless boot, as if any stranger were opposite to him, instead of a woman quivering with a suspense which every word and look of his was to incline toward hope or dread. But he was really occupied with their interview and what it was likely to include. Imagine the difference in rate of emotion between this woman whom the years had worn to a mere conscious dependence and sharper eagerness, and this man whom they were dulling into a more neutral obstinacy. "I expected to see you. It was so long since I had heard from you. I suppose the weeks seem longer at Gadsmere than they do at Diplow," said Mrs. Glasher. She had a quick, incisive way of speaking that seemed to go with her features, as the tone and timbre of a violin go with its form. "Yes," drawled Grandcourt. "But you found the money paid into the bank." "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Glasher curtly, tingling with impatience. Always before, at least she fancied so, Grandcourt had taken more notice of her and the children than he did to-day. "Yes," he resumed, playing with his whisker, and at first not looking at her. "The time has gone on at rather a rattling pace with me. Generally it is slow enough. But there has been a good deal happening, as you know." Here he turned his eyes upon her. "What do I know?" said she, sharply. He left a pause before he said, without change of manner, "That I was thinking of marrying. You saw Miss Harleth." "She told you that?" The pale cheeks looked even paler, perhaps from the fierce brightness in the eyes above them. "No, Lush told me," was the slow answer. It was as if the thumb-screw and the iron boot were being placed by creeping hands within sight of the expectant victim. "Good God! Say at once that you are going to marry her!" she burst out, passionately, her knees shaking and her hands tightly clasped. "Of course this kind of thing must happen some time or other, Lydia," said he. Really, now the thumb-screw was on, not wishing to make the pain worse. "You didn't always see the necessity." "Perhaps not. I see it now." In those few undertoned words of Grandcourt's she felt as absolute a resistance as if her thin fingers had been pushing at a fast-shut iron door. She knew her helplessness, and shrank from testing it by any appeal, shrank from crying in a dead ear and clinging to dead knees, only to see the immovable face and feel the rigid limbs. She did not weep nor speak. She was too hard pressed by the sudden certainty which had as much of chill sickness in it as of thought and emotion. The defeated clutch of struggling hope gave her in these first moments a horrible sensation. At last she rose, with a spasmodic effort, and, unconscious of everything but her wretchedness, pressed her forehead against the hard, cold glass of the window. The children, playing on the gravel, took this as a sign that she wanted them, and running forward, stood in front of her with their sweet faces upturned expectantly. This roused her. She shook her head at them, waved them off, and, overcome with this painful exertion, sank back in the nearest chair. Grandcourt had risen too. He was doubly annoyed, at the scene itself and at the sense that no imperiousness of his could save him from it. But the task had to be gone through, and there was the administrative necessity of arranging things so that there should be as little annoyance as possible in the future. He was leaning against the corner of the fireplace. She looked up at him and said bitterly, "All this is of no consequence to you. I and the children are importunate creatures. You wish to get away again and be with Miss Harleth." "Don't make the affair more disagreeable than it need be, Lydia. It is of no use to harp on things that can't be altered. Of course it's deucedly disagreeable to me to see you making yourself miserable. I've taken this journey to tell you what you must make up your mind to. You and the children will be provided for as usual, and there's an end of it." Silence. She dared not answer. This woman with the intense, eager look had had the iron of the mother's anguish in her soul, and it made her sometimes capable of a repression harder than shrieking and struggle. But underneath the silence there was an outlash of hatred and vindictiveness. She wished that the marriage might make two others wretched besides herself. Presently he went on. "It will be better for you. You may go on living here. But I think of by and by settling a good sum on you and the children, and you can live where you like. There will be nothing for you to complain of then. Whatever happens, you will feel secure. Nothing could be done beforehand. Everything has gone on in a hurry." Grandcourt ceased his slow delivery of sentences. He did not expect her to thank him, but he considered that she might reasonably be contented, if it were possible for Lydia to be contented. She showed no change, and after a minute he said, "You have never had any reason to fear that I should be illiberal. I don't care a curse about the money." "If you did care about it, I suppose you would not give it us," said Lydia. The sarcasm was irrepressible. "That's a devilishly unfair thing to say," Grandcourt replied in a lower tone, "and I advise you not to say that sort of thing again." "Should you punish me by leaving the children in beggary?" In spite of herself, the one outlet of venom had brought the other. "There is no question about leaving the children in beggary," said Grandcourt, still in his low voice. "I advise you not to say things that you will repent of." "I am used to repenting," she said bitterly. "Perhaps you will repent. You have already repented of loving me." "All this will only make it uncommonly difficult for us to meet again. What friend have you besides me?" "Quite true." The words came like a low moan, and at the same moment there flashed through her the wish that after promising himself a better happiness than that he had had with her, he might feel a misery and loneliness which would drive him back to her to find some memory of a time when he was young, glad, and hopeful. But no, he would go scatheless. It was she that had to suffer. With this the scorching words were ended. Grandcourt had meant to stay till evening. He wished to curtail his visit, but there was no suitable train earlier than the one he had arranged to go by, and he had still to speak to Lydia on the second object of his visit, which like a second surgical operation seemed to require an interval. The hours had to go by, there was eating to be done, the children came in, all this mechanism of life had to be gone through with the dreary sense of constraint which is often felt in domestic quarrels of a commoner kind. To Lydia it was some slight relief for her stifled fury to have the children present. She felt a savage glory in their loveliness, as if it would taunt Grandcourt with his indifference to her and them, a secret darting of venom which was strongly imaginative. He acquitted himself with all the advantage of a man whose grace of bearing has long been molded on an experience of boredom, nursed the little Antonia, who sat with her hands crossed and eyes upturned to his bald head, which struck her as worthy of observation, and propitiated Henleigh by promising him a beautiful saddle and bridle. It was only the two eldest girls who had known him as a continual presence, and the intervening years had overlaid their infantine memories with a bashfulness which Grandcourt's bearing was not likely to dissipate. He and Lydia occasionally, in the presence of the servants, made a conventional remark; otherwise they never spoke; and the stagnant thought in Grandcourt's mind all the while was of his own infatuation in having given her those diamonds, which obliged him to incur the nuisance of speaking about them. He had an ingrained care for what he held to belong to his caste, and about property he liked to be lordly. Also he had a consciousness of indignity to himself in having to ask for anything in the world. But however he might assert his independence of Mrs. Glasher's past, he had made a past for himself which was a stronger yoke than any he could impose. He must ask for the diamonds which he had promised to Gwendolen. At last they were alone again, with the candles above them, face to face with each other. Grandcourt looked at his watch, and then said, in an apparently indifferent drawl, "There is one thing I had to mention, Lydia. My diamonds. You have them." "Yes, I have them," she answered promptly, rising and standing with her arms thrust down and her fingers threaded, while Grandcourt sat still. She had expected the topic, and made her resolve about it, but she meant to carry out her resolve if possible without exasperating him. During the hours of silence she had longed to recall the words which had only widened the breach between them. "They are in this house, I suppose?" "No, not in this house." "I thought you said you kept them by you." "When I said so, it was true. They are in the bank at Dudley." "Get them away, will you? I must make an arrangement for your delivering them to some one." "Make no arrangement. They shall be delivered to the person you intended them for. I will make the arrangement." "What do you mean?" "What I say. I have always told you that I would give them up to your wife. I shall keep my word. She is not your wife yet." "This is foolery," said Grandcourt, with undertoned disgust. It was too irritating that this indulgence of Lydia had given her a sort of mastery over him in spite of dependent condition. She did not speak. He also rose now, but stood leaning against the mantelpiece with his side face toward her. "The diamonds must be delivered to me before my marriage," he began again. "What is your wedding day?" "The 10th. There is no time to be lost." "And where do you go after the marriage?" He did not reply except by looking more sullen. Presently he said, "You must appoint a day before then to get them from the bank and meet me, or somebody else I will commission. It's a great nuisance. Mention a day." "No, I shall not do that. They shall be delivered to her safely. I shall keep my word." "Do you mean to say," said Grandcourt, just audibly, turning to face her, "that you will not do as I tell you?" "Yes, I mean that," was the answer that leaped out, while her eyes flashed close to him. The poor creature was immediately conscious that if her words had any effect on her own lot, the effect must be mischievous, and might nullify all the remaining advantage of her long patience. But the word had been spoken. He was in a position the most irritating to him. He could not shake her nor touch her hostilely, and if he could, the process would not bring his mother's diamonds. He shrank from the only sort of threat that would frighten her, if she believed it, and in general there was nothing he hated more than to be forced into anything like violence, even in words. His will must impose itself without trouble. After looking at her for a moment, he turned his side face toward her again, leaning as before, and said, "Infernal idiots that women are!"
Why will you not tell me where you are going after the marriage? I could be at the wedding if I liked, and learn in that way," said Lydia, not shrinking from the one suicidal form of threat within her power. "Of course, if you like, you can play the mad woman," said Grandcourt, with sotto voce scorn. "It is not to be supposed that you will wait to think what good will come of it, or what you owe to me." He was in a state of disgust and embitterment quite new in the history of their relation to each other. It was undeniable that this woman, whose life he had allowed to send such deep suckers into his, had a terrible power of annoyance in her, and the rash hurry of his proceedings had left her opportunities open. His pride saw very ugly possibilities threatening it, and he stood for several minutes in silence reviewing the situation, considering how he could act upon her. Unlike himself, she was of a direct nature, with certain simple, strongly colored tendencies, and there was one often experienced effect which he thought he could count upon now. As Sir Hugo had said of him, Grandcourt knew how to play his cards upon occasion. He did not speak again, but looked at his watch, rang the bell, and ordered the vehicle to be brought round immediately. Then he removed farther from her, walked as if in expectation of a summons, and remained silent without turning his eyes upon her. She was suffering the horrible conflict of self-reproach and tenacity. She saw beforehand Grandcourt leaving her without even looking at her again, herself left behind in lonely uncertainty, hearing nothing from him, not knowing whether she had done her children harm, feeling that she had perhaps made him hate her, all the wretchedness of a creature who had defeated her own motives. And yet she could not bear to give up a purpose which was a sweet morsel to her vindictiveness. If she had not been a mother, she would willingly have sacrificed herself to her revenge, to what she felt to be the justice of hindering another from getting happiness by willingly giving her over to misery. The two dominant passions were at struggle. She must satisfy them both. "Don't let us part in anger, Henleigh," she began, without changing her voice or attitude. "It is a very little thing I ask. If I were refusing to give anything up that you call yours, it would be different. That would be a reason for treating me as if you hated me. But I ask such a little thing. If you will tell me where you are going on the wedding day, I will take care that the diamonds shall be delivered to her without scandal. Without scandal," she repeated entreatingly. "Such preposterous whims make a woman odious," said Grandcourt, not giving way in look or movement. "What is the use of talking to mad people?" "Yes, I am foolish. Loneliness has made me foolish. Indulge me." Sobs rose as she spoke. "If you will indulge me in this one folly, I will be very meek. I will never trouble you." She burst into hysterical crying, and said again, almost with a scream, "I will be very meek after that." There was a strange mixture of acting and reality in this passion. She kept hold of her purpose as a child might tighten its hand over a small stolen thing, crying and denying all the while. Even Grandcourt was wrought upon by surprise. This capricious wish, this childish violence, was as unlike Lydia's bearing as it was incongruous with her person. Both had always had a stamp of dignity on them, yet she seemed more manageable in this state than in her former attitude of defiance. He came close up to her again and said in his low, imperious tone, "Be quiet and hear what I tell you. I will never forgive you if you present yourself again and make a scene." She pressed her handkerchief against her face, and when she could speak firmly, said, in the muffled voice that follows sobbing, "I will not. If you will let me have my way, I promise you not to thrust myself forward again. I have never broken my word to you. How many have you broken to me? When you gave me the diamonds to wear, you were not thinking of having another wife. And now I give them up. I don't reproach you. I only ask you to let me give them up in my own way. Have I not borne it well? Everything is to be taken away from me. Then when I ask for a straw, a chip, you deny it me." She had spoken rapidly, but after a little pause she said more slowly, her voice freed from its muffled tone, "I will not bear to have it denied me." Grandcourt had a baffling sense that he had to deal with something like madness.
He could only govern by giving way. The servant came to say the fly was ready. When the door was shut again, Grandcourt said sullenly, "We are going to Ryelands, then." "They shall be delivered to her there," said Lydia, with decision. "Very well. I am going." He felt no inclination even to take her hand. She had annoyed him too sorely, but now that she had gained her point, she was prepared to humble herself that she might propitiate him. "Forgive me. I will never vex you again," she said with beseeching looks. Her inward voice said distinctly, "It is only I who have to forgive." Yet she was obliged to ask forgiveness. "You had better keep that promise. You have made me feel uncommonly ill with your folly," said Grandcourt, apparently choosing this statement as the strongest possible use of language. "Poor thing!" cried Lydia, with a faint smile. Was he aware of the minor fact that he made her feel ill this morning? But with the quick transition natural to her, she was now ready to coax him if he would let her, that they might part in some degree reconciled. She ventured to lay her hand on his shoulder, and he did not move away from her. She had so far succeeded in alarming him that he was not sorry for these proofs of returned subjection. "Light a cigar," she said soothingly, taking the case from his breast pocket and opening it. Amidst such caressing signs of mutual fear they parted. The effect that clung and gnawed within Grandcourt was a sense of imperfect mastery. End of chapter 30.
This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 31. A wild dedication of yourselves to unpathed waters, undreamed shores. Shakespeare. On the day when Gwendolen Harleth was married and became Mrs. Grandcourt, the morning was clear and bright, and while the sun was low, a slight frost crisped the leaves. The bridal party was worth seeing, and half Pennicote turned out to see it, lining the pathway up to the church. An old friend of the rector's performed the marriage ceremony, the rector himself acting as father, to the great advantage of the procession. Only two faces, it was remarked, showed signs of sadness, Mrs. Davilow's and Anna's. The mother's delicate eyelids were pink as if she had been crying half the night, and no one was surprised that, splendid as the match was, she should feel the parting from a daughter who was the flower of her children and of her own life. It was less understood why Anna should be troubled when she was being so well set off by the bridesmaid's dress. Every one else seemed to reflect the brilliancy of the occasion, the bride most of all. Of her it was agreed that as to figure and carriage she was worthy to be a lady a title. As to face, perhaps it might be thought that a title required something more rosy, but the bridegroom himself not being fresh-colored, being indeed, as the miller's wife observed, very much of her own husband's complexion, the match was the more complete. Anyhow, he must be very fond of her, and it was to be hoped that he would never cast it up to her that she had been going out to service as a governess, and her mother to live at Sawyer's Cottage, vicissitudes which had been much spoken of in the village. The miller's daughter of 14 could not believe that high gentry behaved badly to their wives, but her mother instructed her, "Oh, child, men's men, gentle or simple, they're much of a muchness. I've heard my mother say Squire Pelton used to take his dogs and a long whip into his wife's room, and flog 'em there to frighten her. And my mother was lady's maid there at the very time." "That's unlucky talk for a wedding, Mrs. Girdle," said the tailor. "A quarrel may end with the whip, but it begins with the tongue, and it's the women have got the most of that." "The Lord gave it 'em to use, I suppose," said Mrs. Girdle. "He never meant you to have it all your own way." "By what I can make out from the gentleman as attends to the grooming at Offendene," said the tailor, "this Mr. Grandcourt has wonderful little tongue. Everything must be done dummy-like without his ordering." "Then he's the more whip, I doubt," said Mrs. Girdle. "She's got tongue enough, I warrant her. See, there they come out together." "What wonderful long corners she's got to her eyes," said the tailor. "She makes you feel comical when she looks at you." Gwendolen, in fact, never showed more elasticity in her bearing, more luster in her long brown glance. She had the brilliancy of strong excitement, which will sometimes come even from pain. It was not pain, however, that she was feeling. She had wrought herself up to much the same condition as that in which she stood at the gambling table when Deronda was looking at her, and she began to lose. There was an enjoyment in it. Whatever uneasiness a growing conscience had created was disregarded as an ailment might have been, amidst the gratification of that ambitious vanity and desire for luxury within her which it would take a great deal of slow poisoning to kill. This morning she could not have said truly that she repented her acceptance of Grandcourt, or that any fears in hazy perspective could hinder the glowing effect of the immediate scene in which she was the central object. That she was doing something wrong, that a punishment might be hanging over her, that the woman to whom she had given a promise and broken it was thinking of her in bitterness and misery with a just reproach, that Deronda, with his way of looking into things, very likely despised her for marrying Grandcourt, as he had despised her for gambling; above all, that the cord which united her with this lover, and which she had heretofore held by the hand, was now being flung over her neck. All this yeasty mingling of dimly understood facts with vague but deep impressions, and with images half real, half fantastic, had been disturbing her during the weeks of her engagement. Was that agitating experience nullified this morning? No. It was surmounted and thrust down with a sort of exulting defiance, as she felt herself standing at the game of life with many eyes upon her, daring everything to win much, or if to lose, still with éclat, with a sense of importance. But this morning a losing destiny for herself did not press upon her as a fear. She thought that she was entering on a fuller power of managing circumstances, with all the official strength of marriage which some women made so poor a use of. That intoxication of youthful egoism out of which she had been shaken by trouble, humiliation, and a new sense of culpability, had returned upon her under a newly fed strength of the old fumes. She did not in the least present the idea of the tearful, tremulous bride. Poor Gwendolen, whom some had judged much too forward and instructed in the world's ways. With her erect head and elastic footstep, she was walking among illusions, and yet too there was an under-consciousness of her that she was a little intoxicated. "Thank God you bear it so well, my darling," said Mrs. Davilow, when she had helped Gwendolen to doff her bridal white and put on her traveling dress. All the trembling had been done by the poor mother, and her agitation urged Gwendolen doubly to take the morning as if it were a triumph. "Why, you might have said that if I had been going to Mrs. Mompert's, you dear, sad, incorrigible mamma," said Gwendolen, just putting her hands to her mother's cheeks with laughing tenderness, then retreating a little and spreading out her arms as if to exhibit herself. "Here am I, Mrs. Grandcourt. What else would you have me but what I am sure to be? You know you were ready to die with vexation when you thought that I would not be Mrs. Grandcourt." "Hush, hush, my child, for heaven's sake," said Mrs. Davilow, almost in a whisper. "How can I help feeling it when I am parting from you? But I can bear anything gladly if you are happy." "Not gladly, mamma, no," said Gwendolen, shaking her head with a bright smile. "Willingly you would bear it, but always sorrowfully. Sorrowing is your sauce. You can take nothing without it." Then clasping her mother's shoulders and raining kisses first on one cheek and then on the other between her words, she said gaily, "And you shall sorrow over my having everything at my beck, and enjoying everything glorious, splendid houses, and horses, and diamonds. I shall have diamonds, and going to court, and being lady certainly, and lady perhaps, and grand here, and tantivy there, and always loving you better than anybody else in the world." "My sweet child, but I shall not be jealous if you love your husband better, and he will expect to be first." Gwendolen thrust out her lips and chin with a pretty grimace, saying, "Rather a ridiculous expectation. However, I don't mean to treat him ill, unless he deserves it." Then the two fell into a clinging embrace, and Gwendolen could not hinder a rising sob when she said, "I wish you were going with me, mamma." But the slight dew on her long eyelashes only made her the more charming when she gave her hand to Grandcourt to be led to the carriage. The rector looked in on her to give a final "Good bye, God bless you, we shall see you again before long," and then returned to Mrs. Davilow, saying half cheerfully, half solemnly, "Let us be thankful, Fanny. She is in a position well suited to her, and beyond what I should have dared to hope for. And few women can have been chosen more entirely for their own sake. You should feel yourself a happy mother." There was a railway journey of some 50 miles before the new husband and wife reached the station near Ryelands. The sky had veiled itself since the morning, and it was hardly more than twilight when they entered the park gates. But still Gwendolen, looking out of the carriage window, as they drove rapidly along, could see the grand outlines and the nearer beauties of the scene—the long winding drive bordered with evergreens backed by huge gray stems, then the opening of wide grassy spaces and undulations studded with dark clumps, till at last came a wide level where the white house could be seen, with a hanging wood for a background and the rising and sinking balustrade of a terrace in front. Gwendolen had been at her liveliest during the journey, chatting incessantly, ignoring any change in their mutual position since yesterday, and Grandcourt had been rather ecstatically quiescent, while she turned his gentle seizure of her hand into a grasp of his hand by both hers, with an increased vivacity as of a kitten that will not sit quiet to be petted. She was really getting somewhat febrile in her excitement, and now in this drive through the park her usual susceptibility to changes of light and scenery helped to make her heart palpitate newly. Was it at the novelty simply, or to the almost incredible fulfillment about to be given to her girlish dreams of being somebody, walking through her own furlong of corridor and under her own ceilings of an out-of-sight loftiness, where her own painted spring was shedding painted flowers and her own foreshortened zephyrs were blowing their trumpets over her, while her own servants, lackeys in clothing but men in bulk and shape, were as naught in her presence, and revered the propriety of her insolence to them, being in short the heroine of an admired play without the pains of art? Was it alone the closeness of this fulfillment which made her heart flutter? Or was it some dim forecast, the incessant penetration of suppressed experience, mixing the expectation of a triumph with the dread of a crisis? Hers was one of the natures in which exultation inevitably carries an infusion of dread ready to curdle and declare itself. She fell silent in spite of herself as they approached the gates, and when her husband said, "Here we are at home," and for the first time kissed her on the lips, she hardly knew of it. It was no more than the passive acceptance of a greeting in the midst of an absorbing show. Was not all her hurrying life of the last 3 months a show in which her consciousness was a wondering spectator? After the half-willful excitement of the day, a numbness had come over her personality. But there was a brilliant light in the hall, warmth, matting, carpets, full-length portraits, Olympian statues, assiduous servants. Not many servants, however, only a few from Diplow, in addition to those constantly in charge of the house. And Gwendolen's new maid, who had come with her, was taken under guidance by the housekeeper. Gwendolen felt herself being led by Grandcourt along a subtly scented corridor into an anteroom where she saw an open doorway sending out a rich glow of light and color. "These are our dens," said Grandcourt. "You will like to be quiet here till dinner. We shall dine early." He pressed her hand to his lips and moved away, more in love than he had ever expected to be. Gwendolen yielded up her hat and mantle, threw herself into a chair by the glowing hearth, and saw herself repeated in glass panels with all her faint green satin surroundings. The housekeeper had passed into this boudoir from the adjoining dressing-room, and seemed disposed to linger, Gwendolen thought, in order to look at the new mistress of Ryelands, who, however, being impatient for solitude, said to her, "Will you tell Hudson when she has put out my dress to leave everything? I shall not want her again unless I ring." The housekeeper, coming forward, said, "Here is a packet, madam, which I was ordered to give into nobody's hands but yours when you were alone. The person who brought it said it was a present particularly ordered by Mr. Grandcourt, but he was not to know of its arrival till he saw you wear it. Excuse me, madam, I felt it right to obey orders." Gwendolen took the packet and let it lie on her lap till she heard the doors close. It came into her mind that the packet might contain the diamonds which Grandcourt had spoken of as being deposited somewhere and to be given to her on her marriage. In this moment of confused feeling and creeping luxurious languor she was glad of this diversion, glad of such an event as having her own diamonds to try on. Within all the sealed paper coverings was a box, but within the box there was a jewel case, and now she felt no doubt that she had the diamonds. But on opening the case, in the same instant that she saw them gleam, she saw a letter lying above them. She knew the handwriting of the address. It was as if an adder had lain on them. Her heart gave a leap which seemed to have spent all her strength, and as she opened the bit of thin paper, it shook with the trembling of her hands. But it was legible as print, and thrust its words upon her. "These diamonds, which were once given with ardent love to Lydia Glasher, she passes on to you. You have broken your word to her, that you might possess what was hers. Perhaps you think of being happy, as she once was, and of having beautiful children such as hers, who will thrust hers aside. God is too just for that. The man you have married has a withered heart. His best young love was mine. You could not take that from me when you took the rest. It is dead. But I am the grave in which your chance of happiness is buried as well as mine. You had your warning. You have chosen to injure me and my children. He had meant to marry me. He would have married me at last if you had not broken your word. You will have your punishment. I desire it with all my soul. Will you give him this letter to set him against me and ruin us more, me and my children? Shall you like to stand before your husband with these diamonds on you, and these words of mine in his thoughts and yours? Will he think you have any right to complain when he has made you miserable? You took him with your eyes open. The willing wrong you have done me will be your curse." It seemed at first as if Gwendolen's eyes were spellbound in reading the horrible words of the letter over and over again as a doom of penance, but suddenly a new spasm of terror made her lean forward and stretch out the paper toward the fire, lest accusation and proof at once should meet all eyes. It flew like a feather from her trembling fingers and was caught up in a great draught of flame. In her movement the casket fell on the floor and the diamonds rolled out. She took no notice, but fell back in her chair again helpless. She could not see the reflections of herself then. They were like so many women, petrified white. But coming nearer herself, you might have seen the tremor in her lips and hands. She sat so for a long while, knowing little more than that she was feeling ill, and that those written words kept repeating themselves to her. Truly here were poisoned gems, and the poison had entered into this poor young creature. After that long while there was a tap at the door, and Grandcourt entered, dressed for dinner. The sight of him brought a new nervous shock, and Gwendolen screamed again and again with hysterical violence. He had expected to see her dressed and smiling, ready to be led down. He saw her pallid, shrieking as it seemed with terror, the jewels scattered around her on the floor. Was it a fit of madness? In some form or other the Furies had crossed his threshold. End of chapter 31. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 32. In all ages it hath been a favorite text that a potent love hath the nature of an isolated fatality, whereto the mind's opinions and wonted resolves are altogether alien; as for example Daphnis, his frenzy, wherein it had availed him to have been convinced of Heracles his doctrine, or the filter-bred passion of Tristan, who, though he had been as deep as Duns Scotus, would have had his reasoning marred by that cup too much; or Romeo in his sudden taking for Juliet, wherein any objections he might have held against Ptolemy had made little difference to his discourse under the balcony. Yet all love is not such, even though potent. Nay, this passion hath as large scope as any for allying itself with every operation of the soul, so that it shall acknowledge and affect from the imagined light of unproven firmaments, and have its scale set to the grander orbits of what hath been and shall be. Deronda, on his return to town, could assure Sir Hugo of his having lodged in Grandcourt's mind a distinct understanding that he could get £50,000 by giving up a prospect which was probably distant and not absolutely certain; but he had no further sign of Grandcourt's disposition in the matter than that he was evidently inclined to keep up friendly communications. "And what did you think of the future bride on a nearer survey?" said Sir Hugo. "I thought better of her than I did in Leubronn. Roulette was not a good setting for her. It brought out something of the demon. At Diplow she seemed much more womanly and attractive, less hard and self-possessed. I thought her mouth and eyes had quite a different expression." "Don't flirt with her too much, Dan," said Sir Hugo, meaning to be agreeably playful. "If you make Grandcourt savage when they come to the Abbey at Christmas, it will interfere with my affairs." "I can stay in town, sir." "No, no, Lady Mallinger and the children can't do without you at Christmas. Only don't make mischief, unless you can get up a duel, and manage to shoot Grandcourt, which might be worth a little inconvenience." "I don't think you ever saw me flirt," said Deronda, not amused. "Oh, haven't I, though?" said Sir Hugo, provokingly. "You are always looking tenderly at the women and talking to them in a Jesuitical way. You're a dangerous young fellow, a kind of Lovelace who will make the Clarisses run after you instead of you running after them." What was the use of being exasperated at a tasteless joke? Only the exasperation comes before the reflection on utility. Few friendly remarks are more annoying than the information that we are always seeming to do what we never mean to do. Sir Hugo's notion of flirting, it was to be hoped, was rather peculiar. For his own part, Deronda was sure that he had never flirted; but he was glad that the baronet had no knowledge about the repurchase of Gwendolen's necklace to feed his taste for this kind of rallying. He would be on his guard in future, for example in his behavior at Mrs. Meyrick's, where he was about to pay his first visit since his arrival from Leubronn, for Mirah was certainly a creature in whom it was difficult not to show a tender kind of interest both by looks and speech. Mrs. Meyrick had not failed to send Deronda a report of Mirah's well-being in her family. "We are getting fonder of her every day," she had written. "At breakfast time we all look toward the door with expectation to see her come in, and we watch her and listen to her as if she were a native from a new country. I have not heard a word from her lips that gives me a doubt about her. She is quite contented and full of gratitude. My daughters are learning from her, and they hope to get her other pupils, for she is anxious not to eat the bread of idleness, but to work like my girls. Mab says our life has become like a fairy tale, and all she is afraid of is that Mirah will turn into a nightingale again and fly away from us. Her voice is just perfect, not loud and strong, but searching and melting like the thoughts of what has been. That is the way old people like me feel a beautiful voice." But Mrs. Meyrick did not enter into particulars which would have required her to say that Amy and Mab, who had accompanied Mirah to the synagogue, found the Jewish faith less reconcilable with their wishes in her case than that of Scott's Rebecca. They kept silence out of delicacy to Mirah, with whom her religion was too tender a subject to be touched lightly. But after a while Amy, who was much of a practical reformer, could not restrain a question. "Excuse me, Mirah, but does it seem quite right to you that the women should sit behind rails in a gallery apart?" "Yes, I never thought of anything else," said Mirah, with mild surprise. "And you like better to see the men with their hats on?" said Mab, cautiously proposing the smallest item of difference. "Oh, yes.
I like what I have always seen there, because it brings back to me the same feelings, the feelings I would not part with for anything else in the world." After this, any criticism, whether of doctrine or practice, would have seemed to these generous little people an inhospitable cruelty. Mirah's religion was of one fibre with her affections, and had never presented itself to her as a set of propositions. "She says herself she is a very bad Jewess, and does not half know her people's religion," said Amy, when Mirah was gone to bed. "Perhaps it would gradually melt away from her, and she would pass into Christianity like the rest of the world, if she got to love us very much, and never found her mother. It is so strange to be of the Jews' religion now." "Oh, oh, oh!" cried Mab. "I wish I were not such a hideous Christian. How can an ugly Christian, who is always dropping her work, convert a beautiful Jewess who has not a fault?" "It may be wicked of me," said shrewd Kate, "but I cannot help wishing that her mother may not be found. There might be something unpleasant." "Oh, don't think it, my dear," said Mrs. Meyrick. "I believe Mirah is cut out after the pattern of her mother. And what a joy it would be to her to have such a daughter brought back again! But a mother's feelings are not worth reckoning, I suppose." She shot a mischievous glance at her own daughters. "And a dead mother is worth more than a living one?" "Well, and so she may be, little mother," said Kate. "But we would rather hold you cheaper and have you alive." Not only the Meyricks, whose various knowledge had been acquired by the irregular foraging to which clever girls have usually been reduced, but Deronda himself, with all his masculine instruction, had been roused by this apparition of Mirah to the consciousness of knowing hardly anything about modern Judaism or the inner Jewish history. The chosen people have been commonly treated as a people chosen for the sake of somebody else, and their thinking as something, no matter exactly what, that ought to have been entirely otherwise. And Deronda, like his neighbors, had regarded Judaism as a sort of eccentric fossilized form which an accomplished man might dispense with studying and leave to specialists. But Mirah, with her terrified flight from one parent and her yearning after the other, had flashed on him the hitherto neglected reality that Judaism was something still throbbing in human lives, still making for them the only conceivable vesture of the world. And in the idling excursion on which he immediately afterward set out with Sir Hugo, he began to look for the outsides of synagogues, and the title of books about the Jews. This awakening of a new interest, this passing from the supposition that we hold the right opinions on a subject that we are careless about, to a sudden care for it, and a sense that our opinions were ignorance, is an effectual remedy for ennui, which unhappily cannot be secured on a physician's prescription. But Deronda had carried it with him, and endured his weeks of lounging all the better. It was on this journey that he first entered a Jewish synagogue, at Frankfort, where his party rested on a Friday. In exploring the Judengasse, which he had seen long before, he remembered well enough its picturesque old houses. What his eyes chiefly dwelt on now were the human types there, and his thought, busily connecting them with the past phases of their race, stirred that fibre of historic sympathy which had helped to determine in him certain traits worth mentioning for those who are interested in his future. True, when a young man has a fine person, no eccentricity of manners, the education of a gentleman, and a present income, it is not customary to feel a prying curiosity about his way of thinking or his peculiar tastes. He may very well be settled in life as an agreeable, clever young fellow without passing a special examination on those heads. Later, when he is getting rather slovenly and portly, his peculiarities are more distinctly discerned, and it is taken as a mercy if they are not highly objectionable. But any one wishing to understand the effect of after events on Deronda should know a little more of what he was at 25 than was evident in ordinary intercourse. It happened that the very vividness of his impressions had often made him the more enigmatic to his friends, and had contributed to an apparent indefiniteness in his sentiments. His early wakened sensibility and reflectiveness had developed into a many-sided sympathy, which threatened to hinder any persistent course of action. As soon as he took up any antagonism, though only in thought, he seemed to himself like the Sabine warriors in the memorable story, with nothing to meet his spear but flesh of his flesh and objects that he loved. His imagination had so wrought itself to the habit of seeing things as they probably appeared to others, that a strong partisanship, unless it were against an immediate oppression, had become an insincerity for him. His plenteous flexible sympathy had ended by falling into one current with that reflective analysis which tends to neutralize sympathy. Few men were able to keep themselves clearer of vices than he, yet he hated vices mildly, being used to think of them less in the abstract than as a part of mixed human natures having an individual history, which it was the bent of his mind to trace with understanding and pity. With the same innate balance, he was fervidly democratic in his feeling for the multitude, and yet, through his affections and imagination, intensely conservative. Voracious of speculations on government and religion, yet both to part with long-sanctioned forms which for him were quick with memories and sentiments that no argument could lay dead. We fall on the leaning side, and Deronda suspected himself of loving too well the losing causes of the world. Martyrdom changes sides, and he was in danger of changing with it, having a strong repugnance to taking up that clue of success which the order of the world often forces upon us and makes it treason against the common weal to reject. And yet his fear of falling into an unreasoning narrow hatred made a check for him. He apologized for the airs of privilege. He shrank with dislike from the loser's bitterness and the denunciatory tone of the unacceptable innovator. A too reflective and diffusive sympathy was in danger of paralyzing in him that indignation against wrong and that selectness of fellowship which are the conditions of moral force. And in the last few years of confirmed manhood he had become so keenly aware of this, that what he most longed for was either some external event or some inward light that would urge him into a definite line of action and compress his wandering energy. He was ceasing to care for knowledge. He had no ambition for practice, unless they could both be gathered up into one current with his emotions; and he dreaded, as if it were a dwelling-place of lost souls, that dead anatomy of culture which turns the universe into a mere ceaseless answer to queries, and knows, not everything, but everything else about everything, as if one should be ignorant of nothing concerning the scent of violets except the scent itself for which one had no nostril. But how and whence was the needed event to come? The influence that would justify partiality and make him what he longed to be, yet was unable to make himself, an organic part of social life, instead of roaming in it like a yearning disembodied spirit, stirred with a vague social passion, but without fixed local habitation to render fellowship real? To make a little difference for the better was what he was not contented to live without. But how to make it? It is one thing to see your road, another to cut it. He found some of the fault in his birth and the way he had been brought up, which had laid no special demands on him, and had given him no fixed relationship except one of a doubtful kind. But he did not attempt to hide from himself that he had fallen into a meditative numbness, and was gliding farther and farther from that life of practically energetic sentiment which he would have proclaimed, if he had been inclined to proclaim anything, to be the best of all life, and for himself the only way worth living. He wanted some way of keeping emotion and its progeny of sentiments, which make the savors of life, substantial and strong in the face of a reflectiveness that threatened to nullify all differences. To pound the objects of sentiment into small dust, yet keep sentiment alive and active, was something like the famous recipe for making cannon: to first take a round hole and then enclose it with iron. Whatever you do, keeping fast hold of your round hole. Yet how distinguish what our will may wisely save in its completeness from the heaping of cat-mummies and the expensive cult of enshrined putrefactions? Something like this was the common undercurrent in Deronda's mind while he was reading law or imperfectly attending to polite conversation. Meanwhile he had not set about one function in particular with zeal and steadiness, not an admirable experience to be proposed as an ideal, but a form of struggle before break of day which some young men since the patriarch have had to pass through, with more or less of bruising, if not laming. I have said that under his calm exterior he had a fervor which made him easily feel the presence of poetry in everyday events, and the forms of the Judengasse, rousing the sense of union with what is remote, set him musing on two elements of our historic life which that sense raises into the same region of poetry: the faint beginnings of faiths and institutions, and their obscure lingering decay, the dust and withered remnants with which they are apt to be covered, only enhancing for the awakened perception the impressiveness either of a sublimely penetrating life, as in the twin green leaves that will become the sheltering tree, or of a pathetic inheritance in which all the grandeur and the glory have become a sorrowing memory. This imaginative stirring, as he turned out of the Judengasse and continued to saunter in the warm evening air, meaning to find his way to the synagogue, neutralized the repellent effect of certain ugly little incidents on his way. Turning into an old bookshop to ask the exact time of service at the synagogue, he was affectionately directed by a precocious Jewish youth, who entered cordially into his wanting, not the fine new building of the Reformed, but the old rabbinical school of the Orthodox, and then cheated him like a pure Teuton, only with more amenity in his charge for a book, quite out of request as one
Nicht so leicht zu bekommen.
Meanwhile, at the opposite counter, a deaf and grisly tradesman was casting a flinty look at certain cards, apparently combining advantages of business with religion, and shoutingly proposed to him in a Jew dialect by a dingy man in a tall coat hanging from neck to heel, a bag in hand, and a broad low hat surmounting his chosen nose, who had no sooner disappeared than another dingy man of the same pattern issued from the background glooms of the shop, and also shouted in the same dialect. In fact, Deronda saw various queer-looking Israelites not altogether without guile, and just distinguishable from queer-looking Christians of the same mixed morale. In his anxiety about Mirah's relatives, he had lately been thinking of vulgar Jews with a sort of personal alarm, but a little comparison will often diminish our surprise and disgust at the aberrations of Jews and other dissidents whose lives do not offer a consistent or lovely pattern of their creed. And this evening Deronda, becoming more conscious that he was falling into unfairness and ridiculous exaggeration, began to use that corrective comparison. He paid his thaler too much without prejudice to his interest in the Hebrew destiny, or his wish to find the Rabbinische Schule, which he arrived at by sunset, and entered with a good congregation of men. He happened to take his seat in a line with an elderly man from whom he was distant enough to glance at him more than once as rather a noticeable figure, his ample white beard and felt hat framing a profile of that fine contour which may as easily be Italian as Hebrew. He returned Deronda's notice till at last their eyes met, an undesirable chance with unknown persons, and a reason to Deronda for not looking again. But he immediately found an open prayer-book pushed toward him, and had to bow his thanks. However, the congregation had mustered, the reader had mounted to the almamor or platform, and the service began. Deronda, having looked enough at the German translation of the Hebrew in the book before him to know that he was chiefly hearing Psalms and Old Testament passages or phrases, gave himself up to that strongest effect of chanted liturgies which is independent of detailed verbal meaning, like the effect of an Allegri's Miserere or a Palestrina's Magnificat. The most powerful movement of feeling with the liturgy is the prayer which seeks for nothing special, but as a yearning to escape from the limitations of our own weakness and an invocation of all good to enter and abide with us, or else a self-oblivious lifting up of gladness, a gloria in excelsis, that such good exists, both the yearning and the exaltation gathering their utmost force from the sense of communion in a form which has expressed them both for long generations of struggling fellow men. The Hebrew liturgy, like others, has its transitions of litany, lyric, proclamation, dry statement, and blessing. But this evening all were one for Deronda. The chant of the Cesaris, or reader's grand, wide-ranging voice with its passage from monotony to sudden cries, the outburst of sweet boys' voices from the little choir, the devotional swaying of men's bodies backward and forward, the very commonness of the building and the shabbiness of the scene, where a national faith which had penetrated the thinking of half the world and molded the splendid forms of that world's religion, was finding a remote, obscure echo. All were blent for him as one expression of a binding history, tragic and yet glorious. He wondered at the strength of his own feeling. It seemed beyond the occasion, what one might imagine to be a divine influx in the darkness, before there was any vision to interpret. The whole scene was a coherent strain, its burden a passionate regret, which, if he had known the liturgy for the day of reconciliation, he might have clad in its authentic burden. Happy the eye which saw all these things, but verily to hear only of them afflicts our soul. Happy the eye that saw our temple and the joy of our congregation, but verily to hear only of them afflicts our soul. Happy the eye that saw the fingers when tuning every kind of song, but verily to hear only of them afflicts our soul. But with the cessation of the devotional sounds and the movement of many indifferent faces and vulgar figures before him, there darted into his mind the frigid idea that he had probably been alone in his feeling, and perhaps the only person in the congregation for whom the service was more than a dull routine. There was just time for this chilling thought before he had bowed to his civil neighbor and was moving away with the rest, when he felt a hand on his arm, and turning with the rather unpleasant sensation which this abrupt sort of claim is apt to bring, he saw close to him the white-bearded face of that neighbor, who said to him in German, "Excuse me, young gentleman, allow me. What is your parentage? Your mother's family? Her maiden name?" Deronda had a strongly resistant feeling. He was inclined to shake off hastily the touch on his arm. But he managed to slip it away and said coldly, "I am an Englishman." The questioner looked at him dubiously still for an instant, then just lifted his hat and turned away. Whether under a sense of having made a mistake or of having been repulsed, Deronda was uncertain. In his walk back to the hotel he tried to still any uneasiness on the subject by reflecting that he could not have acted differently. How could he say that he did not know the name of his mother's family to that total stranger, who indeed had taken an unwarrantable liberty in the abruptness of his question, dictated probably by some fancy of likeness such as often occurs without real significance? The incident, he said to himself, was trivial, but whatever import it might have, his inward shrinking on the occasion was too strong for him to be sorry that he had cut it short. It was a reason, however, for his not mentioning the synagogue to the Mallingers, in addition to his usual inclination to reticence on anything that the baronet would have been likely to call quixotic enthusiasm. Hardly any man could be more good-natured than Sir Hugo. Indeed, in his kindliness, especially to women, he did actions which others would have called romantic, but he never took a romantic view of them, and in general smiled at the introduction of motives on a grand scale, or of reasons that lay very far off. This was the point of strongest difference between him and Deronda, who rarely ate at breakfast without some silent discursive flight after grounds for filling up his day according to the practice of his contemporaries. This halt at Frankfort was taken on their way home, and its impressions were kept the more actively vibrating in him by the duty of caring for Mirah's welfare. That question about his parentage, which if he had not both inwardly and outwardly shaken it off as trivial, would have seemed a threat rather than a promise of revelation, and reinforced his anxiety as to the effect of finding Mirah's relatives, and his resolve to proceed with caution. If he made any unpleasant discovery, was he bound to a disclosure that might cast a new net of trouble around her? He had written to Mrs. Meyrick to announce his visit at 4 o'clock, and he found Mirah seated at work with only Mrs. Meyrick and Mab, the open piano, and all the glorious company of engravings. The dainty neatness of her hair and dress, the glow of tranquil happiness in a face where a painter need have changed nothing if he had wanted to put it in front of the host singing "Peace on earth and goodwill to men," made a contrast to his first vision of her that was delightful to Deronda's eyes. Mirah herself was thinking of it, and immediately on their greeting said, "See how different I am from the miserable creature by the river. All because you found me and brought me to the very best." "It was my good chance to find you," said Deronda. "Any other man would have been glad to do what I did." "That is not the right way to be thinking about it," said Mirah, shaking her head with decisive gravity. "I think of what really was. It was you, and not another, who found me and were good to me." "I agree with Mirah," said Mrs. Meyrick. "Saint anybody is a bad saint to pray to." "Besides, anybody could not have brought me to you," said Mirah, smiling at Mrs. Meyrick, "and I would rather be with you than with any one else in the world except my mother. I wonder if ever a poor little bird that was lost and could not fly was taken and put into a warm nest where was a mother and sisters who took to it so that everything came naturally, as if it had always been there. I hardly thought before that the world could ever be as happy and without fear as it is to me now." She looked meditative a moment, and then said, "Sometimes I am a little afraid." "What is it you are afraid of?" said Deronda, with anxiety. "That when I am turning at the corner of a street I may meet my father. It seems dreadful that I should be afraid of meeting him. That is my only sorrow," said Mirah, plaintively. "It is surely not very probable," said Deronda, wishing that it were less so. Then, not to let the opportunity escape, "Would it be a great grief to you now if you were never to meet your mother?" She did not answer immediately, but meditated again, with her eyes fixed on the opposite wall. Then she turned them on Deronda and said firmly, as if she had arrived at the exact truth, "I want her to know that I have always loved her, and if she is alive I want to comfort her. She may be dead. If she were, I should long to know where she was buried, and to know whether my brother lives, so that we can remember her together. But I will try not to grieve. I have thought much for so many years of her being dead, and so I shall have her with me in my mind, as I have always had. We can never be really parted. I think I have never sinned against her. I have always tried not to do what would hurt her. Only she might be sorry that I was not a good Jewess." "In what way are you not a good Jewess?" said Deronda. "I am ignorant, and we never observed the laws, but lived among Christians just as they did. But I have heard my father laugh at the strictness of the Jews about their food and all customs, and their not liking Christians. I think my mother was strict. But she could never want me not to like those who are better to me than any of my own people I have ever known. I think I could obey in other things that she wished, but not in that. It is so much easier to me to share in love than in hatred. I remember a play I read in German. Since I have been here it has come into my mind, where the heroine says something like that." "Antigone," said Deronda. "Ah, you know it. But I do not believe that my mother would wish me not to love my best friends. She would be grateful to them." Here Mirah had turned to Mrs. Meyrick, and with a sudden lighting up of her whole countenance, she said, "Oh, if we ever do meet and know each other as we are now, so that I could tell what would comfort her, I should be so full of blessedness my soul would know no want but to love her." "God bless you, child," said Mrs. Meyrick, the words escaping involuntarily from her motherly heart. But to relieve the strain of feeling she looked at Deronda and said, "It is curious that Mirah, who remembers her mother so well it is as if she saw her, cannot recall her brother the least bit, except the feeling of having been carried by him when she was tired, and of his being near her when she was in her mother's lap. It must be that he was rarely at home. He was already grown up. It is a pity her brother should be quite a stranger to her." "He is good. I feel sure Ezra is good," said Mirah, eagerly. "He loved my mother. He would take care of her. I remember more of him than that. I remember my mother's voice once calling 'Ezra,' and then his answering from a distance, 'Mother.'" Mirah had changed her voice a little in each of these words, and had given them a loving intonation. "And then he came close to us. I feel sure he is good. I have always taken comfort from that." It was impossible to answer this either with agreement or doubt. Mrs. Meyrick and Deronda exchanged a quick glance. About this brother she felt as painfully dubious as he did. But Mirah went on, absorbed in her memories. "Is it not wonderful how I remember the voices better than anything else? I think they must go deeper into us than other things. I have often fancied heaven might be made of voices." "Like your singing, yes," said Mab, who had hitherto kept a modest silence, and now spoke bashfully, as was her wont in the presence of Prince Camaralzaman. "Ma, do ask Mirah to sing. Mr. Deronda has not heard her." "Would it be disagreeable to you to sing now?" said Deronda, with a more deferential gentleness than he had ever been conscious of before. "Oh, I shall like it," said Mirah. "My voice has come back a little with rest." Perhaps her ease of manner was due to something more than the simplicity of her nature. The circumstances of her life made her think of everything she did as work demanded from her in which affection had nothing to do, and she had begun her work before self-consciousness was born. She immediately rose and went to the piano, a somewhat worn instrument that seemed to get the better of its infirmities under the firm touch of her small fingers as she preluded. Deronda placed himself where he could see her while she sang, and she took everything as quietly as if she had been a child going to breakfast. Imagine her. It is always good to imagine a human creature in whom bodily loveliness seems as properly one with the entire being as the bodily loveliness of those wondrous transparent orbs of life that we find in the sea. Imagine her with her dark hair brushed from her temples, but yet showing certain tiny rings there which had cunningly found their own way back, the mass of it hanging behind just to the nape of the little neck in curly fibers, such as renew themselves at their own will after being bathed into straightness like that of water-grasses. Then see the perfect cameo her profile makes, cut in a duskish shell, where by some happy fortune there pierced a gem-like darkness for the eye and eyebrow, the delicate nostrils defined enough to be ready for sensitive movements, the finished ear, the firm curves of the chin and neck, entering into the expression of a refinement which was not feebleness. She sang Beethoven's Per pietà non dirmi addio, with a subdued but searching pathos which had that essential of perfect singing, the making one oblivious of art or manner, and only possessing one with the song. It was the sort of voice that gives the impression of being meant like a bird's wooing for an audience near and beloved. Deronda began by looking at her, but felt himself presently covering his eyes with his hand, wanting to seclude the melody in darkness. Then he refrained from what might seem oddity, and was ready to meet the look of mute appeal which she turned toward him at the end. "I think I have never enjoyed a song more than that," he said gratefully. "You like my singing? I am so glad," she said, with a smile of delight. "It has been a great pain to me because it failed in what it was wanted for, but now we think I can use it to get my bread. I have really been taught well, and now I have 2 pupils that Mrs. Meyrick found for me. They pay me nearly 2 crowns for their 2 lessons." "I think I know some ladies who would find you many pupils after Christmas," said Deronda. "You would not mind singing before any one who wished to hear you?" "Oh, no, I want to do something to get money. I should teach reading and speaking, Mrs. Meyrick thinks, but if no one would learn of me, that is difficult." Mirah smiled with a touch of merriment he had not seen in her before. "I dare say I should find her poor—I mean my mother. I should want to get money for her, and I cannot always live on charity. Though"—here she turned so as to take all 3 of her companions in one glance—"it is the sweetest charity in all the world." "I should think you can get rich," said Deronda, smiling. "Great ladies will perhaps like you to teach their daughters. We shall see. But now do sing again to us." She went on willingly, singing with ready memory various things by Gordigiani and Schubert. Then, when she had left the piano, Mab said, entreatingly, "Oh, Mirah, if you would not mind singing the little hymn." "It is too childish," said Mirah. "It is like lisping." "What is the hymn?" said Deronda. "It is the Hebrew hymn she remembers her mother singing over her when she lay in her cot," said Mrs. Meyrick. "I should like very much to hear it," said Deronda, "if you think I am worthy to hear what is so sacred." "I will sing it if you like," said Mirah, "but I don't sing real words, only here and there a syllable like hers. The rest is lisping. Do you know Hebrew? Because if you do, my singing will seem childish nonsense." Deronda shook his head. "It will be quite good Hebrew to me." Mirah crossed her little feet and hands in her easiest attitude, and then lifted up her head in an angle which seemed to be directed to some invisible face bent over her, while she sang a little hymn of quaint melancholy intervals, with syllables that really seemed childish lisping to her audience. The voice in which she gave it forth had gathered even a sweeter, more cooing tenderness than was heard in her other songs. "If I were ever to know the real words, I should still go on in my old way with them," said Mirah, when she had repeated the hymn several times. "Why not?" said Deronda.
The lisped syllables are very full of meaning." "Yes, indeed," said Mrs. Meyrick. "A mother hears something of a lisp in her children's talk to the very last. The words are not just what everybody else says, though they may be spelled the same. If I were to live till my Hans got old, I should still see the boy in him. A mother's love, I often say, is like a tree that has got all the wood in it from the very first it made." "Is not that the way with friendship too?" said Deronda, smiling. "We must not let the mothers be too arrogant." The little woman shook her head over her darning. "It is easier to find an old mother than an old friend. Friendships begin with liking or gratitude, roots that can be pulled up. Mother's love begins deeper down." "Like what you were saying about the influence of voices," said Deronda, looking at Mirah. "I don't think your hymn would have had more expression for me if I had known the words. I went to the synagogue at Frankfort before I came home, and the service impressed me just as much as if I had followed the words—perhaps more." "Oh, was it great to you? Did it go to your heart?" said Mirah, eagerly. "I thought none but our people would feel that. I thought it was all shut away like a river in a deep valley where only heaven saw. I mean—" She hesitated, feeling that she could not disentangle her thought from its imagery. "I understand," said Deronda. "But there is not really such a separation, deeper down, as Mrs. Meyrick says. Our religion is chiefly a Hebrew religion, and since Jews are men, their religious feelings must have much in common with those of other men, just as their poetry, though in one sense peculiar, has a great deal in common with the poetry of other nations. Still it is to be expected that a Jew would feel the forms of his people's religion more than one of another race. And yet"—here Deronda hesitated in his turn—"that is perhaps not always so." "Ah, no," said Mirah, sadly. "I have seen that. I have seen them mock. Is it not like mocking your parents? Like rejoicing in your parents' shame?" "Some minds naturally rebel against whatever they were brought up in, and like the opposite. They see the faults in what is nearest to them," said Deronda, apologetically. "But you are not like that," said Mirah, looking at him with unconscious fixedness. "No, I think not," said Deronda. "But you know I was not brought up as a Jew." "Ah, I am always forgetting," said Mirah, with a look of disappointed recollection, and slightly blushing. Deronda also felt rather embarrassed, and there was an awkward pause, which he put an end to by saying playfully, "Whichever way we take it, we have to tolerate each other, for if we all went in opposition to our teaching, we must end in difference just the same." "To be sure. We should go on forever in zigzags," said Mrs. Meyrick. "I think it is very weak‐minded to make your creed up by the rule of the contrary. Still one may honor one's parents without following their notions exactly, any more than the exact cut of their clothing. My father was a Scotch Calvinist, and my mother was a French Calvinist. I am neither quite Scotch, nor quite French, nor two Calvinists rolled into one, yet I honor my parents' memory." "But I could not make myself not a Jewess," said Mirah, insistently, "even if I changed my belief." "No, my dear. But if Jews and Jewesses went on changing their religion and making no difference between themselves and Christians, there would come a time when there would be no Jews to be seen," said Mrs. Meyrick, taking that consummation very cheerfully. "Oh, please not to say that," said Mirah, the tears gathering. "It is the first unkind thing you ever said. I will not begin that. I will never separate myself from my mother's people. I was forced to fly from my father, but if he came back in age and weakness and want, and needed me, should I say, 'This is not my father'? If he had shame, I must share it. It was he who was given to me for my father, and not another. And so it is with my people. I will always be a Jewess. I will love Christians when they are good like you, but I will always cling to my people. I will always worship with them." As Mirah had gone on speaking, she had become possessed with a sorrowful passion, fervent, not violent. Holding her little hands tightly clasped and looking at Mrs. Meyrick with beseeching, she seemed to Deronda a personification of that spirit which impelled men, after a long inheritance of professed Catholicism, to leave wealth and high place and risk their lives in flight, that they might join their own people and say, "I am a Jew." "Mirah, Mirah, my dear child, you mistake me," said Mrs. Meyrick, alarmed.
God forbid I should want you to do anything against your conscience. I was only saying what might be if the world went on. But I had better have left the world alone and not wanted to be overwise. Forgive me. Come. We will not try to take you from anybody you feel has more right to you. I would do anything else for you. I owe you my life, said Mirah, not yet quite calm. Hush, hush now, said Mrs. Meyrick. I have been punished enough for wagging my tongue foolishly, making an almanac for the millennium, as my husband used to say. But everything in the world must come to an end some time. We must bear to think of that, said Mab, unable to hold her peace on this point. She had already suffered from a bondage of tongue which threatened to become severe if Mirah were to be too much indulged in this inconvenient susceptibility to innocent remarks. Deronda smiled at the irregular blonde face, brought into strange contrast by the sight of Mirah's, smiled, Mab thought, rather sarcastically, as he said, "That prospect of everything coming to an end will not guide us far in practice. Mirah's feelings, she tells us, are concerned with what is." Mab was confused and wished she had not spoken, since Mr. Deronda seemed to think that she had found fault with Mirah. But to have spoken once is a tyrannous reason for speaking again, and she said, "I only meant that we must have courage to hear things, else there is hardly anything we can talk about." Mab felt herself unanswerable here, inclining to the opinion of Socrates. What motive has a man to live, if not for the pleasure of discourse? Deronda took his leave soon after, and when Mrs. Meyrick went outside with him to exchange a few words about Mirah, he said, "Hans is to share my chambers when he comes at Christmas." "You have written to Rome about that," said Mrs. Meyrick, her face lighting up. "How very good and thoughtful of you! You mentioned Mirah, then?" "Yes, I referred to her. I concluded he knew everything from you." "I must confess my folly. I have not yet written a word about her. I have always been meaning to do it, and yet have ended my letter without saying a word, and I told the girls to leave it to me. However, thank you 1,000 times." Deronda divined something of what was in the mother's mind, and his divination reinforced a certain anxiety already present in him. His inward colloquy was not soothing. He said to himself that no man could see this exquisite creature without feeling it possible to fall in love with her. But all the fervor of his nature was engaged on the side of precaution. There are personages who feel themselves tragic because they march into a palpable morass, dragging another with them, and then cry out against all the gods. Deronda's mind was strongly set against imitating them. "I have my hands on the reins now," he thought, "and I will not drop them. I shall go there as little as possible." He saw the reasons acting themselves out before him. How could he be Mirah's guardian and claim to unite with Mrs. Meyrick, to whose charge he had committed her, if he showed himself as a lover, whom she did not love, whom she would not marry? And if he encouraged any germ of lover's feeling in himself, it would lead up to that issue. Mirah's was not a nature that would bear dividing against itself, and even if love won her consent to marry a man who was not of her race and religion, she would never be happy in acting against that strong native bias which would still reign in her conscience as remorse. Deronda saw these consequences as we see any danger of marring our own work well begun. It was a delight to have rescued this child acquainted with sorrow, and to think of having placed her little feet in protected paths. The creature we helped to save, though only a half-reared linnet, bruised and lost by the wayside, how we watch and fence it, and dote on its signs of recovery. Our pride becomes loving, our self is a not-self, for whose sake we become virtuous, when we set to some hidden work of reclaiming a life from misery, and look for our triumph in the secret joy. This one is the better for me. "I would as soon hold out my finger to be bitten off as set about spoiling her peace," said Deronda. "It was one of the rarest bits of fortune that I should have had friends like the Meyricks to place her with—generous, delicate friends without any loftiness in their ways, so that her dependence on them is not only safety but happiness. There could be no refuge to replace that if it were broken up. But what is the use of my taking the vows and settling everything as it should be, if that marplot Hans comes and upsets it all?" Few things were more likely. Hans was made for mishaps. His very limbs seemed more breakable than other people's. his eyes more of a resort for uninvited flies and other irritating guests. But it was impossible to forbid Hans coming to London. He was intending to get a studio there and make it his chief home, and to propose that he should defer coming on some ostensible ground, concealing the real motive of winning time for Mirah's position to become more confirmed and independent, was impracticable. Having no other resource, Deronda tried to believe that both he and Mrs. Meyrick were foolishly troubling themselves about one of those endless things called probabilities, which never occur. But he did not quite succeed in his trying. On the contrary, he found himself going inwardly through a scene where on the first discovery of Hans's inclination he gave him a very energetic warning, suddenly checked, however, by the suspicion of personal feeling that his warmth might be creating in Hans. He could come to no result but that the position was peculiar, and that he could make no further provision against dangers until they came nearer. To save an unhappy Jewess from drowning herself would not have seemed a startling variation among police reports, but to discover in her so rare a creature as Mirah was an exceptional event which might well bring exceptional consequences. Deronda would not let himself for a moment dwell on any supposition that the consequences might enter deeply into his own life. The image of Mirah had never yet had that penetrating radiation which would have been given to it by the idea of her loving him. When this sort of effluence is absent from the fancy, whether from the fact or not, a man may go far in devotedness without perturbation. As to the search for Mirah's mother and brother, Deronda took what she had said to-day as a warrant for deferring any immediate measures. His conscience was not quite easy in this desire for delay any more than it was quite easy in his not attempting to learn the truth about his own mother. In both cases he felt that there might be an unfulfilled duty to a parent, but in both cases there was an overpowering repugnance to the possible truth, which threw a turning weight into the scale of argument. "At least I will look about," was his final determination. "I may find some special Jewish machinery. I will wait till after Christmas." What should we all do without the calendar when we want to put off a disagreeable duty? The admirable arrangements of the solar system, by which our time is measured, always supply us with a term before which it is hardly worth while to set about anything we are disinclined to. End of Chapter 32.
This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 33. "No man," says a rabbi by way of indisputable instance, "may turn the bones of his father and mother into spoons," sure that his hearers felt the checks against that form of economy. The market for spoons has never expanded enough for any one to say, "Why not?" and to argue that human progress lies in such an application of material. The only check to be alleged is a sentiment, which will coerce none who do not hold that sentiments are the better part of the world's wealth. Deronda meanwhile took to a less fashionable form of exercise than riding in Rotten Row. He went often rambling in those parts of London which are most inhabited by common Jews. He walked to the synagogues at times of service, he looked into shops, he observed faces, a process not very promising of particular discovery. Why did he not address himself to an influential rabbi or other member of a Jewish community, to consult on the chances of finding a mother named Cohen, with a son named Ezra and a lost daughter named Mirah? He thought of doing so after Christmas. The fact was, notwithstanding all his sense of poetry and common things, Deronda, where a keen personal interest was aroused, could not, more than the rest of us, continuously escape suffering from the pressure of that hard, unaccommodating actual, which has never consulted our taste and is entirely unselect. Enthusiasm, we know, dwells at ease among ideas, tolerates garlic breathed in the Middle Ages, and sees no shabbiness in the official trappings of classic processions. It gets squeamish when ideals press upon it as something warmly incarnate, and can hardly face them without fainting. Lying dreamily in a boat, imagining one's self in quest of a beautiful maiden's relatives in Cordova, elbowed by Jews in the time of Ibn Gabirol, all the physical incidents can be borne without shock. Or if the scenery of St. Mary Axe and Whitechapel were imaginatively transported to the borders of the Rhine at the end of the 11th century, when in the ears listening for the signals of the Messiah, the hep, hep, hep of the Crusaders came like the bay of bloodhounds, and in the presence of those devilish missionaries with sword and firebrand the crouching figure of the reviled Jew turned round erect, heroic, flashing with sublime constancy in the face of torture and death, what would the dingy shops and the unbeautiful faces signify to the thrill of contemplative emotion? But the fervor of sympathy with which we contemplate a grandiose martyrdom is feeble compared with the enthusiasm that keeps unslacked where there is no danger, no challenge, nothing but impartial midday falling on commonplace, perhaps half repulsive objects, which are really the beloved ideas made flesh. Here undoubtedly lies the chief poetic energy, in the force of imagination that pierces or exalts the solid fact instead of floating among cloud pictures. To glory in a prophetic vision of knowledge covering the earth is an easier exercise of believing imagination than to see its beginning in newspaper placards staring at you from the bridge beyond the cornfields, and it might well happen to most of us dainty people that we were in the thick of the battle of Armageddon without being aware of anything more than the annoyance of a little explosive smoke and struggling on the ground immediately about us. It lay in Deronda's nature usually to contemn the feeble, fastidious sympathy which shrinks from the broad life of mankind. But now, with Mirah before him as a living reality, whose experience he had to care for, he saw every common Jew and Jewess in the light of a comparison with her, and had a presentiment of the collision between her idea of the unknown mother and brother and the discovered fact, a presentiment all the keener in him because of a suppressed consciousness that a not unlikely possibility of collision might lie hidden in his own lot. Not that he would have looked with more complacency of expectation at wealthy Jews outdoing the lords of the Philistines in their sports, but since there was no likelihood of Mirah's friends being found among that class, their habits did not immediately affect him. In this mood he rambled, without expectation of a more pregnant result than a little preparation of his own mind, perhaps for future theorizing as well as practice, very much as if, Mirah being related to Welsh miners, he had gone to look more closely at the ways of those people, not without wishing at the same time to get a little light of detail on the history of strikes. He really did not long to find anybody in particular, and when, as his habit was, he looked at the name over a shop door, he was well content that it was not Ezra Cohen. I confess he particularly desired that Ezra Cohen should not keep a shop. Wishes are held to be ominous, and according to which belief the order of the world is so arranged that if you have an impious objection to a squint, your offspring is the more likely to be born with one. Also that if you happen to desire a squint, you would not get it. This desponding view of probability the hopeful entirely reject, taking their wishes as good and sufficient security for all kinds of fulfillment. Who is absolutely neutral? Deronda happening one morning to turn into a little side street out of the noise and obstructions of Holborn, felt the scale dip on the desponding side. He was rather tired of the streets, and had paused to hail a hansom cab which he saw coming, when his attention was caught by some fine old clasps in chased silver displayed in the window at his right hand. His first thought was that Lady Mallinger, who had a strictly Protestant taste for such Catholic spoils, might like to have these missal clasps turned into a bracelet. Then his eyes traveled over the other contents of the window, and he saw that the shop was that kind of pawnbroker's where the lead is given to jewelry, lace, and all equivocal objects introduced as bric-a-brac. A placard in one corner announced, "Watches and jewelry exchanged and repaired." But his survey had been noticed from within, and a figure appeared at the door, looking round at him and saying in a tone of cordial encouragement, "Good day, sir."
The instant was enough for Deronda to see the face, unmistakably Jewish, belonging to a young man about 30, and wincing from the shopkeeper's persuasiveness that he would probably follow, he had no sooner returned the good day than he passed to the other side of the street and beckoned to the cabman to draw up there. From that station he saw the name over the shop window, Ezra Cohen. There might be 100 Ezra Cohens lettered above shop windows, but Deronda had not seen them. Probably the young man interested in a possible customer was Ezra himself, and he was about the age to be expected in Mirah's brother, who was grown up while she was still a little child. But Deronda's first endeavor as he drove homeward was to convince himself that there was not the slightest warrantable presumption of this Ezra being Mirah's brother, and next, that even if, in spite of good reasoning, he turned out to be that brother, while on inquiry the mother was found to be dead, it was not his, Deronda's, duty to make known the discovery to Mirah. In inconvenient disturbance of this conclusion there came his lately acquired knowledge that Mirah would have a religious desire to know of her mother's death, and also to learn whether her brother were living. How far was he justified in determining another life by his own notions? Was it not his secret complaint against the way in which others had ordered his own life, that he had not open daylight on all its relations, so that he had not, like other men, the full guidance of primary duties? The immediate relief from this inward debate was the reflection that he had not yet made any real discovery, and that by looking into the facts more closely he should be certified that there was no demand on him for any decision whatever. He intended to return to that shop as soon as he could conveniently, and buy the clasps for Lady Mallinger. But he was hindered for several days by Sir Hugo, who, about to make an after-dinner speech on a burning topic, wanted Deronda to forage for him on the legal part of the question, besides wasting time every day on argument which always ended in a drawn battle. As on many other questions they held different sides, but Sir Hugo did not mind this, and when Deronda put his point well, said, with a mixture of satisfaction and regret, "Confound it, Dan, why don't you make an opportunity of saying these things in public? You're wrong, you know. You won't succeed. You've got the massive sentiment, the heavy artillery of the country against you, but it's all the better ground for a young man to display himself on. When I was your age I should have taken it, and it would be quite as well for you to be in opposition to me here and there. It would throw you more into relief. If you would seize an occasion of this sort to make an impression, you might be in Parliament in no time, and you know that would gratify me." "I am sorry not to do what would gratify you, sir," said Deronda, "but I cannot persuade myself to look at politics as a profession." "Why not? If a man is not born into public life by his position in the country, there is no way for him but to embrace it by his own efforts. The business of the country must be done. Her Majesty's government carried on, as the old Duke said. And it never could be, my boy, if everybody looked at politics as if they were prophecy, and demanded an inspired vocation. If you are to get into Parliament, it won't do to sit still and wait for a call either from heaven or constituents." "I don't want to make a living out of opinions," said Deronda, "especially out of borrowed opinions. Not that I mean to blame other men. I dare say many better fellows than I don't mind getting on to a platform to praise themselves and giving their word of honor for a party." "I'll tell you what, Dan," said Sir Hugo, "a man who sets his face against every sort of humbug is simply a three-cornered, impracticable fellow. There's a bad style of humbug, but there is also a good style, one that oils the wheels and makes progress possible. If you are to rule men, you must rule them through their own ideas. And I agree with the Archbishop at Naples who had a St. Januarius procession against the plague. It's no use having an order in council against popular shallowness. There is no action possible without a little acting." "One may be obliged to give way to an occasional necessity," said Deronda. "But it is one thing to say, 'In this particular case I am forced to put on this fool's cap and grin,' and another to buy a pocket fool's cap and practice myself in grinning. I can't see any real public expediency that does not keep an ideal before it which makes a limit of deviation from the direct path. But if I were to set up for a public man, I might mistake my success for public expediency." It was after this dialogue, which was rather jarring to him, that Deronda set out on his meditated second visit to Ezra Cohen's. He entered the street at the end opposite to the Holborn entrance, and in inward reluctance slackened his pace while his thoughts were transferring what he had just been saying about public expediency to the entirely private difficulty which brought him back again into this unattractive thoroughfare. It might soon become an immediate practical question with him how far he could call it a wise expediency to conceal the fact of close kindred. Such questions, turning up constantly in life, are often decided in a rough and ready way, and to many it will appear an over-refinement in Deronda that he should make any great point of a matter confined to his own knowledge. But we have seen the reasons why he had come to regard concealment as a bane of life, and the necessity of concealment as a mark by which lines of action were to be avoided. The prospect of being urged against the confirmed habit of his mind was naturally grating. He even paused here and there before the most plausible shop windows for a gentleman to look into, half inclined to decide that he would not increase his knowledge about that modern Ezra, who was certainly not a leader among his people, a hesitation which proved how, in a man much given to reasoning, a bare possibility may weigh more than the best-clad likelihood. For Deronda's reasoning had decided that all likelihood was against this man's being Mirah's brother. One of the shop windows he paused before was that of a second-hand bookshop, where, on a narrow table outside, the literature of the ages was represented in judicious mixture, from the immortal verse of Homer to the mortal prose of the railway novel. That the mixture was judicious was apparent from Deronda's finding in it something that he wanted, namely, that wonderful bit of autobiography, the life of the Polish Jew, Salomon Maimon, which, as he could easily slip it into his pocket, he took from its place and entered the shop to pay for, expecting to see behind the counter a grimy personage showing that nonchalance about sales which seems to belong universally to the second-hand book business. In most other trades you find generous men who are anxious to sell you their wares for your own welfare, but even a Jew will not urge Simpson's Euclid on you with an affectionate assurance that you will have pleasure in reading it, and that he wishes he had 20 more of the article, so much is it in request. One is led to fear that a second-hand bookseller may belong to that unhappy class of men who have no belief in the good of what they get their living by, yet keep conscience enough to be morose rather than unctuous in their vocation. But instead of the ordinary tradesman, he saw on the dark background of books in the long narrow shop a figure that was somewhat startling in its unusualness. A man in threadbare clothing, whose age was difficult to guess from the dead yellowish flatness of the flesh, something like an old ivory carving, was seated on a stool against some bookshelves that projected beyond the short counter, doing nothing more remarkable than reading yesterday's Times. But when he let the paper rest on his lap and looked at the incoming customer, the thought glanced through Deronda that precisely such a physiognomy as that might possibly have been seen in a prophet of the exile, or in some new hero poet of the medieval time. It was a fine, typical Jewish face, wrought into intensity of expression apparently by a strenuous, eager experience in which all the satisfaction had been indirect and far off, and perhaps by some bodily suffering also, which involved that absence of ease in the present. The features were clear-cut, not large, the brow not high but broad, and fully defined by the crisp black hair. It might never have been a particularly handsome face, but it must always have been forcible. And now, with its dark, far-off gaze and yellow pallor in relief on the gloom of the backward shop, one might have imagined one's self coming upon it in some past prison of the Inquisition, which a mob had suddenly burst upon, while the look fixed on an incidental customer seemed eager and questioning enough to have been turned on one who might have been a messenger either of delivery or of death. The figure was probably familiar and unexciting enough to the inhabitants of this street, but to Deronda's mind it brought so strange a blending of the unwonted with the common that there was a perceptible interval of mutual observation before he asked his question. "What is the price of this book?" After taking the book and examining the fly-leaves without rising, the supposed bookseller said, There is no Mark, and Mr. Ram is not in now. I am keeping the shop while he is gone to dinner. What are you disposed to give for it?" He held the book close on his lap with his hand on it, and looked examiningly at Deronda, over whom there came the disagreeable idea that possibly this striking personage wanted to see how much could be got out of a customer's ignorance of prices. But without further reflection he said, "Don't you know how much it is worth?" "Not its market price. May I ask, have you read it?" "No, I have read an account of it, which makes me want to buy it." "You are a man of learning. You are interested in Jewish history?" This was said in a deepened tone of eager inquiry. "I am certainly interested in Jewish history," said Deronda quietly, curiosity overcoming his dislike to the sort of inspection as well as questioning he was under. But immediately the strange Jew rose from his sitting posture, and Deronda felt a thin hand pressing his arm tightly, while a hoarse, excited voice, not much above a loud whisper, said, "You are perhaps of our race?" Deronda colored deeply, not liking the grasp, and then answered with a slight shake of the head, "No." The grasp was relaxed, the hand withdrawn, the eagerness of the face collapsed into an uninterested melancholy, as if some possessing spirit which had leaped into the eyes and gestures had sunk back again to the inmost recesses of the frame. And moving further off as he held out the little book, the stranger said in a tone of distant civility, "I believe Mr. Ram will be satisfied with half a crown, sir." The effect of this change on Deronda, he afterward smiled when he recalled it, was oddly embarrassing and humiliating, as if some high dignitary had found him deficient and given him his congé. There was nothing further to be said, however. He paid his half-crown and carried off his Salomon Maimon's Lebensgeschichte with a mere good morning. He felt some vexation at the sudden arrest of the interview, and the apparent prohibition that he should know more of this man, who was certainly something out of the common way, as different probably as a Jew could well be from Ezra Cohen, through whose door Deronda was presently entering, and whose flourishing face, glistening on the way to fatness, was hanging over the counter in negotiation with some one on the other side of the partition concerning 2 plated stoppers and 3 teaspoons, which lay spread before him. Seeing Deronda enter, he called out, "Mother! Mother!" and then with a familiar nod and smile said, "Coming, sir, coming directly." Deronda could not help looking toward the door from the back with some anxiety, which was not soothed when he saw a vigorous woman beyond 50 enter and approach to serve him. Not that there was anything very repulsive about her. The worst that could be said was that she had that look of having made her toilette with little water, and by twilight, which is common to unyouthful people of her class, and of having presumably slept in her large earrings, if not in her rings and necklace. In fact, what caused a sinking of heart in Deronda was, her not being so coarse and ugly as to exclude the idea of her being Mirah's mother. Any one who has looked at a face to try and discern signs of known kinship in it will understand his process of conjecture, how he tried to think away the fat which had gradually disguised the outlines of youth, and to discern what one may call the elementary expressions of the face. He was sorry to see no absolute negative to his fears. Just as it was conceivable that this Ezra, brought up to trade, might resemble the scapegrace father in everything but his knowledge and talent, so it was not impossible that this mother might have had a lovely refined daughter whose type of feature and expression was like Mirah's. The eyebrows had a vexatious similarity of line, and who shall decide how far a face may be masked when the uncherishing years have thrust it far onward in the ever-new procession of youth and age? The good humor of the glance remained and shone out in a motherly way at Deronda as she said, in a mild guttural tone, "How can I serve you, sir?" "I should like to look at the silver clasps in the window," said Deronda. "The larger ones, please, in the corner there." They were not quite easy to get at from the mother's station, and the son, seeing this, called out, "I'll reach 'em, mother, I'll reach 'em," running forward with alacrity, and then handing the clasp to Deronda with the smiling remark, "Mother's too proud. She wants to do everything herself. That's why I called her to wait on you, sir. When there's a particular gentleman customer, sir, I daren't do any other than call her, but I can't let her do herself mischief with stretching." Here Mr. Cohen made way again for his parent, who gave a little guttural, amiable laugh while she looked at Deronda, as much as to say, "This boy will be at his jokes, but you see he's the best son in the world," and evidently the son enjoyed pleasing her, though he also wished to convey an apology to his distinguished customer for not giving him the advantage of his own exclusive attention. Deronda began to examine the class as if he had many points to observe before he could come to a decision. "They are only 3 guineas, sir," said the mother, encouragingly. "First-rate workmanship, sir. Worth twice the money, only I get 'em a bargain from Cologne," said the son, parenthetically, from a distance. Meanwhile 2 new customers entered, and the repeated call, "Addie!" brought from the back of the shop a group that Deronda turned frankly to stare at, feeling sure that the stare would be held complimentary. The group consisted of a black-eyed young woman who carried a black-eyed little one, its head already covered with black curls, and deposited it on the counter, from which station it looked round with even more than the usual intelligence of babies. Also a robust boy of 6 and a younger girl, both with black eyes and black ringed hair, looking more Semitic than their parents, as the puppy lions show the spots of far-off progenitors. The young woman answering to Addie, a sort of perroquet in a bright blue dress with coral necklace and earrings, her hair set up in a huge bush, looked as complacently lively and unrefined as her husband, and by a certain difference from the mother deepened in Deronda the unwelcome impression that the latter was not so utterly common a Jewess as to exclude her being the mother of Mirah. While that thought was glancing through his mind, the boy had run forward into the shop with an energetic stamp, and setting himself about 4 feet from Deronda, with his hands in the pockets of his miniature knickerbockers, looked at him with a precocious air of survey. Perhaps it was chiefly with a diplomatic design to linger and ingratiate himself that Deronda patted the boy's head, saying, "What is your name, sirrah?" "Jacob Alexander Cohen," said the small man, with much ease and distinctness. "You are not named after your father, then?" "No, after my grandfather. He sells knives and razors and scissors. My grandfather does," said Jacob, wishing to impress the stranger with that high connection. "He gave me this knife." Here a pocket-knife was drawn forth, and the small fingers, both naturally and artificially dark, opened 2 blades and a corkscrew with much quickness. "Is not that a dangerous plaything?" said Deronda, turning to the grandmother. "He'll never hurt himself, bless you," said she, contemplating her grandson with placid rapture. "Have you got a knife?" says Jacob, coming closer. His small voice was hoarse in its glibness, as if it belonged to an aged commercial soul, fatigued with bargaining through many generations. "Yes. Do you want to see it?" said Deronda, taking a small penknife from his waistcoat pocket. Jacob seized it immediately and retreated a little, holding the 2 knives in his palms and bending over them in meditative comparison. By this time the other clients were gone, and the whole family had gathered to the spot, centering their attention on the marvelous Jacob. The father, mother, and grandmother behind the counter, with baby held staggering thereon, and the little girl in front leaning at her brother's elbow to assist him in looking at the knives. "Mine's the best," said Jacob, at last, returning Deronda's knife as if he had been entertaining the idea of exchange and had rejected it. Father and mother laughed aloud with delight. "You won't find Jacob choosing the worst," said Mr. Cohen, winking, with much confidence in the customer's admiration. Deronda, looking at the grandmother, who had only an inward silent laugh, said, "Are these the only grandchildren you have?" "All. This is my only son," she answered in a communicative tone, Deronda's glance and manner as usual conveying the impression of sympathetic interest, which on this occasion answered his purpose well. It seemed to come naturally enough he should say, "And you have no daughter?" There was an instantaneous change in the mother's face. Her lips closed more firmly. She looked down, swept her hands outward on the counter, and finally turned her back on Deronda to examine some Indian handkerchiefs that hung in pawn behind her. Her son gave a significant glance, set up his shoulders an instant, and just put his fingers to his lips, then said quickly, "I think you're a first-rate gentleman in the city, sir, if I may be allowed to guess." "No," said Deronda, with a preoccupied air. "I have nothing to do with the city." "That's a bad job. I thought you might be the young principal of a first-rate firm," said Mr. Cohen, wishing to make amends for the check on his customer's natural desire to know more of him and his. "But you understand silver work, I see." "A little," said Deronda, taking up the clasps a moment and laying them down again. That unwelcome bit of circumstantial evidence had made his mind busy with a plan which was certainly more like acting than anything he had been aware of in his own conduct before. But the bare possibility that more knowledge might nullify the evidence now overpowered the inclination to rest in uncertainty. "To tell you the truth," he went on, "my errand is not so much to buy as to borrow. I dare say you go into rather heavy transactions occasionally." "Well, sir, I've accommodated gentlemen of distinction. I am proud to say it. I wouldn't exchange my business with any in the world. There's none more honorable, nor more charitable, nor more necessary for all classes, from the good lady who wants a little of the ready for the baker, to a gentleman like yourself, sir, who may want it for amusement. I like my business, I like my street, and I like my shop. I wouldn't have it a door further down, and I wouldn't be without a pawn shop, sir, to be the Lord Mayor. It puts you in connection with the world at large. I say it's like the government revenue. It embraces the brass as well as the gold of the country. And a man who doesn't get money, sir, can't accommodate. Now, what can I do for you, sir?" If an amiable self-satisfaction is the mark of earthly bliss, Solomon in all his glory was a pitiable mortal compared with Mr. Cohen, clearly one of those persons who, being in excellent spirits about themselves, are willing to cheer strangers by letting them know it. While he was delivering himself with lively rapidity, he took the baby from his wife, and holding it on his arm presented his features to be explored by its small fists. Deronda, not in a cheerful mood, was rashly pronouncing this Ezra Cohen to be the most unpoetic Jew he had ever met with in books or life. His phraseology was as little as possible like that of the Old Testament, and no shadow of a suffering race distinguished his vulgarity of soul from that of a prosperous pink-and-white huckster of the purest English lineage. It is naturally a Christian feeling that a Jew ought not to be conceited. However, this was no reason for not persevering in his project, and he answered at once in adventurous ignorance of technicalities. "I have a fine diamond ring to offer as security. Not with me at this moment, unfortunately, for I am not in the habit of wearing it, but I will come again this evening and bring it with me. £50 at once would be a convenience to me." "Well, you know, this evening is the Sabbath, young gentleman," said Cohen, "and I go to the shul. The shop will be closed. But accommodation is a work of charity. If you can't get here before, and are anyways pressed, why, I'll look at your diamond. You're perhaps from the West End, a longish drive? Yes, and your Sabbath begins early at this season. I could be here by 5. Will that do?" Deronda had not been without hope that by asking to come on a Friday evening he might get a better opportunity of observing points in the family character, and might even be able to put some decisive question. Cohen assented, and here the marvelous Jacob, whose physique supported a precocity that would have shattered a Gentile of his years, showed that he had been listening with much comprehension by saying, "You are coming again. Have you got any more knives at home?" "I think I have one," said Deronda, smiling down at him. "Has it 2 blades and a hook, and a white handle like that?" said Jacob, pointing to the waistcoat pocket. "I dare say it has." "Do you like a corkscrew?" said Jacob, exhibiting that article in his own knife again, and looking up with serious inquiry. "Yes," said Deronda, experimentally. "Bring your knife, then, and we'll schwap," said Jacob, returning the knife to his pocket, and stamping about with the sense that he had concluded a good transaction. The grandmother had now recovered her usual manners, and the whole family watched Deronda radiantly when he caressingly lifted the little girl, to whom he had not hitherto given attention, and seating her on the counter, asked for her name also. She looked at him in silence, and put her fingers to her gold earrings, which he did not seem to have noticed. "Adelaide Rebekah is her name," said the mother proudly. "Speak to the gentleman, lovey." "Shalom Shabbos frock on," said Adelaide Rebekah. "Her Sabbath frock, she means," said the father, in explanation. "She'll have her Sabbath frock on this evening." "And will you let me see you in it, Adelaide?" said Deronda, with that gentle intonation which came very easily to him. "Say yes, lovey. Yes, if you please, sir," said her mother, enchanted with this handsome young gentleman, who appreciated remarkable children. "And will you give me a kiss this evening?" said Deronda, with a hand on each of her little brown shoulders. Adelaide Rebekah, her miniature crinoline and monumental features corresponded with the combination of her names, immediately put up her lips to pay the kiss in advance, whereupon her father, rising in still more glowing satisfaction with the general meritoriousness of his circumstances, and with the stranger who was an admiring witness, said cordially, "You see there's somebody will be disappointed if you don't come this evening, sir. You won't mind setting down in our family place and waiting a bit for me if I'm not in when you come, sir? I'll stretch a bit to accommodate a gent of your sort. Bring the diamond, and I'll see what I can do for you." Deronda thus left the most favorable impression behind him as a preparation for more easy intercourse. But for his own part, those amenities had been carried on under the heaviest spirits. If these were really Mirah's relatives, he could not imagine that even her fervid filial piety could give the reunion with them any sweetness beyond such as could be found in the strict fulfillment of a painful duty. What did this vaunting brother need? And with the most favorable supposition about the hypothetic mother, Deronda shrank from the image of a first meeting between her and Mirah, and still more from the idea of Mirah's domestication with this family. He took refuge in disbelief. To find an Ezra Cohen when the name was running in your head was no more extraordinary than to find a Josiah Smith under like circumstances. And as to the coincidence about the daughter, it would probably turn out to be a difference. If, however, further knowledge confirmed the more undesirable conclusion, what would be wise expediency? To try and determine the best consequences by concealment, or to brave other consequences for the sake of that openness which is the sweet fresh air of our moral life. End of chapter 33.
This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Chapter 34.
Ist geheißen Israel. Ihn hat verwandelt Hexensbruch in einen Hund. Aber jeden Freitagabend in der Dämmerungsstunde plötzlich weicht der Zauber und der Hund wird aufs Neue ein menschlich Wesen. From Heine's Prinzessin Sabatz.
When Deronda arrived at 5 o'clock, the shop was closed and the door was opened for him by the Christian servant. When she showed him into the room behind the shop, he was surprised at the prettiness of the scene. The house was old and rather extensive at the back. Probably the large room he now entered was gloomy by daylight, but now it was agreeably lit by a fine old brass lamp with 7 oil lights hanging above the snow-white cloth spread on the central table. The ceiling and walls were smoky, and all the surroundings were dark enough to throw into relief the human figures, which had a Venetian glow of coloring. The grandmother was arrayed in yellowish-brown with a large gold chain in lieu of the necklace, and by this light her yellow face with its darkly marked eyebrows and framing roll of gray hair looked as handsome as was necessary for picturesque effect. Young Mrs. Cohen was clad in red and black, with a string of large artificial pearls wound round and round her neck. The baby lay asleep in the cradle under a scarlet counterpane. Adelaide Rebekah was in braided amber, and Jacob Alexander was in a black velveteen with scarlet stockings. As the 4 pairs of black eyes all glistened a welcome at Deronda, he was almost ashamed of the supercilious dislike these happy-looking creatures had raised in him by daylight. Nothing could be more cordial than the greeting he received, and both mother and grandmother seemed to gather more dignity from being seen on the private hearth, showing hospitality. He looked round with some wonder at the old furniture. The oaken bureau and high side table must surely be mere matters of chance and economy, and not due to the family taste. A large dish of blue and yellow ware was set up on the side table, and flanking it were two old silver vessels. In front of them a large volume in darkened vellum with a deep-ribbed back. In the corner at the farther end was an open door into an inner room, where there was also a light. Deronda took in these details by parenthetic glances while he met Jacob's pressing solicitude about the knife. He had taken the pains to buy one with the requisites of the hook and white handle, and produced it on demand, saying, "Is that the sort of thing you want, Jacob?" It was subjected to a severe scrutiny. The hook and blades were opened, and the article of barter with the corkscrew was drawn forth for comparison. "Why do you like a hook better than a corkscrew?" said Deronda. "Cosh, I can get hold of things with a hook. A corkscrew won't go into anything but corks. But it's better for you. You can draw corks." "You agree to change, then?" said Deronda, observing that the grandmother was listening with delight. "What else have you got in your pockets?" said Jacob, with deliberative seriousness. "Hush, hush, Jacob love," said the grandmother, and Deronda, mindful of discipline, answered, "I think I must not tell you that. Our business was with knives." Jacob looked up into his face scanningly for a moment or two, and apparently arriving at his conclusion, said gravely, "I'll schwab," handing the corkscrew knife to Deronda, who pocketed it with corresponding gravity. Immediately the small son of Shem ran off into the next room, whence his voice was heard in rapid chat, and then ran back again, when, seeing his father enter, he seized a little velveteen hat which lay on a chair and put it on to approach him. Cohen kept on his own hat and took no notice of the visitor, but stood still while the two children went up to him and clasped his knees. Then he laid his hands on each in turn and uttered his Hebrew benediction, whereupon the wife, who had lately taken baby from the cradle, brought it up to her husband and held it under his outstretched hands to be blessed in its sleep. For the moment Deronda thought that this pawnbroker, proud of his vocation, was not utterly prosaic. "Well, sir, you found your welcome in my family, I think," said Cohen, putting down his hat and becoming his former self. "And you've been punctual. Nothing like a little stress here," he added, tapping his side pocket as he sat down. "It's good for us all in our turn. I've felt it when I've had to make up payments. I began to fit every sort of box. It's bracing to the mind. Now then, let us see, let us see. That is the ring I spoke of," said Deronda, taking it from his finger. "I believe it cost £100. It will be a sufficient pledge to you for 50, I think. I shall probably redeem it in a month or so." Cohen's glistening eyes seemed to get a little nearer together as he met the ingenuous look of this crude young gentleman, who apparently supposed that redemption was a satisfaction to pawnbrokers. He took the ring, examined and returned it, saying with indifference, "Good, good. We'll talk of it after our meal. Perhaps you'll join us, if you've no objection. Me and my wife will feel honored, and so will mother. Won't you, mother?" The invitation was doubly echoed, and Deronda gladly accepted it. All now turned and stood round the table. No dish was at present seen except one covered with a napkin, and Mrs. Cohen had placed a china bowl near her husband that he might wash his hands in it. But after putting on his hat again he paused, and called in a loud voice, "Mordecai!" "Can this be part of the religious ceremony?" thought Deronda, not knowing what might be expected of the ancient hero. But he heard a "yes" from the next room, which made him look toward the open door, and there, to his astonishment, he saw the figure of the enigmatic Jew whom he had this morning met with in the bookshop. Their eyes met, and Mordecai looked as much surprised as Deronda, neither in his surprise making any sign of recognition. But when Mordecai was seating himself at the end of the table, he just bent his head to the guest in a cold and distant manner, as if the disappointment of the morning remained a disagreeable association with this new acquaintance. Cohen now washed his hands, pronouncing Hebrew words the while. Afterward he took off the napkin covering the dish, and disclosed the two long flat loaves besprinkled with seed, the memorial of the manna that fed the wandering forefathers, and breaking off small pieces gave one to each of the family, including Adelaide Rebekah, who stood on the chair with her whole length exhibited in her amber-colored garment, her little Jewish nose lengthened by compression of the lip in the effort to make a suitable appearance.
Cohen then uttered another Hebrew blessing, and after that the male heads were uncovered, all seated themselves, and the meal went on without any peculiarity that interested Deronda. He was not very conscious of what dishes he ate from, being preoccupied with a desire to turn the conversation in a way that would enable him to ask some leading question, and also thinking of Mordecai, between whom and himself there was an exchange of fascinated, half-furtive glances. Mordecai had no handsome Sabbath garment, but instead of the threadbare, rusty black coat of the morning, he wore one of light drab, which looked as if it had once been a handsome loose paletot, now shrunk with washing. And this change of clothing gave a still stronger accentuation to his dark-haired, eager face, which might have belonged to the prophet Ezekiel, also probably not modish in the eyes of contemporaries. It was noticeable that the thin tails of the fried fish were given to Mordecai, and in general the sort of share assigned to a poor relation, no doubt a survival of prehistoric practice, not yet generally admitted to be superstitious. Mr. Cohen kept up the conversation with much liveliness, introducing as subjects always in taste: the Jew is proud of his loyalty, the Queen and the royal family, the Emperor and the Empress of the French, into which both grandmother and wife entered with zest. Mrs. Cohen, the younger, showed an accurate memory of distinguished birthdays, and the elder assisted her son in informing the guest of what occurred when the Emperor and Empress were in England and visited the city 10 years before. "I dare say you know all about it better than we do, sir," said Cohen, repeatedly, by way of preface to full information, and the interesting statements were kept up in a trio. "Our baby is named Eugenie Esther," said young Mrs. Cohen vivaciously. "It's wonderful how the Emperor's like a cousin of mine in the face," said the grandmother. "It struck me like lightning when I caught sight of him. I couldn't have thought it." "Mother and me went to see the Emperor and Empress at the Crystal Palace," said Mr. Cohen. "I had a fine piece of work to take care of, mother. She might have been squeezed flat, though she was pretty near as lusty then as she is now. I said if I had 100 mothers I'd never take one of 'em to see the Emperor and Empress at the Crystal Palace again. And you may think a man can't afford it when he's got but one mother, not if he'd ever so big an insurance on her." He stroked his mother's shoulder affectionately, and chuckled a little at his own humor. "Your mother has been a widow a long while, perhaps," said Deronda, seizing his opportunity. "That has made your care for her the more needful." "Aye, aye, it's a good many yortzeit since I had to manage for her and myself," said Cohen quickly. "I went to it early. It's that makes you a sharp knife." "What does? What makes a sharp knife, father?" said Jacob, his cheek very much swollen with sweet cake. The father winked at his guest and said, "Having your nose put on the grindstone." Jacob slipped from his chair with the piece of sweet cake in his hand, and going close up to Mordecai, who had been totally silent hitherto, said, "What does that mean, putting my nose to the grindstone?" "It means that you are to bear being hurt without making a noise," said Mordecai, turning his eyes benignantly on the small face close to his. Jacob put the corner of the cake into Mordecai's mouth as an invitation to bite, saying meanwhile, "I shan't, though," and keeping his eyes on the cake to observe how much of it went in this act of generosity. Mordecai took a bite and smiled, evidently meaning to please the lad, and the little incident made them both look more lovable. Deronda, however, felt with some vexation that he had taken little by his question. "I fancy that is the right quarter for learning," said he, carrying on the subject that he might have an excuse for addressing Mordecai, to whom he turned and said, "You have been a great student, I imagine." "I have studied," was the quiet answer. "And you? You know German by the book you were buying." "Yes, I have studied in Germany. Are you generally engaged in bookselling?" said Deronda. "No. I only go to Mr. Ram's shop every day to keep it while he goes to meals," said Mordecai, who was now looking at Deronda with what seemed a revival of his original interest. It seemed as if the face had some attractive indication for him which now neutralized the former disappointment. After a slight pause he said, "Perhaps you know Hebrew?" "I am sorry to say, not at all." Mordecai's countenance fell. He cast down his eyelids, looking at his hands, which lay crossed before him, and said no more. Deronda had now noticed more decisively than in their former interview a difficulty in breathing, which he thought must be a sign of consumption. "I've had something else to do than to get book learning," said Mr. Cohen. "I've had to make myself knowing about useful things. I know stones well." Here he turned to Deronda's ring. "I'm not afraid of taking that ring of yours at my own valuation. But now," he added, with a certain drop in his voice to a lower, more familiar nasal, "what do you want for it?" "50 or 60 pounds," Deronda answered, rather too carelessly. Cohen paused a little, thrust his hands into his pockets, fixed on Deronda a pair of glistening eyes that suggested a miraculous guinea pig, and said, "Couldn't do you that. Happy to oblige, but couldn't go that lengths. 40 pound, say 40. I'll let you have 40 on it." Deronda was aware that Mordecai had looked up again at the words implying a monetary affair, and was now examining him again, while he said, "Very well, I shall redeem it in a month or so." "Good! I'll make you out the ticket by and by," said Cohen, indifferently. Then he held up his finger as a sign that conversation must be deferred. He, Mordecai, and Jacob put on their hats, and Cohen opened a thanksgiving which was carried on by responses, till Mordecai delivered himself alone at some length in a solemn chanting tone, with his chin slightly uplifted and his thin hands clasped easily before him. Not only in his accent and tone, but in his freedom from the self-consciousness which has reference to others' approbation, there could hardly have been a stronger contrast to the Jew at the other end of the table. It was an unaccountable conjunction, the presence among these common, prosperous, shopkeeping types of a man who, in an emaciated, threadbare condition, imposed a certain awe on Deronda, and an embarrassment at not meeting his expectations. No sooner had Mordecai finished his devotional strain than, rising, with a slight bend of his head to the stranger, he walked back into his room and shut the door behind him. "That seems to be a rather remarkable man," said Deronda, turning to Cohen, who immediately set up his shoulders, put out his tongue slightly, and tapped his own brow. It was clearly to be understood that Mordecai did not come up to the standard of sanity which was set by Mr. Cohen's view of men and things. "Does he belong to your family?" said Deronda. This idea appeared to be rather ludicrous to the ladies as well as to Cohen, and the family interchanged looks of amusement. "No, no," said Cohen. "Charity, charity. He worked for me, and when he got weaker and weaker I took him in. He's an encumbrance, but he brings a blessing down, and he teaches the boy. Besides, he does the repairing at the watches and jewelry." Deronda hardly abstained from smiling at this mixture of kindliness and the desire to justify it in the light of a calculation. But his willingness to speak further of Mordecai, whose character was made the more enigmatically striking by these new details, was baffled. Mr. Cohen immediately dismissed the subject by reverting to the accommodation, which was also an act of charity, and proceeded to make out the ticket, get the 40 pounds, and present them both in exchange for the diamond ring. Deronda, feeling that it would be hardly delicate to protract his visit beyond the settlement of the business which was its pretext, had to take his leave, with no more decided result than the advance of 40 pounds and the pawn ticket in his breast pocket, to make a reason for returning when he came up to town after Christmas. He was resolved that he would endeavor to gain a little more insight into the character and history of Mordecai, from whom also he might gather something decisive about the Cohens. For example, the reason why it was forbidden to ask Mrs. Cohen the elder whether she had a daughter. End of chapter 34. End of book 4. This recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daniel Deronda by George Eliot. Book 5. Mordecai. Chapter 35. Were uneasiness of conscience measured by extent of crime, human history had been different, and one should look to see the contrivers of greedy wars and the mighty marauders of the money market in one troop of self-lacerating penitents with the meaner robber and cut-purse, and the murderer that doth his butchery in small with his own hand. No doubt wickedness hath its rewards to distribute,
But whoso wins in this devil's game must needs be baser, more cruel, more brutal than the order of this planet will allow for the multitude born of woman, the most of these carrying a form of conscience, a fear which is the shadow of justice, a pity which is the shadow of love, that hindereth from the prize of serene wickedness, itself difficult of maintenance in our composite flesh. On the 29th of December Deronda knew that the Grandcourts had arrived at the Abbey, but he had had no glimpse of them before he went to dress for dinner. There had been a splendid fall of snow, allowing the party of children the rare pleasures of snowballing and snow-building, and in the Christmas holidays the Mallinger girls were content with no amusement unless it were joined in and managed by Cousin, as they had always called Deronda. After that outdoor exertion he had been playing billiards, and thus the hours had passed without his dwelling at all on the prospect of meeting Gwendolen at dinner. Nevertheless, that prospect was interesting to him, and when a little tired and heated with working at amusement he went to his room before the half-hour bell had rung, he began to think of it with some speculation on the sort of influence her marriage with Grandcourt would have on her, and on the probability that there would be some discernible shades of change in her manner since he last saw her at Diplow, just as there had been since his first vision of her at Leubronn. "I fancy there are some natures one could see growing or degenerating every day if one watched them," was his thought. "I suppose some of us go on faster than others. And I am sure she is a creature who keeps strong traces of anything that has once impressed her. That little affair of the necklace, and the idea that somebody thought her gambling wrong, had evidently bitten into her. But such impressibility leads both ways. It may drive one to desperation as soon as to anything better. And whatever fascinations Grandcourt may have for capricious tastes, good heavens! Who can believe that he would call out the tender affections in daily companionship? One might be tempted to horsewhip him for the sake of getting some show of passion into his face and speech. I'm afraid she married him out of ambition, to escape poverty. But why did she run out of his way at first? The poverty came after, though. Poor thing, she may have been urged into it. How can one feel anything else than pity for a young creature like that, full of unused life, ignorantly rash, hanging all her blind expectations on that remnant of a human being? Doubtless the phrases which Deronda's meditation applied to the bridegroom were the less complimentary for the excuses and pity in which it clad the bride. His notion of Grandcourt as a remnant was founded on no particular knowledge, but simply on the impression which ordinary polite intercourse had given him that Grandcourt had worn out all his natural healthy interest in things. In general, one may be sure that whenever a marriage of any mark takes place, male acquaintances are likely to pity the bride, female acquaintances the bridegroom. Each, it is thought, might have done better, and especially where the bride is charming, young gentlemen on the scene are apt to conclude that she can have no real attachment to a fellow so uninteresting to themselves as her husband, but has married him on other grounds. Who, under such circumstances, pities the husband? Even his female friends are apt to think his position retributive. He should have chosen some one else. But perhaps Deronda may be excused that he did not prepare any pity for Grandcourt, who had never struck acquaintances as likely to come out of his experiences with more suffering than he inflicted. Whereas for Gwendolen, young, headlong, eager for pleasure, fed with the flattery which makes a lovely girl believe in her divine right to rule, how quickly might life turn from expectancy to a bitter sense of the irremediable! After what he had seen of her he might have had rather dull feelings not to have looked forward with some interest to her entrance into the room. Still, since the honeymoon was already 3 weeks in the distance, and Gwendolen had been enthroned, not only at Ryelands, but at Diplow, she was likely to have composed her countenance with suitable manifestation or concealment, not being one who would indulge the curious by a helpless exposure of her feelings. A various party had been invited to meet the new couple. The old aristocracy was represented by Lord and Lady Pentreath, the old gentry by young Mr. and Mrs. Fitzadam of the Worcestershire branch of the Fitzadams, politics and the public good, as specialized in the cider interest, by Mr. Fenn, member for West Orchards, accompanied by his 2 daughters, Lady Mallinger's family, by her brother, Mr. Raymond and his wife,
the useful bachelor element by Mr. Sinker, the eminent counsel, and by Mr. Vandernoodt, whose acquaintance Sir Hugo had found pleasant enough at Leubronn to be adopted in England. All had assembled in the drawing-room before the new couple appeared. Meanwhile the time was being passed chiefly in noticing the children, various little Raymonds, nephews and nieces of Lady Mallinger's, with her own 3 girls, who were always allowed to appear at this hour. The scene was really delightful, enlarged by full-length portraits with deep backgrounds inserted in the cedar paneling, surmounted by a ceiling that glowed with the rich colors of the coats of arms ranged between the sockets, illuminated almost as much by the red fire of oak boughs as by the pale wax lights, stilled by the deep-piled carpet and by the high English breeding that subdues all voices, while the mixture of ages, from the white-haired Lord and Lady Pentreath to the 4-year-old Edgar Raymond, gave a varied charm to the living groups. Lady Mallinger, with fair matronly roundness and mildly prominent blue eyes, moved about in her black velvet, carrying a tiny white dog on her arm as a sort of finish to her costume. The children were scattered among the ladies, while most of the gentlemen were standing rather aloof, conversing with that very moderate vivacity observable during the long minutes before dinner. Deronda was a little out of the circle in a dialogue fixed upon him by Mr. Vandernoodt, a man of the best Dutch blood imported at the Revolution. For the rest, one of those commodious persons in society who are nothing particular themselves, but are understood to be acquainted with the best in every department. Close-clipped, pale-eyed, nonchalant, as good a foil as could well be found to the intense coloring and vivid gravity of Deronda. He was talking of the bride and bridegroom, whose appearance was being waited for. Mr. Vandernoodt was an industrious gleaner of personal details, and could probably tell everything about a great philosopher or physicist, except his theories or discoveries. He was now implying that he had learned many facts about Grandcourt since meeting him at Leubronn. "Men who have seen a good deal of life don't always end by choosing their wives so well. He has had rather an anecdotic history. Gone rather deep into pleasures, I fancy, lazy as he is. But of course you know all about him." "No, really," said Deronda in an indifferent tone. "I know little more of him than that he is Sir Hugo's nephew." But now the door opened and deferred any satisfaction of Mr. Vandernoodt's communicativeness. The scene was one to set off any figure of distinction that entered on it, and certainly when Mr. and Mrs. Grandcourt entered, no beholder could deny that their figures had distinction. The bridegroom had neither more nor less easy perfection of costume, neither more nor less well-cut impassibility of face than before his marriage. It was to be supposed of him that he would put up with nothing less than the best in outward equipment, wife included, and the bride was what he might have been expected to choose. "By George, I think she's handsomer, if anything," said Mr. Vandernoodt, and Deronda was of the same opinion, but he said nothing. The white silk and diamonds, it may seem strange, but she did wear diamonds on her neck, in her ears, in her hair, might have something to do with the new imposingness of her beauty, which flashed on him as more unquestionable, if not more thoroughly satisfactory, than when he had first seen her at the gaming-table. Some faces which are peculiar in their beauty are like original works of art. For the first time they are almost always met with question. But in seeing Gwendolen at Diplow, Deronda had discerned in her more than he had expected of that tender appealing charm which we call womanly. Was there any new change since then? He distrusted his impressions, but as he saw her receiving greetings with what seemed a proud, cold quietude and a superficial smile, there seemed to be at work within her the same demonic force that had possessed her when she took him in her resolute glance and turned away a loser from the gaming-table. There was no time for more of a conclusion, no time even for him to give his greeting before the summons to dinner. He sat not far from opposite to her at table, and could sometimes hear what she said in answer to Sir Hugo, who was at his liveliest in conversation with her. But though he looked toward her with the intention of bowing, she gave him no opportunity of doing so for some time. At last Sir Hugo, who might have imagined that they had already spoken to each other, said, "Deronda, you would like to hear what Mrs. Grandcourt tells me about your favorite Klesmer." Gwendolen's eyelids had been lowered, and Deronda, already looking at her, thought he discovered a quivering reluctance as she was obliged to raise them and return his unembarrassed bow and smile, her own smile being one of the lip merely. It was but an instant, and Sir Hugo continued without pause. "The Arrowpoints have condoned the marriage, and he is spending the Christmas with his bride at Quetcham." "I suppose he will be glad of it for the sake of his wife, else I dare say he would not have minded keeping at a distance," said Deronda. "It's a sort of troubadour story," said Lady Pentreath, an easy, deep-voiced old lady. "I'm glad to find a little romance left among us. I think our young people now are getting too worldly wise." "It shows the Arrowpoints' good sense, however, to have adopted the affair after the fuss in the paper," said Sir Hugo. "And disowning your own child because of a mésalliance is something like disowning your own eye. Everybody knows it's yours, and you have no other to make an appearance with." "As to mésalliance, there's no blood on any side," said Lady Pentreath. "Old Admiral Arrowpoint was one of Nelson's men, you know, a doctor's son, and we all know how the mother's money came." "If there were any mésalliance in the case, I should say it was on Klesmer's side," said Deronda. "Ah, you think it is a case of the immortal marrying the mortal. What is your opinion?" said Sir Hugo, looking at Gwendolen. "I have no doubt that Herr Klesmer thinks himself immortal, but I dare say his wife will burn as much incense before him as he requires," said Gwendolen. She had recovered any composure that she might have lost. "Don't you approve of a wife burning incense before her husband?" said Sir Hugo, with an air of jocoseness. "Oh, yes," said Gwendolen, "if it were only to make others believe in him." She paused a moment, and then said with more gaiety, "When Herr Klesmer admires his own genius, it will take off some of the absurdity if his wife says Amen." "Klesmer is no favorite of yours, I see," said Sir Hugo. "I think very highly of him, I assure you," said Gwendolen. "His genius is quite above my judgment, and I know him to be exceedingly generous." She spoke with the sudden seriousness which is often meant to correct an unfair or indiscreet sally, having a bitterness against Klesmer in her secret soul which she knew herself unable to justify. Deronda was wondering what he should have thought of her if he had never heard of her before. Probably that she put on a little hardness and defiance by way of concealing some painful consciousness, if indeed he could imagine her manners otherwise than in the light of his suspicion. But why did she not recognize him with more friendliness? Sir Hugo, by way of changing the subject, said to her, "Is not this a beautiful room? It was part of the refectory of the Abbey. There was a division made by those pillars and the 3 arches, and afterward they were built up. Else it was half as large again originally. There used to be rows of Benedictines sitting where we are sitting. Suppose we were suddenly to see the lights burning low and the ghosts of the old monks rising behind all our chairs." "Please don't," said Gwendolen, with a playful shudder. "It is very nice to come after ancestors and monks, but they should know their places and keep underground. I should be rather frightened to go about this house all alone. I suppose the old generations must be angry with us because we have altered things so much." "Oh, the ghosts must be of all political parties," said Sir Hugo. "And those fellows who wanted to change things while they lived and couldn't do it must be on our side. But if you would not like to go over the house alone, you would like to go in company, I hope. You and Grandcourt ought to see it all, and we will ask Deronda to go found with us. He is more learned about it than I am." The baronet was in the most complaisant of humors. Gwendolen stole a glance at Deronda, who must have heard what Sir Hugo said, for he had his face turned toward them, helping himself to an entree, but he looked as impassive as a picture. At the notion of Deronda's showing her and Grandcourt the place which was to be theirs, and which she with painful emphasis remembered might have been his, perhaps if others had acted differently, certain thoughts had rushed in, thoughts repeated within her, but now returning on an occasion embarrassingly new, and was conscious of something furtive and awkward in her glance which Sir Hugo must have noticed. With her usual readiness of resource against betrayal, she said playfully, "You don't know how much I am afraid of Mr. Deronda." "How's that? Because you think him too learned?" said Sir Hugo, whom the peculiarity of her glance had not escaped. "No. It is ever since I first saw him at Leubronn.
because when he came to look on at the roulette table, I began to lose. He cast an evil eye on my play. He didn't approve it. He has told me so. And now whatever I do before him, I am afraid he will cast an evil eye upon it." "Gad, I'm rather afraid of him myself when he doesn't approve," said Sir Hugo, glancing at Deronda, and then turning his face toward Gwendolen, he said less audibly, "I don't think ladies generally object to have his eyes upon them." The baronet's small chronic complaint of facetiousness was at this moment almost as annoying to Gwendolen as it often was to Deronda. "I object to any eyes that are critical," she said, in a cool, high voice, with a turn of her neck. "Are there many of these old rooms left in the Abbey?" "Not many. There is a fine cloistered court with a long gallery above it, but the finest bit of all is turned into stables. It is part of the old church. When I improved the place I made the most of every other bit, but it was out of my reach to change the stables, so the horses have the benefit of the fine old choir. You must go and see it." "I shall like to see the horses as well as the building," said Gwendolen. "Oh, I have no stud to speak of. Grandcourt will look with contempt at my horses," said Sir Hugo. "I've given up hunting, and go on in a jog-trot way, as becomes an old gentleman with daughters. The fact is, I went in for doing too much at this place. We all lived at Diplow for 2 years while the alterations were going on. Do you like Diplow?" "Not particularly," said Gwendolen, with indifference. One would have thought that the young lady had all her life had more family seats than she cared to go to. "Ah, it will not do after Ryelands," said Sir Hugo, well pleased. "Grandcourt, I know, took it for the sake of the hunting. But he found something so much better there," added the baronet, lowering his voice, "that he might well prefer it to any other place in the world." "It has one attraction for me," said Gwendolen, passing over this compliment with a chill smile, "that it is within reach of Offendene." "I understand that," said Sir Hugo, and then let the subject drop. What amiable baronet can escape the effect of a strong desire for a particular possession? Sir Hugo would have been glad that Grandcourt, with or without reason, should prefer any other place to Diplow; but inasmuch as in the pure process of wishing we can always make the conditions of our gratification benevolent, he did wish that Grandcourt's convenient disgust for Diplow should not be associated with his marriage with this very charming bride. Gwendolen was much to the baronet's taste, but as he observed afterward to Lady Mallinger, he should never have taken her for a young girl who had married beyond her expectations. Deronda had not heard much of this conversation, having given his attention elsewhere, but the glimpses he had of Gwendolen's manner deepened the impression that it had something newly artificial. Later, in the drawing-room, Deronda, at somebody's request, sat down to the piano and sang. Afterward Mrs. Raymond took his place, and on rising he observed that Gwendolen had left her seat and had come to his end of the room as if to listen more fully, but was now standing with her back to every one, apparently contemplating a fine cowled head carved in ivory which hung over a small table. He longed to go to her and speak. Why should he not obey such an impulse, as he would have done toward any other lady in the room? Yet he hesitated some moments, observing the graceful lines of her back, but not moving. If you have any reason for not indulging a wish to speak to a fair woman, it is a bad plan to look long at her back. The wish to see what it screens becomes the stronger. There may be a very sweet smile on the other side. Deronda ended by going to the end of the small table, at right angles to Gwendolen's position, but before he could speak she had turned on him no smile, but such an appealing look of sadness, so utterly different from the chill effort of her recognition at table, that his speech was checked. For what was an appreciative space of time to both, though the observation of others could not have measured it, they looked at each other, she seeming to take the deep rest of confession, he with an answering depth of sympathy that neutralized all other feelings. "Will you not join in the music?" he said, by way of meeting the necessity for speech. That her look of confession had been involuntary was shown by that just perceptible shake and change of countenance with which she roused herself to reply calmly, "I join in by listening. I am fond of music." "Are you not a musician?" "I have given a great deal of time to music, but I have not talent enough to make it worth while. I shall never sing again."
But if you are fond of music, it will always be worth while in private, for your own delight. I make it a virtue to be content with my middlingness," said Deronda, smiling. "It is always pardonable, so that one does not ask others to take it for superiority." "I cannot imitate you," said Gwendolen, recovering her tone of artificial vivacity. "To be middling with me is another phrase for being dull. And the worst fault I have to find with the world is, that it is dull. Do you know, I'm going to justify gambling in spite of you. It is a refuge from dullness." "I don't admit the justification," said Deronda. "I think what we call the dullness of things is a disease in ourselves. Else how can any one find an intense interest in life? And many do." "Ah, I see. The fault I find in the world is my own fault," said Gwendolen, smiling at him. Then after a moment, looking up at the ivory again, she said, "Do you never find fault with the world or with others?" "Oh, yes, when I am in a grumbling mood." "And hate people? Confess you hate them when they stand in your way, when their gain is your loss. That is your own phrase, you know." "We are often standing in each other's way when we can't help it. I think it is stupid to hate people on that ground." "But if they injure you and could have helped it?" said Gwendolen, with a hard intensity unaccountable in incidental talk like this. Deronda wondered at her choice of subjects. A painful impression arrested his answer a moment, but at last he said, with a graver, deeper intonation, "Why, then, after all, I prefer my place to theirs." "There I believe you are right," said Gwendolen, with a sudden little laugh, and turned to join the group at the piano. Deronda looked round for Grandcourt, wondering whether he followed his bride's movements with any attention; but it was rather undiscerning to him to suppose that he could find out the fact. Grandcourt had a delusive mood of observing whatever had an interest for him, which could be surpassed by no sleepy-eyed animal on the watch for prey. At that moment he was plunged in the depth of an easy-chair, being talked to by Mr. Vandernoodt, who apparently thought the acquaintance of such a bridegroom worth cultivating. And an incautious person might have supposed it safe to telegraph secrets in front of him, the common prejudice being that your quick observer is one whose eyes have quick movements. Not at all. If you want a respectable witness who will see nothing inconvenient, choose a vivacious gentleman very much on the alert, with two eyes wide open, a glass in one of them, and an entire impartiality as to the purpose of looking. If Grandcourt cared to keep any one under his power, he saw them out of the corners of his long, narrow eyes, and if they went behind him, he had a constructive process by which he knew what they were doing there. He knew perfectly well where his wife was and how she was behaving. Was he going to be a jealous husband? Deronda imagined that to be likely, but his imagination was as much astray about Grandcourt as it would have been about an unexplored continent where all the species were peculiar. He did not conceive that he himself was a likely subject of jealousy, or that he should give any pretext for it, but the suspicion that a wife is not happy naturally leads one to speculate on the husband's private deportment. And Deronda found himself after 1 o'clock in the morning in the rather ludicrous position of sitting up severely holding a Hebrew grammar in his hands, for somehow, in deference to Mordecai, he had begun to study Hebrew, with the consciousness that he had been in that attitude nearly an hour, and had thought of nothing but Gwendolen and her husband. To be an unusual young man means for the most part to get a difficult mastery over the usual, which is often like the sprite of ill luck you pack up your goods to escape from, and see grinning at you from the top of your luggage-van. The peculiarities of Deronda's nature had been acutely touched by the brief incident and words which made the history of his intercourse with Gwendolen, and this evening's slight addition had given them an importunate recurrence. It was not vanity, it was ready sympathy that had made him alive to a certain appealingness in her behavior toward him, and the difficulty with which she had seemed to raise her eyes to bow to him in the first instance was to be interpreted now by that unmistakable look of involuntary confidence which she had afterward turned on him under the consciousness of his approach. "What is the use of it all?" thought Deronda, as he threw down his grammar and began to undress. "I can't do anything to help her. Nobody can, if she has found out her mistake already. And it seems to me that she has a dreary lack of the ideas that might help her.
Strange and piteous to human flesh like that might be, wrapped round with fine raiment, her ears pierced for gems, her head held loftily, her mouth all smiling pretense, the poor soul within her sitting in a sick distaste of all things. But what do I know of her? There may be a demon in her to match the worst husband, for what I can tell. She was clearly an ill-educated, worldly girl. Perhaps she is a coquette. This last reflection, not much believed in, was a self-administered dose of caution, prompted partly by Sir Hugo's much-contemned joking on the subject of flirtation. Deronda resolved not to volunteer any tête-à-tête with Gwendolen during the days of her stay at the Abbey, and he was capable of keeping a resolve in spite of much inclination to the contrary. But a man cannot resolve about a woman's actions, least of all about those of a woman like Gwendolen, in whose nature there was a combination of proud reserve with rashness, of perilously poised terror with defiance which might alternately flatter and disappoint control. Few words could less represent her than coquette. She had native love of homage and belief in her own power, but no cold artifice for the sake of enslaving. And the poor thing's belief in her power, with her other dreams before marriage, had often to be thrust aside now like the toys of a sick child, which it looks at with dull eyes and has no heart to play with, however it may try. The next day at lunch Sir Hugo said to her, "The thaw has gone on like magic, and it's so pleasant out of doors just now. Shall we go and see the stables and other odd bits about the place?" "Yes, pray," said Gwendolen. "You will like to see the stables, Henleigh?" she added, looking at her husband. "Uncommonly," said Grandcourt, with an indifference which seemed to give irony to the word, as he returned her look. It was the first time Deronda had seen them speak to each other since their arrival, and he thought their exchange of looks as cold or official as if it had been a ceremony to keep up a charter. Still the English fondness for reserve will account for much negation, and Grandcourt's manners with an extra veil of reserve over them might be expected to present the extreme type of the national taste. "Who else is inclined to make the tour of the house and premises?" said Sir Hugo. "The ladies must muffle themselves. There is only just about time to do it well before sunset. You will go, Dan, won't you?" "Oh yes," said Deronda, carelessly, knowing that Sir Hugo would think any excuse disobliging. "I'll meet in the library, then, when they are ready. Say in half an hour," said the baronet. Gwendolen made herself ready with wonderful quickness, and in 10 minutes came down into the library in her sables, plume, and little thick boots. As soon as she entered the room she was aware that some one else was there. It was precisely what she had hoped for. Deronda was standing with his back toward her at the far end of the room, and was looking over a newspaper. How could little thick boots make any noise on an Axminster carpet? And to cough would have seemed an intended signaling which her pride could not condescend to. Also she felt bashful about walking up to him and letting him know that she was there, though it was her hunger to speak to him which had set her imagination on constructing this chance of finding him, and had made her hurry down, as birds hover near the water which they dare not drink. Always uneasily dubious about his opinion of her, she felt a peculiar anxiety to-day lest he might think of her with contempt, as one triumphantly conscious of being Grandcourt's wife, the future lady of this domain. It was her habitual effort now to magnify the satisfactions of her pride, on which she nourished her strength. But somehow Deronda's being there disturbed them all. There was not the faintest touch of coquetry in the attitude of her mind toward him. He was unique to her among men because he had impressed her as being not her admirer, but her superior. In some mysterious way he was becoming a part of her conscience, as one woman whose nature is an object of reverential belief may become a new conscience to a man. And now he would not look round and find out that she was there. The paper crackled in his hand, his head rose and sank, exploring those stupid columns, and he was evidently stroking his beard, as if this world were a very easy affair to her. Of course all the rest of the company would soon be down, and the opportunity of her saying something to efface her flippancy of the evening before would be quite gone. She felt sick with irritation. So fast do young creatures like her absorb misery through invisible suckers of their own fancies, and her face had gathered that peculiar expression which comes with a mortification to which tears are forbidden. At last he threw down the paper and turned round. "Oh, you are there already," he said, coming forward a step or two. "I must go and put on my coat." He turned aside and walked out of the room. This was behaving quite badly. Mere politeness would have made him stay to exchange some words before leaving her alone. It was true that Grandcourt came in with Sir Hugo immediately afterward, so that the words must have been too few to be worth anything. As it was, they saw him walking from the library door. "Ah, you look rather ill," said Grandcourt, going straight up to her, standing in front of her and looking into her eyes. "Do you feel equal to the walk?" "Yes, I shall like it," said Gwendolen, without the slightest movement except this of the lips. "We could put off going over the house, you know, and only go out of doors," said Sir Hugo kindly, while Grandcourt turned aside. "Oh, dear, no," said Gwendolen, speaking with determination. "Let us put off nothing. I want a long walk." The rest of the walking party, 2 ladies and 2 gentlemen besides Deronda, had now assembled, and Gwendolen, rallying, went with due cheerfulness by the side of Sir Hugo, paying apparently an equal attention to the commentaries Deronda was called upon to give on the various architectural fragments, to Sir Hugo's reasons for not attempting to remedy the mixture of the undisguised modern with the antique, which in his opinion only made the place the more truly historical. On their way to the buttery and kitchen they took the outside of the house, and paused before a beautiful pointed doorway, which was the only remnant in the east front. "Well, now, to my mind," said Sir Hugo, "that is more interesting standing as it is in the middle of what is frankly 4 centuries later, than if the whole front had been dressed up in a pretense of the 13th century. Additions ought to smack of the time when they are made, and carry the stamp of their period. I wouldn't destroy any old bits, but that notion of reproducing the old is a mistake, I think. At least if a man likes to do it he must pay for his whistle. Besides, where are you to stop along that road, making loopholes where you don't want to peep, and so on? You may as well ask me to wear out the stones with kneeling. Eh, Grandcourt?" "A confounded nuisance," drawled Grandcourt. "I hate fellows wanting to howl litanies, acting the greatest bores that have ever existed." "Well, yes, that's what their romanticism must come to," said Sir Hugo, in a tone of confidential assent. "That is, if they carry it out logically." "I think that way of arguing against a course because it may be ridden down to an absurdity would soon bring life to a standstill," said Deronda. "It is not the logic of human action, but of a roasting jack, that must go on to the last turn when it has been once wound up. We can do nothing safely without some judgment as to where we are to stop." "I find the rule of the pocket the best guide," said Sir Hugo laughingly. "And as for most of your new old building, you had need to hire men to scratch and chip it all over artistically to give it an elderly-looking surface, which at the present rate of labor would not answer." "Do you want to keep up the old fashions, then, Mr. Deronda?" said Gwendolen, taking advantage of the freedom of grouping to fall back a little, while Sir Hugo and Grandcourt went on. "Some of them. I don't see why we should not use our choice there as we do elsewhere, or why either age or novelty by itself is an argument for or against. To delight in doing things because our fathers did them is good if it shuts out nothing better. It enlarges the range of affection, and affection is the broadest basis of good in life." "Do you think so?" said Gwendolen, with a little surprise. "I should have thought you cared most about ideas, knowledge, wisdom, and all that." "But to care about them is a sort of affection," said Deronda, smiling at her sudden naivete. "Call it attachment, interest, willing to bear a great deal for the sake of being with them and saving them from injury. Of course it makes a difference if the objects of interest are human beings. But generally in all deep affections the objects are a mixture, half persons and half ideas. Sentiments and affections flow in together." "I wonder whether I understand that," said Gwendolen, putting up her chin in her old saucy manner. "I believe I am not very affectionate. Perhaps you mean to tell me that is the reason why I don't see much good in life." "No, I did not mean to tell you that. But I admit that I should think it true if I believed what you say of yourself," said Deronda gravely. Here Sir Hugo and Grandcourt turned round and paused.
"I never can get Mr. Deronda to pay me a compliment," said Gwendolen. "I have quite a curiosity to see whether a little flattery can be extracted from him." "Ah," said Sir Hugo, glancing at Deronda, "the fact is, it is useless to flatter a bride. We give it up in despair. She has been so fed on sweet speeches that everything we say seems tasteless." "Quite true," said Gwendolen, bending her head and smiling. "Mr. Grandcourt won me by neatly turned compliments. If there had been one word out of place, it would have been fatal." "Do you hear that?" said Sir Hugo, looking at the husband. "Yes," said Grandcourt, without change of countenance. "It's a deucedly hard thing to keep up, though." All this seemed to Sir Hugo a natural playfulness between such a husband and wife, but Deronda wondered at the misleading alternations in Gwendolen's manner, which at one moment seemed to excite sympathy by childlike indiscretion, at another to repel it by proud concealment. He tried to keep out of her way by devoting himself to Miss Juliet Fenn, a young lady whose profile had been so unfavorably decided by circumstances over which she had no control, that Gwendolen some months ago had felt it impossible to be jealous of her. Nevertheless, when they were seeing the kitchen, a part of the original building in perfect preservation, the depth of shadow in the niches of the stone walls and groined vault, the play of light from the huge glowing fire on polished tin, brass, and copper, the fine resonance that came with every sound of voice or metal, were all spoiled for Gwendolen, and Sir Hugo's speech about them was made rather importunate because Deronda was discoursing to the other ladies and kept at a distance from her. It did not signify that the other gentlemen took the opportunity of being near her. Of what use in the world was their admiration while she had an uneasy sense that there was some standard in Deronda's mind which measured her into littleness? Mr. Vandernoodt, who had the mania of always describing one thing while you were looking at another, was quite intolerable with his insistence on Lord Blow's kitchen, which he had seen in the north. "Pray don't ask us to see two kitchens at once. It makes the heat double. I must really go out of it," she cried at last, marching resolutely into the open air and leaving the others in the rear. Grandcourt was already out, and as she joined him, he said, "I wondered how long you meant to stay in that damned place," one of the freedoms he had assumed as husband being the use of his strongest epithets. Gwendolen, turning to see the rest of the party approach, said, "It was certainly rather too warm in one's wraps." They walked on the gravel across a green court, where the snow still lay in islets on the grass, and in masses on the boughs of the great cedar and the crenellated coping of the stone walls, and then into a larger court, where there was another cedar, to find the beautiful choir long ago turned into stables, in the first instance, perhaps, after an impromptu fashion by troopers, who had a pious satisfaction in insulting the priests of Baal and the images of Ashtoreth, the queen of heaven. The exterior, its west end save for the stable door, walled in with brick and covered with ivy, was much defaced, maimed of finial and gargoyle, the friable limestone broken and fretted, and lending its soft gray to a powdery dark lichen. The long windows, too, were filled in with brick as far as the springing of the arches. The broad clerestory windows with wire or ventilating blinds, with the low wintry afternoon sun upon it, sending shadows from the cedar boughs and lighting up the touches of snow remaining on every ledge, it had still a scarcely disturbed aspect of antique solemnity, which gave the scene in the interior rather a startling effect. Though ecclesiastical or reverential indignation apart, the eyes could hardly help dwelling with pleasure on its piquant picturesqueness. Each finely arched chapel was turned into a stall, where in the dusty glazing of the windows there still gleamed patches of crimson, orange, blue, and palest violet. For the rest, the choir had been gutted, the floor leveled, paved, and drained according to the most approved fashion, and a line of loose boxes erected in the middle. A soft light fell from the upper windows on sleek brown or gray flanks and haunches, on mild equine faces looking out with active nostrils over the varnished brown boarding, on the hay hanging from racks where the saints once looked down from the altar-pieces, and on the pale golden straw scattered or in heaps, on a little white and liver-colored spaniel making his bed on the back of an elderly hackney, and on 4 ancient angels, still showing signs of devotion like mutilated martyrs,
while over all the grand pointed roof, untouched by reforming wash, showed its lines and colors mysteriously through veiling shadow and cobweb, and a hoof now and then striking against the board seemed to fill the vault with thunder, while outside there was the answering bay of the bloodhounds. "Oh, this is glorious!" Gwendolen burst forth, in forgetfulness of everything but the immediate impression. There had been a little intoxication for her in the grand spaces of courts and building, and the fact of her being an important person among them. "This is glorious! Oh, I wish there were a horse in every one of the boxes. I would 10 times rather have these stables than those at Diplow." But she had no sooner said this than some consciousness arrested her, and involuntarily she turned her eyes toward Deronda, who oddly enough had taken off his felt hat and stood holding it before him as if they had entered a room or an actual church. He, like others, happened to be looking at her, and their eyes met, to her intense vexation, for it seemed to her that by looking at him she had betrayed the reference of her thoughts, and she felt herself blushing. She exaggerated the impression that even Sir Hugo, as well as Deronda, would have of her bad taste in referring to the possession of anything at the Abbey. As for Deronda, she had probably made him despise her. Her annoyance at what she imagined to be the obviousness of her confusion robbed her of her usual facility in carrying it off by a playful speech, and turning up her face to look at the roof, she wheeled away in that attitude. If any had noticed her blush as significant, they had certainly not interpreted it by the secret windings and recesses of her feeling. A blush is no language, only a dubious flag signal which may mean either of two contradictories. Deronda alone had a faint guess at some part of her feeling, but while he was observing her, he was himself under observation. "Do you take your hat off to horses?" said Grandcourt, with a slight sneer. "Why not?" said Deronda, covering himself. He had really taken off the hat automatically, and if he had been an ugly man might doubtless have done so with impunity, ugliness having naturally the air of involuntary exposure, and beauty of display. Gwendolen's confusion was soon merged in the survey of the horses, which Grandcourt politely abstained from appraising, languidly assenting to Sir Hugo's alternate depreciation and eulogy of the same animal as one that he should not have bought when he was younger, and piqued himself on his horses, but yet one that had better qualities than many more expensive brutes. "The fact is, stables dive deeper and deeper into the pocket nowadays, and I am very glad to have got rid of that Demangeance," said Sir Hugo as they were coming out. "What is a man to do, though?" said Grandcourt. "He must ride. I don't see what else there is to do. And I don't call it riding to sit astride a set of brutes with every deformity under the sun." This delicate diplomatic way of characterizing Sir Hugo's stud did not require direct notice, and the baronet, feeling that the conversation had worn rather thin, said to the party generally, "Now we are going to see the cloister, the finest bit of all, in perfect preservation. The monks might have been walking there yesterday." But Gwendolen had lingered behind to look at the kenneled bloodhounds, perhaps because she felt a little dispirited, and Grandcourt waited for her. "You had better take my arm," he said, in his low tone of command, and she took it. "It is a great bore being dragged about in this way, and no cigar," said Grandcourt. "I thought you would like it." "Like it? One eternal chatter, and encouraging those ugly girls, inviting one to meet such monsters. How that fat Deronda can bear looking at her!" "Why do you call him fat? Do you object to him so much?" "Object? No. What do I care about his being a fat? It's of no consequence to me. I'll invite him to Diplow again if you like." "I don't think he would come. He is too clever and learned to care about us," said Gwendolen, thinking it useful for her husband to be told privately that it was possible for him to be looked down upon. "I never saw that make much difference in a man. Either he is a gentleman or he is not," said Grandcourt. That a new husband and wife should snatch a moment's tête-à-tête was what could be understood and indulged, and the rest of the party left them in the rear, till, re-entering the garden, they all paused in that cloistered court where, among the falling rose-petals 13 years before, we saw a boy becoming acquainted with his first sorrow. This cloister was built of a harder stone than the church, and had been in greater safety from the wearing weather. It was a rare example of a northern cloister with arched and pillared openings not intended for glazing, and the delicately wrought foliage of the capital seemed still to carry the very touches of the chisel. Gwendolen had dropped her husband's arm and joined the other ladies, to whom Deronda was noticing the delicate sense which had combined freedom with accuracy in the imitation of natural forms. "I wonder whether one oftener learns to love real objects through their representations, or the representations through the real objects," he said, after pointing out a lovely capital made by the curled leaves of greens, showing their reticulated underside with the firm gradual swell of its central rib. "When I was a little fellow these capitals taught me to observe and delight in the structure of leaves." "I suppose you can see every line of them with your eyes shut," said Juliet Fenn. "Yes, I was always repeating them, because for a good many years this court stood for me as my only image of a convent, and whenever I read of monks and monasteries, this was my scenery for them." "You must love this place very much," said Miss Fenn, innocently, not thinking of inheritance. "So many homes are like 20 others, but this is unique, and you seem to know every cranny of it. I dare say you could never love another home so well." "Oh, I carry it with me," said Deronda, quietly, being used to all possible thoughts of this kind. "To most men their early home is no more than a memory of their early years, and I'm not sure that they have the best of it. The image is never marred. There's no disappointment in memory, and one's exaggerations are always on the good side." Gwendolen felt sure that he spoke in that way out of delicacy to her and Grandcourt, because he knew they must hear him, and that he probably thought of her as a selfish creature who only cared about possessing things in her own person. But whatever he might say, it must have been a secret hardship to him that any circumstances of his birth had shut him out from the inheritance of his father's position. And if he supposed that she exulted in her husband's taking it, what could he feel for her but scornful pity? Indeed, it seemed clear to her that he was avoiding her, and preferred talking to others, which nevertheless was not kind in him. With these thoughts in her mind she was prevented by a mixture of pride and timidity from addressing him again, and when they were looking at the rows of quaint portraits in the gallery above the cloisters, she kept up her air of interest and made her vivacious remarks without any direct appeal to Deronda. But at the end she was very weary of her assumed spirits, and Grandcourt turned into the billiard room, and she went to the pretty boudoir which had been assigned to her, and shut herself up to look melancholy at her ease. No chemical process shows a more wonderful activity than the transforming influence of the thoughts we imagine to be going on in another. Changes in theory, religion, admirations may begin with a suspicion of dissent or disapproval, even when the grounds of disapproval are but matter of searching conjecture. Poor Gwendolen was conscious of an uneasy transforming process, all the old nature shaken to its depths, its hopes spoiled, its pleasures perturbed, but still showing wholeness and strength in the will to reassert itself. After every new shock of humiliation she tried to adjust herself and seize her old supports: proud concealment, trust in new excitements that would make life go by without much thinking, trust in some deed of reparation to nullify her self-blame and shield her from a vague, ever-visiting dread of some horrible calamity, trust in the hardening effect of use and wont that would make her indifferent to her miseries. Yes, miseries. This beautiful, healthy young creature, with her 22 years and her gratified ambition, no longer felt inclined to kiss her fortunate image in the glass. She looked at it with wonder that she could be so miserable. One belief which had accompanied her through her unmarried life as a self-cajoling superstition, encouraged by the subordination of every one about her, the belief in her own power of dominating, was utterly gone. Already, in 7 short weeks, which seemed half her life, her husband had gained a mastery which she could no more resist than she could have resisted the benumbing effect from the touch of a torpedo. Gwendolen's will had seemed imperious in its small girlish sway, but it was the will of a creature with a large discourse of imaginative fears. A shadow would have been enough to relax its hold.
and she had found a will like that of a crab or a boa constrictor, which goes on pinching or crushing without alarm at thunder. Not that Grandcourt was without calculation of the intangible effects which were the chief means of mastery. Indeed, he had a surprising acuteness in detecting that situation of feeling in Gwendolen which made her proud and rebellious spirit dumb and helpless before him. She had burned Lydia Glasher's letter with an instantaneous terror lest other eyes should see it, and had tenaciously concealed from Grandcourt that there was any other cause of her violent hysterics than the excitement and fatigue of the day. She had been urged into an implied falsehood. "Don't ask me. It was my feeling about everything. It was the sudden change from home." The words of that letter kept repeating themselves, and hung on her consciousness with the weight of a prophetic doom. "I am the grave in which your chance of happiness is buried as well as mine. You had your warning. You have chosen to injure me and my children. He had meant to marry me. He would have married me at last if you had not broken your word. You will have your punishment. I desire it with all my soul. Will you give him this letter to set him against me and ruin us more, me and my children? Shall you like to stand before your husband with these diamonds on you and these words of mine in his thoughts and yours? Will he think you have any right to complain when he has made you miserable? You took him with your eyes open. The willing wrong you have done me will be your curse." The words had nestled their venomous life within her and stirred continually the vision of the scene at the Whispering Stones. That scene was now like an accusing apparition. She dreaded that Grandcourt should know of it. So far out of her sight now was that possibility she had once satisfied herself with, of speaking to him about Mrs. Glasher and her children and making them rich amends. Any endurance seemed easier than the mortal humiliation of confessing that she knew all before she married him, and in marrying him had broken her word. For the reasons by which she had justified herself when the marriage tempted her, and all her easy arrangement of her future power over her husband to make him do better than he might be inclined to do, were now as futile as the burned-out lights which set off a child's pageant. Her sense of being blameworthy was exaggerated by a dread both definite and vague. The definite dread was lest the veil of secrecy should fall between her and Grandcourt, and give him the right to taunt her. With the reading of that letter had begun her husband's empire of fear. And her husband all the while knew it. He had not indeed any distinct knowledge of her broken promise, and would not have rated highly the effect of that breach on her conscience, but he was aware not only of what Lush had told him about the meeting at the Whispering Stones, but also of Gwendolen's concealment as to the cause of her sudden illness. He felt sure that Lydia had enclosed something with the diamonds, and that this something, whatever it was, had at once created in Gwendolen a new repulsion for him, and a reason for not daring to manifest it. He did not greatly mind, or feel as many men might have felt, that his hopes in marriage were blighted. He had wanted to marry Gwendolen, and he was not a man to repent. Why should a gentleman whose other relations in life are carried on without the luxury of sympathetic feeling be supposed to require that kind of condiment in domestic life? What he chiefly felt was that a change had come over the conditions of his mastery, which, far from shaking it, might establish it the more thoroughly. And it was established. He judged that he had not married a simpleton unable to perceive the impossibility of escape or to see alternative evils. He had married a girl who had spirit and pride enough not to make a fool of herself by forfeiting all the advantages of a position which had attracted her. And if she wanted pregnant hints to help her in making up her mind properly, he would take care not to withhold them. Gwendolen, indeed, with all that gnawing trouble in her consciousness, had hardly for a moment dropped the sense that it was her part to bear herself with dignity and appear what is called happy. In disclosure of disappointment or sorrow she saw nothing but a humiliation which would have been vinegar to her wounds. Whatever her husband might have come at last to be to her, she meant to wear the yoke so as not to be pitied. For she did think of the coming years with presentiment. She was frightened at Grandcourt.
The poor thing had passed from her girlish sauciness of superiority over this inert specimen of personal distinction into an amazed perception of her former ignorance about the possible mental attitude of a man toward the woman he sought in marriage, of her present ignorance as to what their life with each other might turn into. For novelty gives immeasurableness to fear, and fills the early time of all sad changes with phantoms of the future. Her little coquetries, voluntary or involuntary, had told on Grandcourt during courtship, and formed a medium of communication between them, showing him in the light of a creature such as she could understand and manage. But marriage had nullified all such interchange, and Grandcourt had become a blank uncertainty to her in everything but this, that he would do just what he willed, and that she had neither devices at her command to determine his will, nor any rational means of escaping it. What had occurred between them and her wearing the diamonds was typical. One evening, shortly before they came to the Abbey, they were going to dine at Brackenshaw Castle. Gwendolen had said to herself that she would never wear those diamonds. They had horrible words clinging and crawling about them, as from some bad dream, whose images lingered on the perturbed sense. She came down dressed in her white, with only a streak of gold and a pendant of emeralds, which Grandcourt had given her, round her neck, and the little emerald stars in her ears. Grandcourt stood with his back to the fire and looked at her as she entered. "Am I altogether as you like?" she said, speaking rather gaily. She was not without enjoyment in this occasion of going to Brackenshaw Castle with her new dignities upon her, as men whose affairs are sadly involved will enjoy dining out among persons likely to be under a pleasant mistake about them. "No," said Grandcourt. Gwendolen felt suddenly uncomfortable, wondering what was to come. She was not prepared for some struggle about the diamonds. But suppose he were going to say in low contemptuous tones, "You are not in any way that I like." It was very bad for her to be secretly hating him, but it would be much worse when he gave the first sign of hating her. "Oh, mercy!" she exclaimed, the pause lasting till she could bear it no longer. "How am I to alter myself?" "Put on the diamonds," said Grandcourt, looking straight at her with his narrow glance. Gwendolen paused in her turn, afraid of showing any emotion, and feeling that nevertheless there was some change in her eyes as they met his. But she was obliged to answer, and said as indifferently as she could, "Oh, please not. I don't think diamonds suit me." "What you think has nothing to do with it," said Grandcourt, his sotto voce imperiousness seeming to have an evening quietude and finish like his toilette. "I wish you to wear the diamonds." "Pray excuse me. I like these emeralds," said Gwendolen, frightened in spite of her preparation. That white hand of his which was touching his whisker was capable, she fancied, of clinging round her neck and threatening to throttle her; for her fear of him, mingling with the vague foreboding of some retributive calamity which hung about her life, had reached a superstitious point. "Oblige me by telling me your reason for not wearing the diamonds when I desire it," said Grandcourt. His eyes were still fixed upon her, and she felt her own eyes narrowing under them as if to shut out an entering pain. Of what use was the rebellion within her? She could say nothing that would not hurt her worse than submission. Turning, slowing, and covering herself again, she went to her dressing-room. As she reached out the diamonds, it occurred to her that her unwillingness to wear them might have already raised a suspicion in Grandcourt that she had some knowledge about them which he had not given her. She fancied that his eyes showed a delight in torturing her. How could she be defiant? She had nothing to say that would touch him, nothing but what would give him a more painful grasp on her consciousness. "He delights in making the dogs and horses quail. That is half his pleasure in calling them his," she said to herself, as she opened the jewel case with a shivering sensation. "It will come to be so with me, and I shall quail. What else is there for me? I will not say to the world, 'Pity me.'" She was about to ring for her maid when she heard the door open behind her. It was Grandcourt who came in. "You want some one to fasten them," he said, coming toward her. She did not answer, but simply stood still, leaving him to take out the ornaments and fasten them as he would. Doubtless he had been used to fasten them on some one else.
With a bitter sort of sarcasm against herself, Gwendolen thought, "What a privilege this is to have robbed another woman of." "What makes you so cold?" said Grandcourt, when he had fastened the last earring. "Pray put plenty of furs on. I hate to see a woman come into a room looking frozen. If you are to appear as a bride at all, appear decently." This martial speech was not exactly persuasive, but it touched the quick of Gwendolen's pride and forced her to rally. The words of the bad dream crawled about the diamonds still, but only for her. To others they were brilliants that suited her perfectly, and Grandcourt inwardly observed that she answered to the rain. "Oh yes, mamma, quite happy," Gwendolen had said on her return to Diplow. "Not at all disappointed in Ryelands. It is a much finer place than this, larger in every way. But don't you want some more money?" "Did you not know that Mr. Grandcourt left me a letter on your wedding day? I am to have 800 a year. He wishes me to keep Offendene for the present while you are at Diplow. But if there were some pretty cottage near the park at Ryelands, we might live there without much expense, and I should have you most of the year, perhaps." "We must leave that to Mr. Grandcourt, mamma." "Oh, certainly. It is exceedingly handsome of him to say that he will pay the rent for Offendene till June, and we can go on very well, without any manservant except Crane, just for out of doors. Our good Mary will stay with us and help me to manage everything. It is natural that Mr. Grandcourt should wish me to live in a good style of house in your neighborhood, and I cannot decline. So he said nothing about it to you?" "No, he wished me to hear it from you, I suppose." Gwendolen, in fact, had been very anxious to have some definite knowledge of what would be done for her mother, but at no moment since her marriage had she been able to overcome the difficulty of mentioning the subject to Grandcourt. Now, however, she had a sense of obligation which would not let her rest without saying to him, "It is very good of you to provide for mamma. You took a great deal on yourself in marrying a girl who had nothing but relations belonging to her." Grandcourt was smoking, and only said carelessly, "Of course I was not going to let her live like a gamekeeper's mother." "At least he is not mean about money," thought Gwendolen, "and mamma is the better off for my marriage." She often pursued the comparison between what might have been if she had not married Grandcourt, and what actually was, trying to persuade herself that life generally was barren of satisfaction, and that if she had chosen differently she might now have been looking back with a regret as bitter as the feeling she was trying to argue away. Her mother's dullness, which used to irritate her, she was at present inclined to explain as the ordinary result of woman's experience. True, she still saw that she would manage differently from mamma, but her management now only meant that she would carry her troubles with spirit, and let none suspect them. By and by she promised herself that she should get used to her heart sores, and find excitements that would carry her through life, as a hard gallop carried her through some of the morning hours. There was gambling. She had heard stories at Leubronn of fashionable women who gambled in all sorts of ways. It seemed very flat to her at this distance, but perhaps if she began to gamble again the passion might awake. Then there was the pleasure of producing an effect by her appearance in society. What did celebrated beauties do in town when their husbands could afford display? All men were fascinated by them. They had a perfect equipage and toilette, walked into public places and bowed and made the usual answers and walked out again. Perhaps they bought china and practiced accomplishments. If she could only feel a keen appetite for those pleasures, could only believe in pleasure as she used to do. Accomplishments had ceased to have the exciting quality of promising any preeminence to her. And as for fascinated gentlemen, adorers who might hover round her with languishment, and diversify married life with the romantic stir of mystery, passion, and danger, which her French reading had given her some girlish notion of, they presented themselves to her imagination with the fatal circumstance that, instead of fascinating her in return, they were clad in their own weariness and disgust. The admiring male, rashly adjusting the expression of his features and the turn of his conversation to her supposed tastes, had always been an absurd object to her, and at present seemed rather detestable. Many courses are actually pursued, follies and sins both convenient and inconvenient, without pleasure or hope of pleasure. But to solace ourselves with imagining any course beforehand, There must be some foretaste of pleasure in the shape of appetite. And Gwendolen's appetite had sickened. Let her wander over the possibilities of her life as she would, an uncertain shadow dogged her. Her confidence in herself and her destiny had turned into remorse and dread. She trusted neither herself nor her future. This hidden helplessness gave fresh force to the hold Deronda had from the first taken on her mind as one who had an unknown standard by which he judged her. Had he some way of looking at things which might be a new footing for her, an inward safeguard against possible events which she dreaded as stored up retribution? It is one of the secrets in that change of mental poise which has been fitly named conversion, that to many among us neither heaven nor earth has any revelation till some personality touches theirs with a peculiar influence, subduing them into receptiveness. It had been Gwendolen's habit to think of the persons around her as stale books, too familiar to be interesting. Deronda had lit up her attention with a sense of novelty, not by words only, but by imagined facts. His influence had entered into the current of that self-suspicion and self-blame which awakens a new consciousness. "I wish he could know everything about me without my telling him," was one of her thoughts, as she sat leaning over the end of a couch, supporting her head in her hand and looking at herself in a mirror, not in admiration, but in a sad kind of companionship. "I wish he knew that I am not so contemptible as he thinks me, that I am in deep trouble, and want to be something better if I could." Without the aid of sacred ceremony or costume, her feelings had turned this man, only a few years older than herself, into a priest, a sort of trust less rare than the fidelity that guards it. Young reverence for one who is also young is the most coercive of all. There is the same level of temptation, and the higher motive is believed in as a fuller force, not suspected to be a mere residue from weary experience. But the coercion is often stronger on the one who takes the reverence. Those who trust us educate us. And perhaps in that ideal consecration of Gwendolen's, some education was being prepared for Deronda. End of chapter 35. This recording is in the public domain.